Monza, with its fabled banking and all of its history, is the traditional home of the opening endurance race of the Blancpain GT Series. And this weekend, there is a very full paddock. It's an enormous entry, multiplied 52 cars by most with 3 drivers, some with just 2. But it all adds up to a very busy paddock and a very busy circuit. And traffic is going to be an issue all race long. Audi inevitably starts as one of the favourites, WRT one of the top teams, and aboard car number 2 for this weekend is Monegasque Stefan Richelny.
For sure, I'm pretty confident because I have really good driver with me. We have a good team. We made some good tests during the winter. We have a lot of experience in endurance, especially Benoit, who is coming from LMP1. So we have all the tools to do well. The Endurance Cup, maybe it's the only one championship like this in the world with so many cars, potentially winners. So we have to make everything fine and perfect to achieve our goal. It's going to be a tough race.
The M Sport Run Bentleys are always front runners around Monza, but for this season there's a new name aboard car number 7 because joining Stephen Kane and Guy Smith is Oliver Jarvis. He spent the last few years racing Audis, but now he's officially a Bentley boy.
For me, it's a completely new challenge coming here, back to Blancpain. Been here before, but it's amazing to be back, and to be honest, it's incredible the difference from when I first drove here 3 or 4 years ago. The whole championship's really stepped up a level, so it's impressive to see. Of course, I'm here with Bentley, which is also a change. I was previously an Audi driver, so fantastic to come here with 2 great teammates as well, so really confident for the season ahead. Monza's an amazing track. It's great to come here. I think everybody enjoys being here. Some really long straights, very technical corners. I think we've really got a chance, to be honest. The car stands up well. It's got a great history behind it already in such a short space of time, and hopefully we can add to that this weekend.
Another British brand on the grid is Jaguar. Emile Frey Racing has a pair of big cats, and they've been getting more and more competitive season by season. Not only that, but they have a stellar driver lineup as well, with the likes of Stefan Ortelli and Christian Klein, along with Lorenz Frey.
For sure, here at the Blancpain GT Series is an incredible competitive field. We are the only Jaguars here on grid or on worldwide on GT3 racing. So for us, for sure, it's a target to show that we are competitive. I will expect so tight qualifying, tight races. So it's a really pleasure to be here for us as Emile Frey Racing, and hope we are now ready for the first qualifying and the first race.
The RJN Run Nissan is getting on a little bit now, but it's still a competitive car. And this year there are 2 entries in the Pro Cup. Aboard number 23 is Lucas Ordonez, and he, as ever, is going to be a man to watch.
It's really exciting to be here in Monza, another season. Great to be back with Nismo, with the 23 car, with Alex and Katsumasa Chio. Really good lineup, excellent team. This year is going to be hard as ever. More professional drivers, more top teams, and as Nismo drivers we always aiming for victories and podiums. So looking forward to it and hopefully fighting for a top position this weekend.
No surprise that here at Monza there is a whole phalanx of Ferraris, most of which are run by Amato Ferrari's AF Corsa team. The Kaspersky Racing entry has Giancarlo Fisichella aboard, and the Italian is a great fan of the circuit at Monza.
You know, it's a great track. I got great memories here. I won many years ago in Formula 3, I scored a podium in Formula 1, and I went on the podium last year. Again, this year we're here with a Ferrari, which is amazing. It's a difficult circuit because you need to run with a low level of downforce, and the grip level is very low, but I like the high-speed corners like Ascari, like Lesmo and Parabolica. I really enjoy the circuit.
Another front-running brand this weekend is sure to be McLaren. The endurance champions last year came from the McLaren fleet. Straka Racing has taken over running the cars for this season, and another interesting driver moving from Mercedes to McLaren is the Malaysian Jasmin Jaafar.
I feel happy being here, racing here in this championship, and you know, every driver wants to prove how good they are, and I think it's the best place to be right now. It's a new challenge, new chapter in my career. I think I feel happy being part of McLaren, and McLaren is such a special team and a special car manufacturer. I think we have high targets for McLaren and Straka to achieve. I think that's the only reason why they expanded the program to 4 cars, so it's going to be an exciting championship coming up.
The Italian fans don't just have Ferrari to cheer for this weekend, because there are 10 Lamborghinis on the grid as well, run across different teams, and the Lamborghini Huracan has always been competitive around here. One of the drivers, former single-seater racer Luca Filippi.
I feel very proud to be here in Monza with an Italian car. Lamborghini is such a strong brand in Italy, and we have to be proud of that, and and do our best. I've been on this podium in Monza so many times, and it would be great to be on top of it. I think our Lamborghini is very quick, it's very fast. We just have to puzzle it together, and the performance is there for sure, it's very fast. We were on pole with Marco in Misano, and I think in Monza we can be very competitive.
Over at HTP Motorsport, there's another fleet of Mercedes to run this year. But intriguingly, Maxi Buch and Dominic Baumann are separated. They have a car each and are the lead driver accordingly. So Dominic Baumann heads up the driving force aboard number 85, and as ever, he'll be a front runner.
We had a good year last year. We had a good lineup. It will be the same like last year. We have to fight every lap. We have to find a good setup. It's a new challenge for us to have some new drivers, some new teammates. I guess it was the decision from the team to split Maxi and me. In Misano it worked out quite well. We had 2 cars on the podium. The race is long, it's 3 hours, and hopefully like last year we end up in the podium. I'm looking forward to it.
A number of drivers are switching teams, some are switching championships for this season. Eduardo Mortara is amongst them. He's made his name of late driving in the DTM, but for this year he comes across to the Blancpain GT Series and he will head up the driving force aboard number 90 Mercedes.
It's a great opportunity for me this year doing this All Endurance Championship with Michael and Raffaele. I start to have quite some experience in racing now. Raced for a lot of time in DTM, sometimes in GT. I rate this championship very, very highly. You have a lot of very, very talented and good drivers. A lot of them were ex-Formula 1, ex-DTM, ex-WEC. Really a lot of fantastic drivers here with great cars, and I think that it's going to be fun, and hopefully we are going to be competitive and we are going to be running in the front.
Showing the variety on this Blancpain GT Series grid is the lone Aston Martin. It's entered by the Oman racing team. Factory driver Johnny Adam is aboard the driving force, and he's partnered by the Omani Ahmad Al-Hafi.
It's a very proud moment for us to be representing Aston Martin with Oman Racing. Obviously, being the only Aston is, I think, could be very exciting at times. It's my 3rd year with Johnny Adam in the car, and obviously it's a great boost to the team. That's something that we kept consistent for the past few years. I learned a lot from him. We've had a good car throughout the championship last year, and hopefully we found some more time because we know our competitors have.
Remember that in the Blancpain GT Series there are battles going on in the Pro Cup, the Pro Am Cup and the Am Cup. One of the cars set for a class win potentially is this Ferrari. Aboard the driving force, somebody making their Blancpain debut, Abby Eaton, who moves from the British GT Championship into international racing.
This is pretty much a dream come true, to be honest. Obviously at Monza in an Italian car, which happens to be an awesome Ferrari as well, so I'm really looking forward to it. I know that the other competitors are very good drivers as well, so I've got my work cut out for me. I think just being on the grid with 50 of the cars is going to be something I'm going to have to sort of challenge myself with anyway. It's a brilliant circuit, obviously high speed and big braking zones as well, so awesome circuit, and I can't wait to get stuck in.
Welcome to Monza then, as we get ready for this opening endurance race of the year. What a grid and what a race we have in prospect. We've lost a couple of cars, I'm afraid, after the dramas of qualifying this morning. There was an accident between the Luca Filippi Lamborghini and Nathaniel Berton's Audi. A lot of damage done to the Lamborghini, front damage, rear damage to the Audi. We certainly know the Lamborghini has been withdrawn. We understand the Audi as well. But even so, 50 cars around here is going to make for an awesome spectacle. But the Blancpain Endurance Series, as it then was first started, there was a GT4 class, but we don't need that anymore. There are so many GT3 cars that very evenly matched, of course. The balance of performance, making sure that everybody can fight equally, and with 2 mandatory pit stops to look forward to as well. And the driver changes, who knows what we might have in terms of incidents and safety cars or full course yellows. Then there's a real step into the unknown. Of course, the championship has had its 2 sprint races at Misano, but this is the first endurance race of the year, and on a very busy grid. Looking down to the front of it, you've got the number 19 Lamborghini there, started by Ezequiel Perez Compact. Now, in a number of cases, you've got a driver starting that did not do the time. Norbert Siedler did the qualifying time in that car, but it's going to be Compact who will go first. So it might well be that some cars fall down the order. We're going to have a very busy first stint, which will be 65 minutes. That's the maximum you can do. 70 if the safety car comes out, but 65 minutes in normal green flag conditions. And depending on the pace of the race, fuel in a stint could be an issue. Although, for the first stint, with so many cars, to give them all a chance of getting proper temperature into tyres, there'll be an extra formation lap, and that lap will count within the 3 hours. So the first lap will still be behind the safety car, and that's going to help a little on the fuel. We'll talk more about that as we get towards the end of the first hour, and we'll see by that stage how the order is shuffled. David Addison in the booth, John Watson is down on the grid, and Watty will be talking to some of the drivers before we get underway. And where better to start than the car that's on pole position. Michele Rugolo is one of the drivers of the AF Corsa Ferrari. We'll hear from him and John Watson.
Michele Rugolo, happy days on pole in a Ferrari at Monza.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, the first race of the year to start in this position is the really good way to start the season, but now it's a long race, so let's see.
Now, Passanathoros is going to start. He's the third driver in the car. What was the decision process behind putting him in? Always difficult in turn one at Monza.
Yeah, but Passi start to have a big experience with this kind of competition, so we are not scared for him to start here. I think he showed a good rhythm. Even today in qualifying, he did a good lap time, although he was with very old tires and half a tank of fuel. So I think it's more or less the same approach that all the other cars have. Also, I see next to me there is the Lamborghini with the Perez Compact. They choose the same kind of strategy.
Now, today is the hottest of the 3 days we've been at Monza. Is that going to bear anything in terms of tyre wear, performance, brake, the normal suspects?
Yeah, normally the past 2 days they have been a bit cooler. Today we have not so much experience with this kind of temperature, but I think that for us could be a good thing, because normally we were complaining for lack of grip during the whole weekend. So I expect today the car to be a bit better.
Hope it is. Have a good one. Well done, Michele.
So it's the pole-sitting car. Passanathoros will start. Alessandro Pierguidi did the time, but Michele Rugolo, a very experienced GT racer, is going to be quick in that middle stint when he is behind the wheel. Let's just remind you what Monza looks like. There's the first pinch point of the first chicane. The road then moves towards the Curva Grande. It opens up to the second chicane, the two Lesmo curves bringing you back down to the Variante Ascari in the third sector, and then the Parabolica loops them back round to the start and finish line. It's a traditional circuit. It's 5.793 kilometres long. It's 11 turns, and somebody who's raced here, John Watson, has now found Alain Delamura, the vice president of Blancpain, of course, our ever faithful and energetic sponsors of the championship.
Alain Delamura, vice president of Blancpain Watches, the title sponsor of this GT3 Sprint and Endurance Championship. It's grown over the last 7 seasons, hasn't it?
Yes, it's fantastic, really fantastic. We hoped it will be good, but we never thought it will be so good. So it's true that this is the 7th year we do it, and we have invited up to more than 5,000 people, just only Blancpain, on all these tracks. And this success gives us reason that we were right to believe and to trust the future of the Stéphane Rattel organization. And I must say that this is also the proof that Blancpain, 1735, we are the oldest watch brand in the world, but we always have a long-term vision. We never do things just because it's popular. We do it on a long-term vision, and this gives us the reason of that. The success is tremendous.
Now, you could have chosen many different sports, but you've chosen to come into GT3 racing. What is it about this sport, this form of motor racing, that's so attractive?
I think that if you go too high, I'm sorry, but Formula One is fantastic, but you cannot touch the car, you cannot join the pilot, and if you go lower, there is no passion and no emotion. With this supercar, you have the passion, you have the emotion, but still it's friendly. There is no arrogance. You can go to see the pilot, you can go among the cars, so this is a good in-between size for that race.
Now, Alain, you're vice president, you're a man accustomed to making tough decisions. Now, you tell me, who do you think is going to win today?
I must say that my heart is still at Lamborghini, we have to say. We made the Super Trophy with them for many years too, so I'm convinced they will win.
I hope somebody wins. It will be a great race. Well done.
Anyway, thank you.
Well, Lamborghini on the front row. It's a fair bet, and Lamborghini has won here in the past. So we're looking forward then now to 3 hours of racing with at least 2 scheduled pit stops. They're getting on board the SMP Racing Ferrari Miguel Molina, new to GT racing, and he will drive along with Victor Scheitar and Davide Rigon in the number 72 SMP racing car, an offshoot of the SMP Bank, but familiar livery on international GT grids in recent years. The grid stretching right the way back to the exit of the Parabolica. The last couple of cars, the BMW, the white car on the right, to be started by Jaap van Lagen, the M6 of Valkenhorst Motorsport, and alongside the Team HB Racing Lamborghini of Bernard Dalhay and Gilles Vannelet. Monza is very busy indeed. Today, glorious weather. The fans have come out in their thousands to watch what is an amazing grid of cars, and the field will be unleashed in about 10 minutes' time. The grid's starting to be cleared of all the VIPs. The last engineers, of course, will stay there to fire up the engines, and the 1 minute board, the grid will be cleared, and then we will be in business for 2 formation laps, one of which, as I say, will count within the 3 hours. You're looking down on the front row. The pole sitting A, of course, a Ferrari, passing Lathoras at the wheel of it, and then the GLT Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini to line up alongside there. For third on the grid, Miguel Molina's Ferrari, and alongside him will be the first of the 2 Bentleys. We don't have as many Pro-Am or Am representation of Bentley this year. It's just in Pro, but number 7 Bentley will be on the outside of that second row of the grid. So, as we've had the Italian national anthem, let's be all British for a moment. Bentley boy Oliver Jarvis down on the grid, and so too is Watty.
Oliver Jarvis, welcome to the Blancpain GT Endurance Series. How's it feel?
It's great to be back, actually. Nice to be on the grid, and especially starting P4 with Stephen and Guy, and a really competitive field. I have to say, since I've been away, the championship's gone from strength to strength. But glad to be back and looking forward to getting in the car.
How difficult was it taking out the Le Mans chip and putting in the GT chip, because they're obviously different cars?
Yeah, hugely different. Last weekend was at Silverstone in the LMP2 car, previous to that in the LMP1 in the WC. So to jump in the Bentley here in GT, it's been a big difference. But fortunately this weekend I've been able to adapt quickly, but it's a very different driving style, that's for sure.
Now, you're as British as a bit of Bognor Regis Rock. What does it actually feel like to be driving for Bentley?
It's very special. The history's not lost on me. To be a British driver in such a incredible brand, and with the history they have, it's something very special.
I hope you enjoy it today.
So do I. Thank you very much.
Sure he will. Oliver Jarvis then, second generation racer. Dad Carl Jarvis, very quick club level Formula Ford racer many moons ago, multiple champion of Snetterton in the late 80s, early 90s. So down on the grid, apart from this glorious display of supercars, the tyre trolleys being taken back to the pit lane, engineers starting to make their way back to their timing screens, to their laptops, ready to try and second guess the strategy and work out how they're going to win this race. And if you're at the front, then certainly for the first stint, the first few corners at least of that first stint, you can keep out of trouble. Those that are outside the top 10, mired in traffic, and it's going to be really difficult to work a way through. It's not the widest of circuits, Monza, and of course the balance of performance, the infamous BOP, means that the cars run at a similar pace with the pro drivers on board, and therefore gaining an advantage is not that easy. You've got to be pretty brave to make progress up through the traffic. So that's why Q3 this morning was so important, as everybody tried to go for a good grid position. And one of the drivers that was very impressive this morning was Matt Parry, whose Nissan will start 6th on the grid. He's in the championship for the first time.
Matt Parry, 6th in qualifying, outstanding. One of the best drives I've seen from a rookie novice in a GT car. I can't remember how long.
Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind. I have to say the boys back at Montreal Nissan have gave me a brilliant car, and all credit to them, for giving me such a great car to be able to perform like that. And it's been a great first race, great first qualifying, and let's hope that we can now replicate that and bring that into the race and hopefully get on the podium.
Now, we don't know what happened to the 23 car in qualifying, but do you think you put a bit of rigour into that 23 car?
I hope so. I hope put a bit of pressure on Al and Lucas and Chio. But them boys are super strong, as you all know. So this is only the first race. Let's hope we can try and keep that pressure onto Silverstone and then onto the resting rounds.
Is this the first time you've raced a car with a covered car, a roof on board?
Yeah, first race weekend in a GT. So it started off well. So let's hope this is first of many of good qualifying, and like I say, let's hope that Stuart can do a brilliant job, which we all know he can in the start of the race, and hopefully we're in the mix.
Enjoy it. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Matt.
So Matt Parry starting 6th on the grid, former BRDC McLaren Young Driver of the Year award winner, and he is good to go. He will, once he's watched the first stint, get dressed, get rid of the shorts, get his overalls on, and either do the second or the third stint. 5 minutes to go, incidentally, now to the formation lap. The Swiss flag, which has been draped around the Emile Frey Jaguars, is making its way back into the pit lane, and you look all the way back, you've got this plethora of glorious cars, including the lone Aston Martin of Ahmad Al-Hafi and one of the stars of qualifying, Johnny Adam, who's with John Watson.
Johnny, we're about the last people on the grid as they clear it. Great effort, lead Pro-Am car on the grid.
Yeah, the car's been fantastic this week, and the TF crew have really given us a great car. Ahmed seems to be driving extremely well this year, so yeah, great position to be in, up the right end of the grid, but a warm race, so we'll see how we get on later on.
How old is this Aston? I mean, it's been racing for years.
Yeah, the car first came out 2012. It's gone through a few mods, but it's an easy car to drive, and that's why the AM drivers really do take to it really well. So that's why, you know, Ahmed stuck with the car. That's why TF have chosen to run this car again. And you can see on a grid of 50 plus cars, it's still competitive in the right hands.
Are you going to do a double stint, I take it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just 2 drivers, so yeah, you know, the plan is to run Ahmed for 2 hours. He's fit enough, he's strong enough to do it. So yeah, in this heat, I think we'll be okay.
Okay, good job. Well done.
Thank you.
So Johnny Adam gets ready. We've talked about what an amazing grid this is. I think it's time we went for a walk up the grid, isn't it, and had a look at the cars involved, because it's a Ferrari Lamborghini front row, but it stretches right the way back up the pit straight. So let's have a look at who is going to be on the grid and where. On the right on pole, passing Nathoris in the yellow Ferrari, alongside is Ezequiel Perez compact Lamborghini. The second row, Miguel Molina in the Ferrari, and Guy Smith in the Bentley on the outside of the row. The third row, you've got Mirko Bortolotti starting in the second of Godfrey Grasser's Lamborghinis, and then Struan Moore moving from McLaren to Nissan this year in the red-bonneted Nissan is on the outside of the row. Row 4 is the Aston Martin that we've just been talking about, the car that's going to be started by Ahmad Al-Hafi, and alongside is the orange Lamborghini, which is in the hands of Fabrizio Crestani. On the fifth row of the grid, Felix Serralles in the red Mercedes you can see there in the background. Felix Serralles moving from single-seater racing into GT cars for this year, and Jelmer Berman, who made the switch many seasons ago, lines up alongside in the Team Black Falcon car, the white Mercedes there on the right as you go past it now. On the sixth row, driving for Straka Racing, Johnny Kane in the McLaren, and alongside him Frank Stippler goes first in the ISR Audi. On the seventh row, Vincent Abril starts in the Bentley, alongside his Marco Ciocci's Ferrari, and that's a car that should be quick, with James Collado and Giancarlo Fisichella aboard for later stints. Then on row 8, there's Nick Homerson starting in 53 Spirit of Race Ferrari, the black car, alongside Maxi Buch, who will go first, intriguingly, in the HTP Motorsport Mercedes, with work to do from 16th on the grid. Then you get to Marco Seefried starting in 114, the Emil Frey Racing Jaguar. He's alongside Mark Rostam in the Santilok Audi. The 10th row, Alexander Matschul is there in the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, and alongside him Will Stevens, former Manor Grand Prix and Caterham Grand Prix racer. He will go first in the Belgian Audi Club Team WRT entry. Then reigning endurance champion Rob Bell goes first in 58 Straka Racing McLaren. Stefan Ortelli, 2012 Blancpain champion, alongside him. On the 12th row, Alfred Renauer in the lone Porsche. Michael Meadows, double Carrera Cup GB champ, starts in the Mercedes alongside. Row 13, Michael Bronizeski, very successful in Pro-Am last year with Lucas Ordonez's Nissan alongside. Then Dominic Baumann in the Mercedes on the inside of row 14 with Pierre Arret alongside him. On the 15th row, another of the mighty Mercedes from Team Zack Speed, Jose Manuel Balbiani. And for Black Falcon alongside Miguel Toril will start. Row 16, there is the yellow Barwell Lamborghini of Adrian Amstutz, and Luca Ludwig in the Zack Speed Mercedes alongside him. Row 17, Marcus Winkelhock replacing Robin Frins. He's on the inside and alongside the Ferrari Lorenzo Bontempelli, number 51, the red and white AF Corsa car. The 18th row for ACA ASP, former British GT champion Daniele Perfetti, alongside is Stefano Gattuso in the Ombra Racing Lamborghini. Row 19, Marco Zanettini's AM-class Kessel Racing Ferrari, and Jules Gounod in 87 there, the Mercedes. On the 20th row, there's Kenneth Haar's yellow Mercedes and Craig Fleming in the Straka Racing McLaren. 21st row, Mike Skeen in the Mercedes, Dean Stoneman in the Straka McLaren alongside. Then it's Giorgio Maggi and Leo Machitsky's Barwell Lamborghini. On the 23rd row for Raton Racing, Andrea Amici, a gap where 961 Alex Demidzian should be. The 24th row has Brett Sandberg on the inside, and alongside him Nicky Meyer Melnhoff. The back row, Jaap van Lagen in the BMW, and to complete the grid, Bernard Delhay. So that is how they all line up. 49 of the 50 cars that we were anticipating are there. I'm looking down into the pit lane to see if I can find 961, the AF Corsa AM class entry, but it's not apparent just yet. But hopefully, if that is going to take the start, it will take the start from the pit lane. Down at the front of the grid, the race director, Alain Adon, is ready, and when he is content, he will give the signal for the green flag to be waved to release the cars, and that is now. So the formation lap is underway, and the cars led away. The cars get a second green flag lap, as I've been saying, which counts within the 3 hours. So this is the traditional formation lap, but there is a second within the 3 hour duration of the race to give everybody a proper chance to get a bit more temperature into the tyres, and especially with the first chicane being notorious for incident, it's a very sensible idea. So it's a formation lap plus a formation lap within the 3 hours, if you see what I mean, and then we will be at the end of lap 1 into proper green flag racing conditions. So the cars work their way down towards the first chicane, and as they do so, a chance to get the warmth into the Pirelli tyre, a new Pirelli tyre for this year. Down at AF Corsa, everybody watching on, and if you're working at AF Corsa, you've got an awful lot of cars to keep an eye to. Some entered as AF Corsa, others entered as Spirit of Race, but it's like a Ferrari showroom when you get to their garages, plural. Passing Lathouris then, alongside Ezequiel Perez Companc at the front of the grid, Miguel Molina and Guy Smith on the second row, and then on the third row of the grid there will be the car of Mirko Bortolotti to line up alongside Struan Moore. The fourth row, as the cars work their way through, is Ahmad Al-Hafi and Fabrizio Crestani. Then on row 5, you've got Felix Sorales and Jelmer Berman, with Johnny Kane and Frank Stippler next on the grid. Behind them is Vincent Abril lining up alongside Marco Ciocci. Here, Kaspersky Ferrari, he could be one to watch, but certainly the car should climb as the race wears on. Then it's Nick Hommerson lining up alongside Maxi Buch. His progress in the first stint should be interesting to watch. He's a long way back on the grid, ahead of Marco Seefried and then Mark Rostin. The next row, Alexander Matschel and Will Stevens, who will start 20th, and then Rob Bell lining up alongside Stefan Ortelli on the 11th row. Row 12 is where you find, as you look at Giancarlo Fisichella, the car of Alfred Renard, and then Michael Meadows for company. Michael Bronizeski and Lucas Ordonez come next. 26th on the grid is the Nissan. Then Dominic Bauman's Mercedes, Pierre Eret's Ferrari out of the AM Cup, ahead of Jose Manuel Balbiani in the Mercedes and Miguel Torrell's Black Falcon entry alongside the Zakspeed car. The 16th row, Adrian Amstutz in the Barwell Lamborghini, Luca Ludwig, Klaus Ludwig's son, ADAC GT Masters champion, starting 32nd ahead of Marcus Winkelhock and then Lorenzo Bontempelli.
Yeah, I'm here.
And then it is Daniele Perfetti alongside Stefano Gattuso. The next row of the grid is Marco Zanettini and Jules Gounon, ahead of Kenneth Heyer and Craig Fleming, who went off in the bronze test, and that car has lost Nick Leventis, who had an accident in free practice. He's rattled his knees a bit, and we wish Nick all the best. Then it's Mike Skeen lining up alongside Dean Stoneman. The next row of the grid is Giorgio Maggi alongside Leo Machitsky. Then Andrea Rimici, but a gap where the Alex Demirjian, Abbie Eaton, Davide Rizzo Ferrari should have been. Brett Sandberg shares the next row with Nicky Mar Melnhoff, and Jaap van Lagen shares the back of the grid with Bernard Delhay. Good job we've got 2 formation laps. Maybe it was put in so I could get through the grid, because there's an awful lot of it. They're on this second formation lap. The race has now started, because this second lap, as I keep making the point, is within the 3 hours. They're in grid order, and this, John, is going to be a fantastic 3-hour sprint.
It has been, well, that's what endurance racing has become, whether it's 3, 6, or for that matter 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. It is about maximum attack, maximum speed. The concept of endurance racing being, well, you give it a go for a couple of hours or half an hour even, and then you cruise to the finish. Well, those days, long gone. But interestingly, on the grid, it's, well, just as I speak, there's a little bit of cloud coming over, but it was really warm. And the question I asked to Michele Rugolo about the heat, is it going to have a bearing? It's warmer now than at any point over the weekend. So that puts a little bit of extra pressure on your tyres, your brakes, your cooling system. And if you're going to run under the rear wing, in the case of maybe the second place Lamborghini on the grid, that's going to have a bearing on your oil and water temperatures. Lots of things for drivers to think about. And remember, it's not just about what's going on ahead of you. You've got to read the information that's available to you within the cockpit.
Now that Ferrari I was talking about missing from the grid, Alex Demirjian, has just left the pit lane, so it will join in at the very back of this now 50-strong grid. And we are on, of course, now the first lap of the race, because this all counts within the 3 hours. It does help the fuel load in the first stint, because it's going to be a fairly slow end to the lap to scoop up everybody. The first one was where they could go for it under the traditional formation lap regulations, but now, as we get ready for the start proper, things are going to bunch up, so the pace will start to slow. Lucas Ordonez there, you're riding with, as he works his way down towards the Variante Ascari, and passing Lathouris at the head of the queue, and he's got an awful lot of experienced pro drivers around him, so he's just got to keep out of trouble in this first stint, keep the car up there.
I mean, that was the question again I asked Michele. I said, look, you're putting Pastorius into the car. It's always tough into turn 1 at Monza. There's 50-odd cars all trying to come out of that corner ahead of everyone else. They're confident he's got the ability. He's improved a great deal over the last year. That's their choice, their decision. They're going to put their two, if you like, hot drivers in the car for the second and third stints. Nevertheless, it's a major responsibility, and turn one at Monza is always trouble. Please, today, can we get all the cars through cleanly? A few may go down the escape route because they're forced to, but inevitably there will be some little bit of body rubbing, hip and shoulder, and all the usual cliches that are involved. There we see the field now lining up side by side, and the safety car will then peel off as they come through Parabolica, and then it'll be waiting for the lights to go green.
And
go out, the red light to go out, really.
Yeah, the way we do, of course, have the start with them being in grid order like this is that we still have that charge down to the first chicane. It's not like it would be a mid-race safety car period where they have to stay one behind the other. You will have that drama, and of course, therefore, the opportunity for some to dive up the inside. And the race director will now, having waved them away, be back in his race control building. He will take a big deep breath, cross everything, probably get the safety car on standby, and hope that they all get through that first chicane safely as they now get themselves in this 2x2 formation ready for the start.
Yeah, they're really tightly bunched, which is again always alerts me just to be so careful. Not so much for the first 2 or 3 rows, but from row, let's say 8, 10, back to the midfield pack. That's where anything's going to happen is most likely to be.
And so they come up towards the line, the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup for 2017, about to get underway. We wait for the lights to be extinguished, the cars will accelerate away any moment. Up towards the lights they come, the start line midway down the pit straight, the timing line at the other end. We go racing! A great start by Guy Smith in the Bentley to try and force the door open, and they lean on each other, and onto the grass goes the Lamborghini that spins, and there are cars everywhere. And inevitably there's going to be a drama right at the start because we've got 2, 3, 4 involved. It'll be a safety car straight away, I'm sure of it. Guy Smith went for a gap. He, I'm afraid, had to muscle his way up the inside, and he brushed against the Ezequiel Perez compact Lamborghini. Into the lead has gone Miguel Molina from the second row of the grid. Pasinathorus is dropping back. The safety car boards are being readied. And as the field accelerates up to the Curva Grande for the first time, it is Molina leading. Smith is second, up into third place. There you can see Mirko Bortolotti. Pasinathorus losing places as there Fabrizio Crestani gets up the inside of him. The safety car is deployed.
Yeah, that was an unnecessary move. Guy Smith just squeezed to the left. The Lamborghini was there. There's contact with the Lamborghini. I think it's coming through the second chicane with bodywork damage. There's Ferrari. There's Jaguars also, 114. So it's been involved trying to make its way back to the pit. Front wheel locked, bodywork rub, and of course the tire will wear its way through. So it is going to be a safety car. We couldn't tell how many cars. Well, there we can see 4 cars. One of them is a McLaren.
One's a Nissan.
Please not be Johnny King.
One's a Nissan, and look at the other side of the road.
8 cars, 9 cars.
Oh no.
Dear me.
We'll try and pick out all of them as we can.
I suspect this is going to be as close to a red flag as you can get, because to clear there, one of the Ferraris again, 51 Ferrari, it's made its way down to the chicane. That was the AF Corsa car of Lorenzo Bontempi and Olivier Beretta. So how they're going to get this part of the racetrack cleared. You see the Jaguar making its way round. That's round Lesmo 1. Halfway round the lap and still struggling with the BMW behind it. He can't pass because we're under a safety car. He's got to sit behind and wait for the Jaguar either to come to a halt or to make it back to the pits.
So we'll try and in a moment piece together who we've lost. But
the BMW, safety car is going to pick up the field.
Yeah. So Alain Adon, the race director, will be looking at all of this. As long as the cars can get through the incident zone, he can keep them running. And then when the field has gone by, then they can start to sweep that debris out of the way. But 31 we've lost. We know that.
Frankly, I do not see how they can drive through that debris with the safety car, because there's a lot of carbon fibre and other bits of material on the racetrack. It's a rather narrow gap they've got to make it through. So I wonder will the safety cars come to a standstill until a little bit more of that can be cleared before they want to take these cars on their slick tyres through. It's a mess down there. Well, is the safety car, is it going to continue or is it coming to a stop? It's hard to tell what it's doing. It wants to come through.
Yeah, Guy Claret, who is the driver, will be in contact with race control. They'll be telling him to thread through the debris. The marshals are doing the right thing as well.
Yeah, but that safety car is not on slick tyres.
No. There is a track sweeper I've seen dispatched. I suspect they'll get the cars through, try and sweep the debris, and then worry about removing everybody from harm's way. I'm trying to work out which Nissan this is that we've lost. Is it 22 or 23? There is 78, the Barwell Lamborghini that's staggered to the pit lane. So damage, I've got one column of retirement, one column of damage here, 78 and 114.
There's one of the Nissans, can't quite see the number on it as it comes through. So that might be
58
the 22. The 22 Nissan has come through.
Right, so it's 23 that's been involved in the crash. 58's got damage. Rob Bell. Oh dear, oh dear. We'll get a replay of that,
normally,
I'm sure. But
normally, the moment that occurs an opening lap is in actually turns 1, 2.
Yeah.
But this happened on the way down. Guy Smith had a blinding start.
And his team manager has been summoned to race control immediately.
Well, that's not a particularly big surprise. There's the Jaguar back in. The whole left side wheel tyre was locked. Now I wonder whether that's more than just the tyre locked against bodywork. So a lot of damage to the left front bodywork. Likewise, that's going to have to be rotated, put round into the garage. They can, I don't know what those body parts are. I suspect that they are carbon fibre wings as opposed to the standard metal wing, which would be on the production car when it was in production. So it's relatively superficial. It was mainly the tyre and the rub against the tyre and the bodywork. Let's look again.
This, John.
Watch the Bentley in the second row on the right of the picture. Suddenly it makes a move to the centre of the track, tries to split the two front row cars, and then will cut back as we get down to the part of the track where it narrows down on the approach into turn 1. So here we see it again. Watch for the Bentley, the second car in line on the right. There it is, pops into the middle. Then Guy Smith decides he wants to try and squeeze, and he just nudges the Lamborghini, which gets into a tank stapper, slips all the way through the field. Everybody on the left-hand side of the track suddenly has got nowhere to go. It's a closing gap, and those on the right-hand side who thought they were clear, some of them stood in their brakes, and those behind had nowhere to go.
This is the Nissan view. Lucas Ordonez accelerates away, and any moment he's going to find all sorts. And the red flag is being shown. The race is being stopped.
Oh dear, and just bang straight into the back of the Audi and the Lamborghini. So that's a load of damage to the 23 Nissan in its race, along with what, 8, 9 other cars. So it will be a red flag, and that's the Lamborghini coming back. Then it goes back again to the left-hand side. Some of the cars just squeaked through. Fisichella or the 55 Ferrari managed to get through without any Gio in the car, without any damage other than probably a load of grass in the radiator. Look at Ollie Jarvis. Oh no, his car. Now that's the right thing to do. You let the marshals, the corner workers, work without any danger or any distraction from the field trying to squeeze through a very, very narrow gap.
So the first sprint race of the year had a red flag at Misano. The first endurance race has a red flag. That's Daniele Perfetti walking away, I think. Or it's certainly one of the drivers from the Acura ASP car. Daniele Perfetti, Alex Fontana, Ludovic Badet's entry.
So I'll tell you, I'd like to be a fly on the wall in the race director's office when team manager of car 7 comes in. That's going to be an interesting conversation, one would imagine.
Absolutely right.
Unfortunately. But I did actually point out that the pack was extremely tightly packed as they came through the Parabolica. That, for me, raised alarm bells, because if there is something going to go wrong, there's nowhere to go.
No, exactly. James Collado looking on as more frustrated drivers trudge back up the pit lane.
This event actually was not dissimilar to one in supercars in Australia, where they had a similar mass collision of cars just on a very narrow part of the track. Look again, waiting to see. On the left, you picture the yellow Ferrari in pole position, the Lamborghini in the right. Guy Smith gets a blinder, tries to split the front row grid, and then he moves over clearly to the left and continues to move by forcing the Lamborghini onto the grass. It then rotates, and then it goes back again, which is often what the case. The Mercedes gets through, and then it's all hell breaks loose at the back of the field. 10th, 12th row back, just mayhem.
And this Lucas Ordóñez's view, just to confirm it is 23 Nissan that's been involved. And as they accelerate away, everybody, of course, trying to get position anyway, and then suddenly you've got to start jinking around the road, some slow, others have to swerve to avoid the slowing cars. Ordóñez goes one way and finds that everything is about to go horribly wrong for him because there's just nowhere to go.
There's nowhere. Well, everybody is looking for the gap, and the reason the gap opens up is because there's something ahead of it. So we saw the appalling accident at Donington Park last weekend where a driver was unsighted, ran directly into the back of another car. That's very much the case of what we're seeing here. You can see it from the Ferrari, the 55 Ferrari. He is now finding himself just about getting through because the Lamborghini was coming back, aiming directly at the 55 Ferrari, but it manages to squeak through, say maybe a load of grass in the air intakes and the radiator oil coolers. But there we have the field under red flag, stationary, and it's going to take some little time because we don't even know if there's damage to barriers. That's the other aspect of the race that has got to be considered. And if some of those barriers are sufficiently damaged, they may well have to be repaired. There's number 5 Audi as well, it's been involved. So that's another race. That's the Fassler, Will Stevens, Dries van Thor car, which is disappointing to see. So everybody now calm, cooling down a little bit, wondering. Those at the front who didn't see what happened probably were totally unaware, and they're probably still unaware until they came back onto the grid. Again, using the benefit of knowledge and history, in 1978, the start of the Italian Grand Prix had a very similar and very tragic start to the Grand Prix when, again, trying to squeeze cars from the wider part of the track, although that white line demarcates. There's that number 5 Audi. It's going to be driven back. I wonder, going to get back to the pits. Can that car go into the pit lane, or has it got to stay on the racetrack? Because we are under a red flag. So lots of conversations between teams and drivers and what happened to those that were ahead of the incident, those behind recalling how they managed to squeak through. Obviously you have to check your car thoroughly, principally the air intakes for oil and water radiators, the brake intakes to stop any grass getting in there. Then check bodywork for damage, check your tyres to make sure they haven't been cut by a bit of errant carbon fibre shards. A lot of work for the teams to do, but they have to do it on the circuit. But they're not permitted to do anything to change the car under red flag situations.
Now the clock has stopped, and unlike, if you remember, a few years ago at the Spa 24 Hours where we had a red flag, that was part of the 24 hours. We will restart still with 2 hours and 50 minutes to go. So if these were safety car laps, the clock would carry on ticking, but a red flag, the clock stops. So the 2 hours and 50 minutes that we have still to run will still be run, although the stewards can affect that if they choose to, but under the regulations the plan would be to carry on for the remaining 2 hours and 50 minutes.
So wheels and tyres being brought out by some of the teams, and probably wisely too.
Now while we have the cars stationary on the grid, let's hear Guy Smith's take on all of that. Our reporter Dakota Jane has managed to find Guy on the grid. Guy, can you please explain what happened to me in your point of view?
Yeah, I got between the Grasser and the Ferrari. The Ferrari came over a little bit and I touched with the Grasser car. I thought I was going to spin, and luckily it came back straight again. And yeah, then that was it from my side.
Well, you seem to make it out okay, and you're in a good position now, so let's see what you can do. Good luck.
Except that the team manager of Car 7 has been summoned to race control, so it could be that a penalty is to be applied. We will wait and see. The point Guy made there about the yellow Ferrari moving over a little bit, we need another replay, maybe next time have a look at that, but let's just see, that's Guy's take on it. Let's have a look, if we can, at the replay of the start and see. So keep an eye on the yellow Ferrari. Guy Smith, as we said at the time, does make a great start. He goes for a gap, because now the lights go out. He accelerates away. Does the Ferrari move across a little bit? Let's have a look. Guy's going for a little
bit, but that's because the track narrows down. Yeah. He's got to do that. It's not because he was trying to block the Bentley. It's because he has to do it because the track goes from relatively wide to relatively, well, 2 lanes. So he was coming over just following what he was entitled to do. And Guy was sort of the piggy in the middle of all that. and the Lamborghini was on the outside. The Lamborghini had nowhere to go other than the grass, which eventually it ended up on, which then spun up the left rear wheel, which then helped turn the car around in the mid-pack, and then it then rolled back when he managed to probably pull, if there's a clutch lever or a clutch pedal, I'm not sure what's in these cars these days, and the car rolled back, and that was then everybody going down the left side thought, oh, I got away with it. Suddenly found there was nowhere to go.
That's all the supporters of Alex Demirjian, the Lebanese driver, whose car did join in. It was missing off the grid, but it did join in on that formation lap from the pit lane. And we will get ready for the resumption of the race as soon as the track is clear. Everybody is in good order, and delve back into my regulations, and we'll have a look at how the resumption will be. There'll be a 5-minute board, at which point all the cars have to have the wheels fitted, and then the safety car will lead them around, and it will be just like a normal safety car start.
Yeah, but it'll be single line start, of course.
Indeed, yes, not like a race
start.
start, safety car start. So let's go back down to the grid and hear Passin Lathoris' view. He was the driver, allegedly, that moved across a little on Guy Smith. Let's hear from him with Dakota.
Let's talk about your start. What went on?
Honestly, it was a rookie mistake. I overshot the brakes and I missed the first chicane. But as I was rejoining, I was just looking in the back, so try not to get any penalties. Let the car, let my teammate pass, just to, and then just try to get my head on again for the next corner. Yeah.
Once we restart from this, do you think you can recover again?
I do my best, yes. I think that we have the pace, the car has the pace. And yeah, I'll try my best. Let's see.
Let's see, we got good luck.
Thank you.
Well, all that happened after the key element, didn't it? Because that was at the first corner, but he'd already had that little moment. Maybe he didn't realise the Bentley was quite that close. But
well, the Bentley, in fact, wasn't that close, in my opinion. But you can't squeeze through when the racetrack determines your trajectory, which is what Lathoris was doing. He was just following the racetrack, and the Lamborghini was literally side by side. The Bentley did have a good start, it did try to get through, but when there's a closing gap and you're not fully alongside either of the two cars, and Guy said he thought the Ferrari moved over, well, it moved over Guy quite simply. You can see the line of the racetrack, so what was he supposed to do?
So the team's looking at any damage, and a bit of tape being needed on 7 where it brushed against the GRT Lambo.
There is the Audi being pushed back into the pit lane. So whether they will be able to get that car repaired in the time, it'll have to start from the pit lane. But they will do everything possible, I'm sure, to get back in the race.
So the clock, as I say, is stopped, and the race still with 2 hours 50 minutes to go when it gets back underway. And there at the front, having taken over the race lead, is 72, which is the Miguel Molina driven Ferrari, the SMP racing car. And that's the site looking down towards the first chicane, where the work continues to try and tidy up the circuit. And all the way down to the back of the grid.
And they got the church bells ring out. Yeah. It's just after
3 minutes past 3.
Yeah, just after 3 o'clock.
Quite a few of those cars, even though they've got to the grid, may well be a little bit dog-eared now.
What a lovely view of Monza, the Royal Park at Monza.
So one of the drivers that was trying to make ground from the 8th row, Maxi Book, he's with Dakota.
Maxi, now let's find out your point of view. How did you avoid that interview?
That interview?
No, not interview. I meant accident.
I don't know. I saw some cars spinning around. I saw a Lambo around. And then he came back to my side. I just wanted to avoid him, and I know that the signs are not hard, so I took the Blancpain sign away. And yeah, unfortunately, that happened at the start, but gave us some positions, and I hope everybody's fine. But now for sure it's a bit takes you the rhythm to have a red flag, but at the end, if everybody's okay, that's fine.
You're lucky to have a narrow escape from that. Thank you very much.
So the cars escaped, and Maxi with the other drivers getting some fresh air. It's an ex-Bentley driver, but he's found a Bentley Brolly with Vincent Abril to get shelter under.
Yes. So they're sitting there quietly dancing a brill in the number 8 Bentley, which actually is the replacement car for the Bentley that was pretty much written off in Misano. It's not a brand new chassis. It's a chassis that has been used previously, so they recycled it as quickly as they could to get it built up into a race car. And the hope is that they can run that car for the remaining part of the year. But you know, we're only at the start of 5 endurance rounds. We've still got another 4 sprint to go, so a long way. And of course, Spa 24 is in itself more than an entire season's motor racing.
So this is a walk down the grid to see who has survived. 10 minutes before we get underway, behind the safety car. So it will be at 3:15 that the race resumes, local time. And there, 27. Pasinator, as you can see, after his moment at the first chicane, has fallen back. There's Ahmed Al-Hafi's Aston Martin. 88 Mercedes, good to go. The car in the hands of Felix Morales. He'd made progress on the first few laps. There's 75, which is the Frank Stippler car. 44 Johnny Kane, and number 4 Yelmer Berman still in the order. Number 8 Bentley, up on its jacks. And 84 Maxi Book's car, with the silver foil over the top to try and get some of the heat reflected away. 53 next in the queue, Nick Homerson. Then the Renault Porsche, because we've got just the one in the entry, but it's great to have it on the grid. Marco Ciocci next, 85 Dominic Baumann with the bonnet up. And 17 is next in the queue, which is the Marcus Winkelhock Audi. Number 90 Mercedes comes next, Michael Meadows. Then you've got number 12, the Ombra Racing Lambo of Stefano Gattuso. The surviving Emile Frey Jaguar, the undamaged one, that's Stefano Ortelli's car. And then you've got the next to the Black Falcon Mercedes of Miguel Toril, the Oliver Morley car. Next comes 32, which is Luca Ludwig. 488 is the Rinaldi Racing Kia Eret car ahead of the Man Filter entry of Kenneth Heyer. 86, I can't remember ever having this many Mercedes in Blancpain. Mike Skeen's car. Then you've got the WRT Audi Nicky Mar Melnhof. Behind that is 67 Lamborghini, Giorgio Maggi. Behind that is the Raton Racing Lamborghini of Andrea Amici, former Super Trofeo Europe champion. There's 42 Craig Fleming. And that car's thankfully got through without any more damage for the weekend. 961 that joined in late has gained ground because there is Alex Demergian ahead of treble 7, which is Bernard Delhay. 87 then drops right back, Jules Gounon. And is that treble 3 Alexander Matschel, who I think pitted and rejoined? He's at the back of the queue. Yes, that's the order.
How many cars do we think were involved in this incident? Certainly it looks like it could be up to 10.
Go along with that, I'd started a list which was about 5 retirements. There's another car with damage. The black tape has got to last for 3 hours on number 90, yeah. The car of Michael Meadows. There is the British driver. Hello, Michael. He is a double Carrera Cup GB champion, son of Formula 1 team manager Ron Meadows, that came into GT racing in a Ferrari.
So actually the grille of the car was damaged, so they've got the old gaffer tape out to try and secure the body as well as possible. The most important thing in the front of the car is not so much the grille. It doesn't do a huge amount, other than it's great advertising for the brand, but the splitter, it needs to be very securely attached. If it starts to chatter, it can set up horrendous vibrations which make the car virtually impossible to drive. So Michael Meadows will know very quickly when he gets underway, once this race resumes. We're talking about approximately 10 minutes, maybe 9 minutes now. And the team, again, you can see working furiously to get more bits of or whatever they've got behind, just to keep the panels with some degree of security. There's something being attached to the back. Now that'll all be taped up. Well, there's somebody who's got the right idea about a Sunday afternoon at 3:10. He's probably, that looks like Olivier Beretta.
No, it's Alex Demergian, the
Lebanese
driver.
It looks like Olivier Beretta. Well,
we're talking about you, Alex.
Yeah. Yeah, just watch out. There might be something in the grass there you wouldn't want to be close to.
They're all his Lebanese fans. Lebanon is calling, well, the team was calling, which is why I had to wake up and go and get back on board the car. Right, we're about 6 minutes, I reckon, away from the restart.
He was probably in the land of Nod there.
Yeah. Now, Passin Lathoris had told Dakota about his dramas down at the first chicane. I tell you, there's a whole queue of cars joining up in the pit lane. So he escaped the dramas behind, then he got to the first chicane, locked up, skated up the escape road. That's how he lost the lead to Miguel Molina, who'd also managed to get past Guy Smith. I bet Molina's take on the start would be quite interesting to hear. He and Guy Smith almost leant on each other there as well, look. Because you normally expect the problem to come here, don't you? Not
yes,
up
absolutely.
The pit straight.
I mean, well, there's always that pinch point. There's always been an issue with a pinch point. My comment about how tightly packed the field was when it came through Parabolica. If something's going to go wrong, it's going to involve a lot of cars, which is what regrettably we did see. Maybe in the future we should find some mechanism to try and have maybe more than just the gap that we saw. But then you're going to have cars coming out of the Ascari chicane when the lead cars are going across start-finish line. So it's an issue which ultimately it comes down to the drivers in these cars to ensure that they give each other sufficient room to work. You know, you're not going to win the race before you even get to turn one. Normally we say you can't win a race in turn one. You can certainly lose it. Well, they never even got to turn one to lose it.
But in the case of Guy Smith, we're not talking about an AM, are we? Former Le Mans winner, very experienced sports car racer. That's the Rob Bell McLaren that was involved in the incident. So we're going to have, we've seen the survivors on the grid. Looking down to the pit lane, there are at least 2 more that will join in. Rob Bell is the second of those in the queue. There's a Ferrari, which might be the Michael Broniszewski car in there as well. But are we clear? Just about.
Well, they've done a good job.
Well, they have, haven't they?
Yeah, to get these cars cleared up. There's still this Ferrari down at the entry on the left-hand side into the first chicane. And that could be pulled back behind the barrier, and it would not be a problem. Whether they want to, with the benefit of having all these pickup trucks that just lift it up and take it away and get it into the pits back to its team, might be their preferred option. But there is the field, and we've now got, I mean, amazingly, if you think back 20 minutes of what the racetrack looked like, other than down at turn one, everything is clear again.
3 minutes to go to the restart. 3 minutes to go. And yeah, the officials, the marshals, the corner workers have done a great job of clearing up the circuit and getting the cars out of harm's way. And the race then due to continue. And when the cars move away, we are back into the race. It will be again from behind the safety car.
I'm assuming it'll only be 1 lap behind the safety car. One would assume it would
assume so.
Yeah. Would assume. Unlike at the start where we now have introduced a 2-lap safety car procedure.
I mean, whether the race director feels it's worth giving them a second one, we'll wait and see, but it's not a regulation.
Part of the reason for giving them 2 laps is because the cars have been sitting here on the grid for the best part of half an hour.
Yep.
Tires are cold.
Yeah,
Pressures
I agree.
are low.
I agree.
Might just be the smart thing to do. Look again, Guy Smith pops up in the middle. The Thoros has got to begin to come across to the left. Guy Smith responds, sorry Guy, there's a Lamborghini there, which then goes 90 degrees across the racetrack, then returns back to the direction it originally came from, and then it's just an airplane accident.
Would he have known how close the Lamborghini was? Would he have had the peripheral vision to be able to see across, or will you tell me that's part and parcel of being a professional racing driver and you need to know where cars are around you?
I would think his focus at that point was literally getting into turn one. His peripheral vision may have picked up there was a car on his left-hand side, but he probably wasn't. He probably feels he didn't do anything wrong.
He was ahead.
Well,
just.
Yeah. It's very difficult to make these. There will be other camera angles which the race director will be able to look at and assess where the liability for this incident lies. Is it with 1 driver, or is it with 2, or was it more, maybe 3?
Well, that's Marco Ciocci getting away with it, more or less unscathed. As soon as the Lamborghini started to spin, you just knew it was going to be a big moment because of the number of cars bearing down on him.
Yeah, the thing that when a car spins and goes into the centre of the track, as was the case with the Lamborghini, then whatever the forces are, the car sometimes then begins to roll back from the direction. And that's where, when you are in that situation, you have to think, is the car going to stay where it is, or is it going to roll back? And you have to have almost instantaneous contingencies within your own mind, except that the space that you might think you want to go to, already somebody's occupying it.
So the cars are about to be restarted. We've got about 20 seconds before the safety car pulls away. There's the line on the track, and then there is a smaller queue in the pit lane, but down at the first chicane we are clear. And what have we lost? 20 minutes or so?
No, we lost more. The race started 2:45.
So about half an hour.
Yeah.
But they've done 5 minutes or so, haven't they, with the extra formation lap? So it's been an inevitable delay.
Matt Berry, what a debut.
Absolutely.
I mean, brilliant job to get the car up onto the third row of the grid. And all of a sudden, wake up, Matt, this is motor racing. You thought single-seater racing was hairy and scary? Well, you've just seen what can go wrong with these cars weigh, 1,200 kilograms, and very powerful, quick cars in a straight line. Different experience altogether. Anyway, his time will come, and hopefully he'll get into the 22 car and continue the good work he did in qualifying.
In the background of that shot was Lucas Ordonez suggesting that his car is therefore well and truly out for the day. So like disappointing start for the 23 car.
Yeah, it looked like it got a fairly major whack into the back of one of the Audis. I couldn't tell the other car. So I suspect that there's sufficient damage to the front of the car, radiators and all the other detritus that is congested behind the front of a car.
So, 2 hours and 49 minutes back underway. They'll go racing proper at the end of this lap. We've still got 1 or 2 cars making their way off the grid. And of course, until they've all gone, those in the pit lane, Alex de Michael Broniszewski's Ferrari and Rob Bell's McLaren can't leave. But I think I'm right in saying that the last one, Alexander Matschul, has just left. And so now, leaving the pit lane, opposite me, is number 11, Michael Broniszewski, and also there the McLaren. Oh, and there was a third. It was 77, the Adrian Amstutz Barwell car that gets in at the back.
I've just realised where all those Lebanese fans are. I assume every Lebanese resident in Milan has come to Monza to support the team. They're on the top tier of the tribunes on the pit side of the racetrack. They're having a fantastic day in the sun.
Absolutely, that's dead set opposite where John and I are. Earlier on in the day, we had the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, which included the redoubtable Dilanth Malagamua, the Sri Lankan, who had his own army of fans underneath where we are, waving the flags and cheering him to the echo. More cars being retrieved still, but the race is officially back underway.
Yeah, that was the Ferrari down at turn 1, so they're taking the opportunity. Now the field is back underway under race conditions. That car will be driven across the circuit, and there'll be an access behind the barrier that will enable that car then to be returned in some condition, but I can't imagine what, back to its team in the pit lane.
And so the cars work their way now up through the Variante Ascari. With the Bentley. Guy Smith, we still have this message about the team managers going to see the race control team. More than that, can't tell you. But I suspect a conversation will ensue.
It'll be a tough one for the team manager of the Bentley team, M Sport.
Who do they send? Is it John Wickham for that?
I'm not sure who it would be, whether Matthew Wilson would do that or whether it would be somebody delegated in the team. I'm not sure who that chosen person is. But team principals, team managers are extremely going to have a second lap, I think.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
It does
for
to
the
me.
reasons you mentioned a little while ago, yeah.
So whoever will be representing the team will be well versed in every aspect of the rules and regulations and will argue their corner as forcefully as it's possible, bearing in mind the evidence that is available to the race director. What a decimated field. Suddenly you really do miss those 8 or 10 cars.
Yeah.
Hey, Giancarlo. First time I've seen you smile all day.
So, as far as he's concerned, race is back underway.
Happy days.
Yeah.
Car got through cleanly.
Yeah.
Made up a few places. Didn't have to do much to do it, but they are a car that we thought many of our team was pinning their hopes on, maybe as a pole sitting car. Great driver lineup. Fisichella, James Collado, Ciocci. Way down the grid in terms of starting position should have been, I don't know why it didn't make its presence more felt.
The answer to an earlier question from a learned friend, how many have we lost? Well, we started 50 and I've got 37 still circulating.
Oh.
That's quite decimated, isn't it?
Oh.
That's a lot to lose.
It's not quite a third of the field. It's a lot of cars. And of course, masses of funding, because bodywork, suspension, maybe in some cases even a chassis. Because, you hit a car at the wrong angle, it can do an enormous amount of work, and actually it becomes a cheaper solution to replace the chassis or the tub than it does to try and repair it. And also it's a quicker fix, assuming that there's a spare tub or chassis available.
True.
Which in the case of Bentley, they didn't have, I understand, didn't have one available to replace the number 8 car from Misano, but they had this chassis which had been used for test and for other purposes. So that was then built up into the number 8 car. So everybody has to work within whatever their contingency budgets are, but nobody's got a seamless or bottomless pit of money.
Safety car in at the end of this lap. Can I just throw another thought at you for a quick answer? You don't have to be the start driver based on the qualifying time. So in the case of number 19 on the outside of the front row, Norbert Siedler did the time, and then you put Ezequiel Perez Companc in, who is quick but not as experienced as Norbert Siedler. So you've got people perhaps starting out of position. You've got a quick am against lots of pros. Is it worth a thought of making the qualifying driver be the start driver? What do you think?
I mean, I think because of the level of performance and competition at the front of the pro category, I personally would have always put one of my 2 pros in to start. Not to say that they wouldn't have made a mistake or done anything any differently, but you're going with what, as the race is going to get underway very shortly, you're going with what is a known factor more than that is maybe of the gentleman or the semi-professional driver.
Okay, discuss. So we're back in business then. We go racing, we get a green flag, and the race leader is Miguel Molina, with in second place on the road Guy Smith, who is on his toes again because the big Bentley comes up to the inside and then back to the outside as they break for the first chicane. Molina then fends him off. In third place is Bortolotti, fourth is Fabian Crestani, and there in 22 Nissan, Struan Moore, keeping at bay number 88. He just got past Felix Serrales. You're on board in 84 there with Maxi Brook, who was 13th at the restart as they blast their way now up through the Curva Grande.
So everybody cleanly, we think, through turns 1 and 2, through the Curva Grande. Bentley was looking very, very feisty indeed, trying to take the position away from the Ferrari, but didn't do it, and I think thought wisely of it. So falls back into line into second place. Mirko Bortolotti, I think that's the car of the lead 3 I want to keep my focus on, and in fact he's just recorded fastest sector time of all in this opening lap, or the second start to this afternoon's 3-hour event at Monza. So Mirko Bortolotti will be wanting to make progress very quickly indeed. He'll certainly want to put the Bentley, which looks to have good straight line speed here at Monza.
And also in the mix is number 50 Passin Lathoris still. He's running in 5th place as the cars then now work their way down towards the Variante Ascari for the first time. So after all of that hiatus, we're looking at 65 minutes before you get to the first round of pit stops, and with so many safety car laps, forget fuel as a worry in the first stint. Might be if it's a clean second or third stint, but for now don't worry about it as the cars come down to the Parabolica. Molina leading Smith, third is Bortolotti, a little bit of a gap back, and there's Struan Moore, pulls out to have a cheeky look at Ahmad Al-Hafi. Struan has really taken to the Nissan.
Absolutely, I mean both the youngsters into the Nissan number 22 looking very strong indeed, and with the Nissan we know that's got really, really good engine performance, straight line speed. He might be looking to find a way past the Aston Martin as he again sort of as one of the Mercedes pops out. But look, Mirko Bortolotti under the rear wing, looks to go down the inside. Can he force the issue?
Oh.
Well, he was in 2 minds, but maybe mindful of what occurred in the opening lap with Guy Smith now again right under the rear wing of the Bentley, going to go the long way around, but Smith comes across, which he's allowed to do to block the Lamborghini. The Bentley is able to eke away on one of the quicker parts of the racetrack, the exit of Curva Grande, but when he looked down the inside, he's thinking about it and again realises that Guy Smith is in the racing line. He can go that little bit deeper under brakes before the Lamborghini can do so.
A 15-second stop-go penalty for Guy Smith for causing a collision. 15-second stop-go penalty for number 7 Bentley for causing a collision. It's on the timing screen. Stephen Kane and Ollie Jarvis see the news. They get the message.
What a result. That's what I would say. What a result. There'll be a lot of other people who are thinking, well, and I'll leave it there.
So it's 15 seconds stationary, plus drive in, plus drive out. It's going to compromise the race hugely, but they're still in it. And a late race safety car could bring them back into the mix. So Guy Smith is deemed to have a case to answer, and he's pressing on in pursuit of Miguel Molina. But they might as well get that taken sooner rather than later, mightn't they?
Yeah, and I would come in immediately, take your penalty, get back out again, get your head straightened out, forget about all the feelings, oh, well, it wasn't my fault and all that stuff. You know, take your watch again. Oh, Porsche all over the Bentley, trying to come around the outside. And the number 8 Bentley holding on. But look at the Porsche, runs all the way around the outside of the corner. Almost 60-year-old design. Great stuff.
Somebody mentioned track limits.
Oh, that's lifted me up.
Absolutely.
A shed load today.
Go on, Robert. Robert Renard in the Porsche. Storms past Vincent Bril, who slots in behind him and will try to fight back on the way down towards the chicane. But Robert Renard, winner of the Dubai 24 Hours this year, has the place as they work their way now down towards the first chicane. More heroics going on lower down. The surviving Jaguar, Stefano Telly there, was 20th over the timing line. And he's just got himself up past Stefano Gattuso in the Ombra Lamborghini. So 19th changes. And that is treble 7 Bernard Delhez. That's the Parabolica, isn't it?
Looks like it, yeah. Again, straight engine stall, trying to get fired up. So what's happened coming into Parabolica? It's not a corner. Normally it's a particularly troublesome corner in my mind. But of course, traffic side by side, maybe catching the grass under brakes, which we know will just rotate a car before you can even say it. So the Lamborghini's actually dropped back from the Bentley, knowing that it's got to make, the team will have told them the Bentley's going to have to make a stop-go penalty, drop back, consolidate your tyres, make sure your temperatures are back in the operating zone. No need to push right now because the Bentley will be coming in. We thought it should have come in at the end of that lap, but maybe the Bentley team have got another thought as to when they think it would be best to do so.
I think you've got 3 passings of the timing line, haven't you, before you've started to incur further wrath by not serving it. So the news came up, the team will have communicated it, I suspect, during this lap to Guy Smith, and anticipate that he will peel in at the end of it. But there's nothing they can do to argue the case. The team manager has been up to race control, and the penalty has been applied. So it's got to be served. Out of the Parabolica comes Guy Smith. Does he bear right and come into the pit lane?
He's coming in. No, he's not.
No, he's not.
I'm surprised. Maybe is there a problem with radio communication? That's the next question you've got to ask. Or are they going to wait out for as long as they can, try and get as much gap, not between the second and third cars, but between third and fourth. The danger will be, obviously, when they serve their penalty, they're going to be coming out pretty much at the very tail of the field, if not at the very end of the field. And that's going to be a difficulty for the 7 Bentley for the remaining part of the afternoon.
There's confirmation on the pictures. It's down towards the first chicane, goes 53 Ferrari, which has got Nick Homerson at the wheel of it. And right up behind here, Michael Meadows in the red Mercedes there, going pretty strongly.
And Guy Smith, he's got his head down. He's a racer. He's racing here this afternoon in spite of that 15-second penalty hovering over his head. And he's just set the fastest race lap, 1:49.5. With all that fuel on board,
yeah,
not a bad effort.
And he's hustling on. If he has got the message, perhaps he is trying to prove a point before he gets mired in the traffic. But the team knows about it. You saw the reaction of Stephen Kane and Ollie Jarvis as they were watching on from the pit bunker. In third place, Mirko Bortolotti then just dropping away ever so slightly. But Miguel Molina, news with the SMP Racing Ferrari, works his way now up through the Variante Ascari. Great shot this, the external view of the cars, and you're riding on board with Guy Smith as they come now down to the Parabolica.
Again, this is where the Bentley really seems to have great strength. The Lamborghini was quicker through the chicane in earlier laps, but couldn't match the straight line performance. And the Bentley again closes back up to the tail of the Ferrari. Is he going to make it into the pits this time?
The other Bentley is being investigated, the Abril car for an incident in the book, and Guy Smith stays out again. Right, we're going to my regulations for a lap.
Right, you do that, and I'm going to talk away. So Guy Smith's lasering in on the back of the Ferrari. He knows he's got the straight line performance. That's what really matters here at Monza. So he can't quite get close enough to challenge into turn 1. And Mirko Bortolotti, knowing that the Bentley has got a penalty which it will have to serve, doesn't need to do anything too much. He doesn't need to put any unnecessary loads into the tyres, into the brakes. He can, as they say, cool, to ensure that once the Bentley then does peel off, he'll be in a position to have a major go at the lead Ferrari, the 72 Ferrari. Miguel Molina behind the wheel. And again, Guy Smith right up behind the Ferrari coming into Lesmo 1. Now the more pleasurable of the two Lesmos, the Lesmo 2, which is the one we're approaching now, was reprofiled many years ago. It used to be a mega corner. Didn't take any prisoners, but a great corner. And now make your way down the hill between the trees. It gets very dark under the bridge, which actually is not a bridge, it's part of the banked circuit. here at Monza. It's the return leg of the bank circuit and into the Ascari chicane. Got to go in slow, pick up speed all the way through. It's here that you really got to get the car straightened up, because on that exit that'll dictate your straight line speed. Ferrari was quicker this time through the Ascari, but the Bentley now, the second half of the straight, beginning to close down momentarily. Mirko Bortolotti is wondering what's going on. Maybe is the Bentley going to make a pit stop? I'm coming back and I'm going to have a little pop at the Bentley, maybe.
From the time the stewards of the meeting's decision is notified on the timing monitors, the relevant car may cross the line on the track no more than twice before entering the pit lane.
I can't count more than one. After one, I'm whatever. I mean, we'll wait to see what comes from the race director.
Well, that message line has gone off the timing screen, but I've not seen the car go down the pit lane to serve the penalty. Anyway, on track, Miguel Molina leads the way by half a second from Guy Smith. Mirko Bortolotti in third place, and then Fabrizio Crestani fourth, Pasinathouris fifth. And Ahmad Al-Harfi, the Omani driver, is sixth in the Aston Martin, forgive me. That's an excellent job as you ride on board now with Marco Ciocci, looking for a way up past Vincent Abril. This is for 14th and 15th places. The Bentley just ahead, the Ferrari glued to the back of him now.
So they're making their way down into the second chicane as we go back to this leading trio. They've pulled out a 5-second advantage over fourth place Ferrari. So that is a little breakaway. There's the Nissan, which has done a great job in qualifying. Number 22 in 7th place. Bertolotti seemingly again just made a little rush back up to the back of the Bentley, then just again dropping back momentarily now. What can Guy Smith do in the chicane? The Ferrari seemed to be a bit better on the exit than the Bentley the previous lap. Certainly that was the onboard view. This time I think Guy Smith's a little bit closer, but is he sufficiently close to pick up the draft as they make their way down this back straight, the return straight at this Monza circuit, which to combine a bank circuit and a road circuit. Closes up under brakes into Parabolica, gets the nose in, balances the car on the throttle and the steering, a little bit of flick oversteer. The Ferrari likewise just fidgeting under the power of the 475 or so horsepower that the Ferrari generates with its BOP.
The team manager of number 7 to the stewards immediately. Guy Smith has not been in. This car could be facing exclusion at this rate.
Well, I did say a minute or two ago, is there radio communication? Now, it may be there's not. Maybe there's an issue that the team are still unhappy with. I mean, there are visual prompts. There's a pit lane, pit board, and if there was something they wanted to put out on it to their driver, they can make it pretty clear, because the driver will pick that up. He knows where his pit board is. He knows to look across to it. You know, I would never always rely on a radio for information from the pit lane.
So, the car is still out there, and we've talked about the fact that you've got 2 trips over the timing line before it becomes a big issue. It's now a big issue. So the stewards want a word.
It's gone too right wing, the big issue.
It's become homeless and gardeners. So 7 Bentley goes through. The gap 4/10s, but this could all be academic now, depending on what the stewards choose. Greg Masters is the head of the panel of stewards, experienced British official and former racer himself in club racing or one-mate racing back in the UK. So you can look at it from a judicial and a driver's point of view. But it's not looking great, is it, this for the Bentley team now? Now, let's hear Ollie Jarvis's point of view on all of this. Why is the car not stopped? We want to know. Dakota in the pits might get the answer for us.
Oliver, now Guy has been given a penalty, but he hasn't served it.
Yeah, basically we're currently up at the stewards because we feel the penalty is completely unfair. Yes, you can see from the front angle, it looks like Guy moves across on the green Lamborghini, but actually he gets hit from behind, which causes him to move across in the first place. So we're up there discussing at the moment. We'd like to see other angles of it, certainly from in-car footage from cars behind. But, obviously we're arguing the penalty and we hope we don't have to serve it, but we're waiting to find out more.
Thank you.
Interesting that there's now that line about being hit from behind, because Guy didn't mention that.
Funny that. Unless I'm, can't count beyond one and my hearing's failing. No, I didn't notice it, and I don't think there's any damage on the rear of the Bentley that we have noticed. Not to say there's not. I mean, Ollie Jarvis did a brilliant job. I know where he will be when he retires. He could be senior management within Bentley with that corporate line. I mean, it was a real beauty. And he said it with a straight face.
It might make him Member of Parliament for Crewe at this rate. Great politician. Anyway, while they argue, let's look at the battle for the lead, because now Mirko Bortolotti in third place has done the fastest lap, and perhaps the message to him has been, we can't now guarantee what's going on for the Bentleys, so get on with it, see if you can overtake on the track rather than waiting for him to peel off. And Bortolotti goes wide there, coming out of the second Lesmo, and kicks up the dirt. So as they make the run now down to the Variante Ascari. Fascinating to see the way these three have just checked out from everybody else, isn't it? Because from this huge line of cars, there's nobody else behind them. Fabrizio Crestani fourth, there he is, look at the gap, and he in turn is getting away from Lathouris.
Yeah, well, the reason is that the lead three cars are all lapping in the mid 149 second. Everybody else, the Ferrari in fourth place, mid 150, and then most others, with the exception of the 22 Nissan Stuart Mohan, he's doing a 1 minute 50 as well. But the rest are doing essentially 51s, in some cases 52s. So the lead cars have got clear air, and they're just literally using the advantage of that and pulling away. Everybody else behind the Nissan are in a battle, amongst which is the Aston Martin, which is leading the Pro-Am. There's the Porsche, which is in second place in the Pro-Am, rounding out the top 10.
And 55, Marco Ciocci down in 14th place and coming under attack. He's got himself up past Maxi Buch, and Buch is going to fight back. Oh, so close. They're almost leaning on each other as they come across the line. Maxi Buch, with all of that grunt from the Mercedes, just got his nose in front, but Ciocci with his foot nailed to the boards comes back at him on the outside line. They're in all of that traffic as you see Renault get up the inside, but there the Mercedes go past the Ferrari. Maxi Buch retakes the place.
Never really going to be in doubt. He was on the inside, a lot more experienced, very focused and determined, and knows what he's got. I mean, the Mercedes, the GT3 AMG Mercedes is a great race car. It's an exceptionally easy car in a sense for the driver. It works with you. You're not having to fight it. So his confidence levels very high indeed, and he was able to take that position away. But the Ferrari may be in a single lap the quicker of the two cars.
So let's see how this next fight pans out as they work their way through the two Lesmo right-handers. The leading three getting away, but this great long line of cars all bottled up where, well, it was for fifth, but Struan Moore has got past passing Lathouris now, so Struan Moore in the Nissan is up into fifth spot, going absolutely fantastically. Struan was kind of ignored a bit last year at McLaren because he was in the second car, didn't really get the chance to shine, but he's really shining today, the Jersey-born ex-Ginetta Junior and BRDC F4 racer.
For me, it's great to see these youngsters coming into Blancpain GT Sprint and Endurance, and really, they've got just raw speed. They're going to develop that talent in a GT car, but having the raw speed is the core ingredient. You can then smooth out some of the rougher edges with experience and time.
Now the race leaders have gone by. This is Ciocci's view, hustling on through the parabolica towards the timing line once again. Through they will come.
He's not going to come back at Maxi Buch. No. That's a solid place for Buch. He's in 13th place. He's now looking ahead to 44. He wants to make further progress, so that's going to be the Stracker Racing McLaren, Sam Tordorf.
Frank Stippler in 75 goes through. That car's creeping up into contention. It's in 8th place. This is Maxi Buch's view as he hustles on in 84. He's got, 44 ahead of him. Johnny Kane starting in the McLaren. And then after that, Jelmer Berman. There is 44, the Stracker Racing McLaren. How is Rob Bell getting on in the car that had to join in at the back from pit lane start? 28th now, Rob Bell has got up to. Out of what are 37 survivors of the dramas earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it's a total frustration for the 58 car for Rob Bell. Getting past many of the AMs and Pro-Ams, he will do in relative ease, but once he gets further up to the back of the, let's say, the top 20, then it's going to get increasingly more difficult, as the level of performance and experience will also be there.
Back on board with Maxi Buch, Franck Pereira, Jimmy Eriksson, the other two drivers of this car. Ahmad Al-Hafi, by the way, is into the top 6 now. There he is in the Aston Martin, up past passing Lathouris. So the pole-sitting car is dropping down the field, but Ahmad Al-Hafi, if you can do this kind of job in the first stint, and then Johnny Adam gets on board, the Tom Ferry around Aston is going to be strong.
Do you think Johnny Adam's going to get in for the second stint, or do you think?
Yes, because I think that's how they're going to work it, and then put Ahmad in at the end.
Okay, because you can, the bronze driver can do 2 stints.
Yeah.
And then you put your professional driver into the end.
Right,
so
car 7, John, sorry to interrupt you, must perform its penalty this lap. Argument over. It's got to come in on this lap. Stewards have had a look at it. They are adamant, and the penalty has got to be served. So it's up on the timing screen. It's there for all to see. Car 7 must perform its penalty this lap.
This is on lap 15 because the leaders there they are coming through Curva Grande onto their 15th lap. So the message will be given to Guy Smith. I assume now his radio has been working all along. He's been told not to come in. He's been told to stay out until the final dregs of the argument. But this is the lap that he's going to come in, and Mirko Bortolotti, the team will be telling him that. He may not be aware of it quite yet, but the team will be in radio communication to alert him to the fact that the Bentley will be making its pit stop at the end of this lap and to get into position, because he will then be in a position to challenge the lead Ferrari, which will be effectively in a little bit of clear air without the pressure of the Bentley. But it will not be very long for Miguel Molina has got Mirko Bortolotti written all over the back of that red, white and blue Ferrari.
About the only saving grace out of all of this is that because the Bentley has stayed out longer, the field has broken up, there are gaps, so when he rejoins he'll lose fewer places and potentially not be in quite as much traffic depending on where he does rejoin, but he will still be a long way down. Well, and first of all, we've got to see that he comes in this time.
Well, he's got to stop for 15 seconds, and if you imagine at 50 kilometres per hour from the pit lane entry line to the pit lane exit line, so he's come on, Guy, get the car over. Watch, he hasn't come in.
He's not done it.
Oh my goodness!
Right. All sorts of trouble is about to head that way.
We got a quick glimpse into the Bentley garage. One of the engineers was on the radio. Now, maybe they feel there's still an argument, but I think the race director is going to be getting mighty frustrated.
Yes.
That the number 7 Bentley, and everybody's sort of hunkering down. Yes, Steve. Yes, that's.
You might need to ring him, Stephen. So there's more
Matthew.
Yeah,
Matthew. I think it was a clear. I was going to say it's not Matthew Wilson, is it? No. Something clearly is being discussed with vigour. So, and Bortolotti has a little sneak look up the inside. Not an easy place to pass. You've got to be fairly and squarely alongside coming into the. But look at this, Banksy book.
Number 7 is being black flagged. Story's over. The black flag to car number 7. Now, it's at the race. Yeah, it's at the race director's discretion as to whether he lets it back into the race. But black flag to car 7, so it's going to be brought in. And really, they could have avoided all this, couldn't they?
Yes, absolutely. Now, they're still arguing the toss, but the race director's had enough, and he's within his rights, and there we can see the team still feeling that right's on their side. So number 7 is going to have to come in and come to a standstill. Its race will be, certainly for the moment, over. Not as I hate seeing
so black flag to car 7. They did not perform the time penalty of 15 seconds. The board was presented more than 5 times.
That's the voice of Alain Adam, the race director. And Stephen Kane knows what this means.
Yeah, I mean, sad for Stephen Kane, sad for Ollie Jarvis. You know,
well, he's coming in now.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
Too late.
Well, yes, we have to think that you race as a team, and it's a team judgment, a team decision. The driver in the car, Guy Smith, will be taking his instructions from his team. He doesn't take them from race director. It's up to the team to convey that message to the driver. But that flag has been shown by Alain, he said 5 times, and you know, you can't miss it. You might miss it once, and anybody can be human, but missing it 5 times, that's stretching it.
And so, a car that's been the focus of attention has not stopped. It's driven through the pit lane. Guy Smith, you can just see, he's just driven straight through the pits. He's not done a stop-go. He's not stopped at the team. He's rejoined the race. There's drama at turn 1 because we've got Marcus Winkelhock facing the wrong way. But the car has come into the pits, but it ain't stopped, and he's not served a stop-go penalty. What the?
Well, I have to say, we're going into new territory here.
The team manager of car 7 to the race director immediately. I didn't know he'd left.
I mean, I don't know what to say. I've never ever seen this. Guy Smith back at the races, trying his utmost to find a way past. As we now see the lead 2 cars in Pro-Am. The Porsche has run down the Aston Martin. So Porsche now in 8th place, the Aston in 7th, and the Porsche we know has got great straight line speed. So that could be a change of lead in the Pro-Am category, dare I say it.
Well, I think you might be right, because they're together. There's only one Aston, there's only one Porsche, and they've got themselves together for a fight.
Interesting is the Porsche really has, the Aston has made progress, the Porsche has made greater progress. But of course now it's going to be a slightly more difficult task, because not only are they battling for track position, they're battling for the lead within their own category, the Pro-Am category.
So 9-11, second in Pro-Am, Robert Renard turns his way out of the Parabolica. This is for 7th overall, but it's the lead of Pro-Am. Race order, Miguel Molina ahead of Mirko Bortolotti, the gap 1.4 seconds. Fabrizio Crestani is a rather distant third. Struan Moore's Nissan 4th, great effort. Frank Schippler 5th. 6th, Ahmad Al-Hafi's Aston, great effort. 7th, Robert Renard. 8th in the background, passing the Forest. 9th, Yalma Berman. And 10th is Felix Morales in the Mercedes. And Guy Smith is now in 24th place. And the story's not quite over yet. In fact, he's dropped down a little bit further.
He's down to 26th.
26th, yes, but he's still circulating.
Well, his team have told him to do so. Right. That's the reason why that wasn't a decision that Guy Smith made on his own. The team would have said, go through. We're still unsatisfied, dissatisfied with the decision made by the race director. I mean, it's ugly now. This is not really something that it's bringing questions the authority of the race director. A team is disobeying an instruction, which is a very important instruction. A black flag doesn't get more serious than that.
And the message on the timing screen that everybody has, that's the way the race director communicates with the teams in general. As there, Pro-Am lead changes. Robert Renard up the inside of Ahmad Al-Hafi. The message now is flashing on and off the screen to alert attention that M Sport need to get this car in properly. But focus on the good bits. Change of lead in Pro-Am, great little battle. Robert Renard, twin brother Alfred, and Jürgen Hering are the three drivers. Jürgen Hering is not as quick as the other two, so you might expect that car to fall back a little bit as the race wears on, whereas Ahmad Al-Hafi's got another stint to do, and Johnny Adams even quicker. The Aston is looking very strong in that class.
I mean, absolutely, it's perfectly positioned. Currently it's now in 7th place, just one position behind the Porsche, but nonetheless, those are the two lead cars in the Pro-Am, and the beauty of their track position is they're clear of all those cars that they might have normally assumed they'd be mixing with, particularly in the opening stages, the opening 1 hour of this race. Remember, this race got underway effectively at 3:15. We're coming up now within a few seconds to 3:50, so we're just 35 minutes effectively into the race, and then at round about the hour maximum of 65 minutes we will see the pit lane. It will be a lot less busy than we anticipated.
Yes, indeed so.
11 or so cars out.
Guy Smith has gained a place, incidentally. He's up past Andrea Amici for 25th overall, as the lead gap is 1.5 seconds. Marcus Winkelhock, we saw spin a little while ago. It would suggest that he was tagged into that by Stefano Gattuso, because the incident between the two of them is being investigated.
Yeah, I sort of suspected there was a bit of external contact, because Marcus Winkelhock is as regular, I'll not say what, but as clockwork.
Yes, I think we knew what you meant. So, as he continues, that costs him a great chunk of time in the Audi. And the cars accelerating their way now out of the Parabolica to complete lap number 19 in this frustrating race in some respects, with the accident, with the big stoppage, the big delay, and now the big question mark over the Bentley's penalties. Now the gap suddenly shoots up.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, the gap between the Ferrari leading and the Lamborghini in second place seems to have extended marginally. I mean, maybe slightly confusing because we've been accustomed to having the Bentley between the Ferrari and the Lamborghini. Now that void is obvious, and more obvious, as I should say. So the lap times of the two lead cars, that's Bortolotti in the last lap, that was 0.4 of a second quicker. So they think that they're in good shape, and in fairness, they're in good shape.
2 hours 15 minutes still to run. And the Bentley is up to 23rd, Guy Smith. And there is Bortolotti in second spot. This is Guy Smith. Ahead of him is the Mercedes of Miguel Toril. And there, further back in the pack, another car that was delayed and had to start the restart from the pits, Michael Bronizeski, chipping away in Pro-Am. But that battle with still, as you can see, 2.25 hours to go is far from over. That car, if it carries on without drama, should be in the mix. Come the end of the 3 hours of racing. Number 90, Michael Meadows, accelerating out of the chicane, chasing after Mike Skeen there up the road ahead of him, going strongly actually, Mike Skeen, the American.
Yeah, undoubtedly Mike Meadows' car will be affected, the aerodynamics in the car, with the amount of tape. You can see the bodywork is distorted, bits hanging off the back and the nose in pretty shabby shape, and that will have a bearing on how the airflow affects around the front of the car. Might even affect again on the cooling of the car, but Michael Meadows doing the best he can with what he's got, and it's going to be a longer game for him than maybe that of the car ahead of him.
Jan Berman's white Mercedes down towards us. Behind, 88 Felix Terrades, and Maxi Buch dives up the inside in the silver HTP Motorsport car. Is he going to go through? The more gunmetal livery, in fairness, has the inside line, and Maxi Buch levels with Felix Terrades, both ex-single-seater racers. They work their way absolutely side by side down towards the first chicane. Buch on the inside, but they're so evenly matched, these cars. The HTP entry on the inside. On the outside line as they get to the braking zone is the ACA ASP car of Jerome Policon's team, but Maxi Buch should go through, does go through, and that now puts him up into the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, once he came out of Parabolica, all he had to do was keep side by side with the 88 Mercedes, because when they got into the braking zone, you've got to put your money on Buch taking that position. But it wasn't an easy pass. It took a lot of commitment from both drivers, and neither was prepared to concede. But Max Buch eventually made that position now up into 10th place.
So the fight goes through the second chicane. There's another incident at turn 1 that's being investigated, 333, and there is the Bentley in the pits, finally. So number 7 is in.
And it stopped. That's the thing it didn't do when it came in the first time.
Right.
It's actually come to a standstill. Now, where will the car be placed? Will it go into Parc Fermé, or will it be pushed back into the Bentley garage?
Well, it's still on the pit apron for the moment. That incident just to finish, Alexander Matschel, and who was the other one? 67, which is Giorgio Maggi, got themselves together. That's another incident that's being investigated. Bentley is still on the pit apron as you look at Maxi Buch pressing on. But I would imagine that the race director has said to the marshals that operate that pit box, do not let that car go out.
But I'll tell you what,
to say the least, clamp it.
Exactly. Not just one wheel, all 4. Just in the meantime, I'm fascinated by the Pro-Am battle, but principally the Porsche now in 6th place, running down 5th place pro car Frank Stippler, just 1.5 seconds behind the Audi.
I mean, when you see the Porsche with that pace, it does make you wonder why more people aren't running.
I mean, it doesn't get any direct manufacturer support, I think is the principal reason. It's a shame, but I mean, and again, we don't know what the BOP is for Porsche here. It's maybe working to its advantage, but it's great to see the venerable 911, in the top 6.
The Bentley is in its garage, everybody, as number 14 rides the curb. Stefano Ortelli, 13th, about to become another place down, I fear, because up past him goes Johnny Kane. And Stefano Ortelli's going to fend him off on the run all the way through the Curva Grande Orisi. This is brave stuff by Johnny Kane from the outside line. So close to touching.
Absolutely, I mean, that's as close as you get without that little rub, and he's able to then put a bit of a squeeze on Ortelli coming into the second chicane. Good pass, well judged, courageous to hang on the outside because the Jaguar was moving out to the outside of the corner as well. But McLaren, goes wide. What have you done? What have you done, Johnny? You allowed that position to go away. You had it, and now you've lost it.
So Ortelli goes through, and not that far behind them is Marco Ciocci trying to join in as well. You're on board with the Ferrari driver now as they head down towards the Variante Ascari.
Now, I spoke to Johnny Kane at lunch. We had a very nice lunch, by the way, in hospitality, and he was saying that they have this issue with understeer. He was hoping that the rear tyre might degrade a little bit, which would then put a bit more grip onto the front, but looks like he might have got a fistful of understeer in Nesmo 1, and now under real threat from 55 Ferrari, Marco Ciocci under the rear wing. McLaren sort of in the middle of the road. If he forces the Ferrari down the inside, it's going to be a big stop for the Ferrari, not close enough to make any play into the Parabolica. Again, can't make the apex. So is Johnny Kane suffering from the understeer he mentioned when we had our chicken and broccoli and cauliflower.
Broccoli is renowned for understeer, that's the problem. Stefano Ortelli then up into 12th place, ahead of Johnny Kane. Jaguar ahead of the McLaren, and hunting them down, look, is the surviving Bentley. Vincent Abril at the wheel of it, number 8, as they go down towards the first chicane. Behind the pair of them is Dominic Baumann, right on the back of the Bentley.
Well, that was as close as you get again with a little bit of moving of paint. I think they managed to avoid it. Baumann managed not to make contact with the Bentley, but you couldn't get really a lot closer. So the number 8 Bentley, the remaining Bentley in this race. So a lot of work for them to do. Currently in 15th place, Vincent Abril pushing the Ferrari, but the Ferrari itself is trying to get all over the back of Johnny Kane. That error came here one lap ago. It just gotten ahead of Stefano Ortelli and then ran wide, allowed Ortelli to get up the inside. He didn't need an invitation as James Collado looks on from the Ferrari pit wall.
And he sees his car at the moment running in 14th place, but in real terms half a minute away from the race leaders. You've got the top 2 covered by 1.3 seconds and then 13 seconds back to 3rd place. So it's a mighty lead that the top 2 drivers have pulled, but we often see this at Monza. There's always a cork in the bottle in the first stint, and that does affect the way that the race pans out. Remember a few years ago we had it with Andy Merrick in the Bentley battling, and then he faded away a little bit from the lead but kept them all stacked up behind him.
If you were a contemporary, you'd say screw top.
Forgive me. Now on board down towards Parabolica, and the Jaguar in the hands of Stefano Ortelli turns through. Treble 7 is being lapped there, Bernardelli, so he needs to get out of the way. On board here with Chiocci.
It's a nice little battle, this three-way battle with the Jaguar, the McLaren and the Ferrari. Again, all getting bunched together. The McLaren comes up and gets through the Lamborghini, but his focus is going to be on Stefano Ortelli. Where are you, Stefan?
He's further up the road, isn't he? He's gone through in 10th place. It's great to see the Jaguar going so strongly. And choose your car out of all of that. Delhay is the one being terrorised by the back marker. As through on the inside goes Dominic Baumann in 85, running in 15th place over the timing line. Now, in all of this, Passin Laforas from pole position is down in 16th place. So he's fallen down and down and down the order, and that means he's giving away 33 seconds to the leaders.
I tell you what, I'm glad I'm not a team manager, because I would have done something different. I would have put in either Michele Rugolo or Alessandro Pierguidi. But it's easy to be an armchair quarterback in this business and get it wrong most times.
What's Michael Meadows been up to? Because his team manager is being summoned to the race director. This is over at ASP. But Michael Meadows 21st.
Not seen anything that would throw, people have been guilty of. Maybe track limits, possibly. That's one of the things that is always under observation. He's got driving a car that is sort of not quite 100%, and that the bodywork at the front and at the rear. So maybe something to do with that. Hard to tell. We need to get that information from the pit lane.
So the race leaders working their way through the Variante Ascari. Back on board with Marco Chiocci.
Ferrari rides the curve well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Coming through the Ascari. Doesn't seem to be deflected by the curbing.
Passin Laforas has just made a pit stop. The car has just rejoined. Now, if he was losing pace...
Could be a puncture.
Could be a puncture, but have they done a driver change?
No, wouldn't have been allowed to do it. But, well, they've not. We're 53 minutes in. Be very unlikely to make it this. The Audi comes in, so maybe.
Well, they could do it. As long as you work it backwards from 65 minutes.
Frank Stippler
maximum.
comes in, and there is going to be a driver change.
Yeah.
So very early pit stop for the 55 Ferrari. And
Michele Rugolo's behind the wheel. Yeah. So it is a driver change. 11 has been in as well. Bronizeski to give way now to Matteo Cresoni, and we've just seen Frank Stippler come in as well. So pit window effectively is open. It's not a regulation pit window, but the teams will work it back and know the optimum to get the slower driver out and get the faster drivers in. Not that Frank Stippler is slow necessarily, very experienced driver in 75, Spa 24-hour winner, historic race winner, Super Cup champion. There, 88, Felix Sorales, keeping Johnny Kane at bay. I'm about to say 2 more ex-single-seater racers, but pretty much everybody on the grid has at one point been in a single-seater and moved to GT racing.
I bet you Johnny Kane must be kicking himself when he lost the advantage that he'd just taken away from Stefano Ortelli. He's now got the Mercedes between himself and the Jaguar. That's not going to be an easy pass to make either. So the Jaguar hustles on. Stefano Ortelli running in the top 10.
and up into 5th and 6th overall now. Renard ahead of Ahmad Al-Hafi. Number 90, Michael Meadows, is to give back 2 seconds in the next lap. So it may have been that he was deemed to have gained a place unfairly by going off the road.
Yes,
or
I mean, it
using
could
track
have,
limits.
yes, possibly in turn 1, possibly in turn 2, unlikely in the 2 Lesmos, unlikely in Ascari. And I don't know, Parabolica I wouldn't have thought would have been an issue. But anyway, he's been found guilty of making some indiscretion, and he's got to give back 2 seconds. And hate to do it, 2 seconds will feel like an eternity.
Yeah, and that's a new regulation.
There, there is the car.
Yeah, that was damaged early on, wasn't it, in that start line fracas. That's a new regulation, just to finish the point for this year, that the race director can say to a car, you've passed unfairly, you've gained an advantage, give the time back or give the place back.
Certainly the damage in the front of the car is, I would say, getting worse as the air pressure of the cars are doing around about 165 or 170 miles an hour as they come into the braking here at the end of the pit straight. And that puts enormous loads on those damaged bits. Bonnet is actually looking like it's raising up slightly on the right hand side. The 84 car looks one way, then the other way with the 4 car. So these 2 Mercedes. Maxi Book knows what he's got underneath him.
At some point, the scrutineers are going to want to look at that Mercedes, aren't they? As you say, for another 2 hours, it can't run like that. Surely there'll be more tank tape on it at the pit stop.
Absolutely. So they're going to give it the matter. They give them a bit of slack, and that'll make the pit stop. The team can then make further repairs. Jelmer Berman, very experienced driver, not about to sort of take a sucker punch from Maxi Book. So Maxi Book might find it a little bit more difficult. He wants to get past Berman because he sees the Jaguar as a car that's not in his race. So while he might be behind the Aston Martin, in the overall scheme of things and the points in the pro category, not a factor.
On board with Maxi Book then, 8th at the moment. And there, Chiocci makes his move up the inside of Johnny Kane, and he's got the job done even before the Parabolica.
Yep.
Good clean pass.
So that must have been, I think, all I can assume is what Johnny had mentioned at lunchtime is what's affecting him now. He hasn't got the speed off some of the corners.
Johnny Kane was told to do that. Sorry, I just spotted a line on the screen that said car 44, give back 1 place. So he's given back 1 place.
Okay, that's interesting. We didn't know why. He's coming back again.
Yeah. So I thought it was a bit easier in a straight line to the Parabolica. Now we know why. Johnny Kane was told to give the place back. So Johnny does the right thing and now can continue the battle. Slots right back in behind Marco Chiocci. Tries again.
Yeah, but the Ferrari is quick in a straight line, and that's the advantage it has here at Monza. So, having lost, well, I'll keep going back and repeating myself, but the Jaguar, which he got ahead of, now is way down the road, and he's getting absorbed. So, you can see on this lap, Marco Bortolotti on his 27th lap, fastest first sector of everybody. Nothing outstanding, but pretty still quick in the second sector. So the gap between first and second is 1.5 seconds effectively as they come out, and we're coming up to conclusion of the first hour. So pit stops are going to start coming thick and fast, and depending where you are and where you think, most importantly, you will feed back in when you go back out. So Mirko Bortolotti in that 63 car is going to be staying out.
Rob Bell up to 20th after starting effectively from the pit lane on this restart. So slogging away and creeping up the order.
Yep.
With Coben Edgar and Ben Barnicoat still to come. Lead gap is 11/10. There is Bortolotti. So although Miguel Molina has led all the way on since the race got back underway, he's never disappeared up the road. It's always been a similar size gap, hovering around a second between the Ferrari and the Lamborghini.
But these 2 lead cars are still lapping generally up to a second a lap quicker than third and further through the field.
And this is the fight, third and fourth. There is Fabrizio Crestani. Wait for the shot. There is Struan Moore.
Amazing.
Driving the race of his life.
Absolutely. I mean, I tell you what, everybody at Nissan must be sitting in the pit wall with their cups of tea and cucumber sandwiches thinking, fantastic. They didn't anticipate the 22 car being the car that's putting real pressure on the third of the top 3 cars.
But yesterday, Struan fessed up to the fact that he really liked the feel of this car, and he's going great guns. He's got the Porsche bearing down on him as well in the hands of Robert Renard. This car shared the Struan Moore. There's Matt Parry, who was very impressive yesterday. There's the Australian Matt Simmons, who was the Asian winner of the PlayStation Academy last year. So he's done a full season of Blancpain Endurance and is now categorised within a Pro Cup car. So it's a good combination of drivers. And this will bring a smile to Bob Neville's face. He's running in 4th position in this opening stint.
Absolutely. Of course, it all can change. The pit stop, what you do on the racetrack, so easy to lose it in the pit stop. So that's where the Nissan team really need to...
Struan!
Wow, as we were saying, what a good job Struan was doing. He got way wide coming out of Ascari, and that's allowed the Porsche to get that little bit closer coming down into Parabolica. But both these cars probably got very similar straight line performances, but the Porsche has moved forward in much the same manner as the Nissan has done.
It's just a shame that Porsche, when you get the AM into it, Jürgen Hering will drop back. He has been able to distance himself from Ahmad Al-Hafi by getting on for 9 seconds now, as into the pit lane comes Fabrizio Crestani, so that's the best placed of those that have now made a pit stop. He was running in 3rd position. So Struan Moore goes 3rd, Robert Renard goes 4th in the Porsche, and in comes 27.
So the minimum pit stop time is, I look down at 60 seconds, 65 seconds, 90, so what you can do in under 65 seconds legally is fuel, driver change and 1 tyre only. Otherwise it's got to be 90 or over. So this window is principally to stop teams bringing in highly sophisticated and expensive pit stop equipment and try and keep a cap of some level on the cost of operating in the Blancpain GT and Sprint Endurance Championship.
Number 8, Vincent Abril, deemed to have cut turn 1 and must give back 1 position, so that would put him back behind Stefano Gattuso. As there is Struan Moore under attack. Robert Renard in the Porsche is the man right up behind him. Robert, who's come out of 1-make Porsche Championships and the 24-hour series I mentioned earlier. He was the Dubai 24 winner this year, along with Alfred Renard, his brother. And as he works his way out of the Variante Ascari, great fight going on here. And I don't think pre-race we'd have expected, with all due deference, these 2 cars, these 2 drivers to be fighting for 3rd place.
Absolutely not. I mean, the 22 Nissan, by dint of its qualifying, was always going to be close to the races, but the Porsche was much further back, and it's just made its way up, and it's passed car after car after car, looking now to make a move on the Nissan. Gets a good run, gets out, pulls out, gets up the inside, which will give him the pound seat, assuming that both of them manage to get the car stopped before they get into turn 1. Struan Moore may not want to concede it. He can brake that little bit later than the Porsche. Porsche hard on the brakes, and we cut back to the lead battle, and Mirko Bortolotti, who will be coming in, as will the lead Ferrari very shortly. Bortolotti looks like he's about to try and dive up the inside into Lesmo 1. Risky place to do it, Mirko, but put your car in the mirror of the Ferrari, make him start looking in his mirrors, unsettle him.
And now that the pit stops are cycling through, up into 5th has come Maxi Book, but he's still half a minute back. Then it's Chiocci 7th, 8th now Ahmad Al-Hafi, and he's pitted to give way to Johnny Adam. So we'll update the order when these 2 have served their first regulation stop, because that's going to change the order again. Struan Moore running 2nd, 23 seconds back. These 2 are lapping faster, but then of course Struan's been busy defending and busy attacking, so he's had a busy first stint. Wide goes Molina, coming out of the Variante Ascari, as the cars now make the run along this back straight down towards the Parabolica this time. Drive-through penalty for 333. There it is for a pit stop time violation. Well, it's back in anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a disappointment. Pit stop time violation, so either under 65 seconds or well, if you're over 90, it's irrelevant. It's the under 65. But there we see the 2 lead cars come in, literally almost pushing the Ferrari, and so it will now be. The Nissan is leading. If it stays out.
If it stays out, yeah. It crosses the timing line.
Unbelievable.
So, out gets Miguel Molina. Good job done.
Absolutely, brilliant job.
And the Nissan is in, so Struan Moore doesn't get the lead. The top 4 all in the pit lane. So there's the Porsche, which I think Renault got ahead.
It did.
Of the Nissan. Yeah, he has. So he was third, Moore fourth, fifth. Maxi Buch is in. If he stays out, Marco Ciocci to inherit the race lead. If he stays out, this is Maxi Buch's view. Ciocci is in. So first to sixth are in. This could give Johnny Adam the lead.
Amazing, would you believe it? I mean, I assume it's going to be Matt Simmons will get in after Stroll and Moore. Matt Perry was looking very beach-like in his attire on the pit.
Yes.
The grid when we spoke to him. So I'm assuming he's going to be third of the three in 75.
So Frank Stippler brought it in. Philippe Salaquara has taken it out. And that should be now the best place of the stoppers, because it's ahead of the 27 Nicolas Pola driven Lamborghini. Still need to see whether the Aston Martin blends back into this.
So the Lamborghini takes the place in the pit lane from the Ferrari. The Ferrari had led more or less since the race restarted. The Lamborghini has now taken that position. So good work by the Grassa team to get that car ahead. And in technical terms, once everybody has finished their round of pit stop, the Nissan still getting that right rear on. There we see the green Lamborghini.
Okay, so how's it got the lead? Was it because they made a too short a stop, or was the Ferrari team slow?
I don't know. That's a question that could be answered, but I'm assuming that possibly the Grassa racing team was a little bit smarter and quicker in the pit lane.
And they rejoin, so 63 will lead, 72 Ferrari second. They're up into third place. Will come Salaquara. I reckon fourth behind them is going to be Michele Rugolo, isn't it, in the yellow Ferrari? And their fifth is the 84 Mercedes, which will now be Jimmy Eriksson. The Nissan has dropped back on all of this. That's Marco Bortolotti out of the car. He's given it over.
Good job, Mirko. Good drive. Did what he had to do. There's the car.
Now in the lead of the race.
Who got into that car?
Awaiting confirmation of that. The timing screen will update soon, I'm hoping.
I'm assuming it'll be Andrea Caldarelli. And then you put
Whoops! Sorry, Jaguar up the escape road.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What was that all about then? Down at the second chicane.
Now that's Marco Seefried, who joined in late because of the damage in the accident early on. Down at the first chicane, there is number 90 Michael Meadows' car coming under attack. That's now got Raffaele Marciello behind the wheel of it, and he's battling with Matteo Cressoni.
And he is a right little hot rod. Actually, not a little. He's a very tall guy, but he's got a very, very powerful record in single-seaters. Was at one time, I think, part of the Ferrari Academy, if I'm not mistaken. So a guy, I mean, we watched him at Misano, didn't take any prisoners at all.
And a week later, he came to Sepang for the first Blancpain Asia race and got second in the first race with a mighty drive. Again, in a Mercedes, and appeared on the podium in his Ferrari overalls. 114's got a puncture by the look of it.
Yeah, struggling to get back to the pits.
It went up the escape road we saw a moment ago. Rob Bell inherited the race lead and has now pitted. So 63, Andrea Caldarelli leads the way. It's a huge gap over 72, bearing in mind he was behind when he came in. It does raise questions, that.
Well, I mean, as I say, you can make up fractions of seconds in the pits, but you can, in the racetrack, but you can lose 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds to the car you were competing with in the pit lane, and that's just there's no area where you can afford to be a little bit lackadaisical, or I'm not suggesting that is the case with the Ferrari, but nonetheless you have to be at the top of your game in every area these days.
So Andrea Caldarelli leads as you look at number 4 now, Luca Stoltz. Second is 72, the Ferrari Victor Scheitar at the wheel of it. Third is Philippe Salaquara in 75 Audi. Fourth is Michele Rugolo in the yellow Ferrari. Up into 5th place now Jimmy Eriksson in 84 Mercedes, the Maxi Buch car. 6th and 7th are going to be these two, Nicolas Pola in the orange Lamborghini, and behind him Luca Stoltz in the white Mercedes. 8th is going to be Danny Junqueira's Mercedes. 9th will be Matt Simmons in the 22 Nissan, and then the top 10 is going to be rounded out by 55 James Collado.
And sadly, number 911, the Porsche, which had taken the lead of the Pro-Am, it's further down in 13th position. But it's still actually leading the Pro-Am category because of the Aston Martin. And there was no driver change in that car, from what we can see. So it'll be Johnny Adam who will do that final stint, which will come in just under 55 minutes.
Yeah, Jürgen Hering, I would imagine, will lose time. He's got the Andy Suchek Bentley behind him, and then Edward Sandstrom's Mercedes, so they are quicker. They will get past Jürgen Hering, the amateur racer. So battles rage on, and it is Lamborghini leading from Ferrari. Ben Barnicoat's taken over from Rob Bell. Ben, who has given up on single-seaters, although he had a good track record. He won Formula Renault NEC Championship, he won Formula 3 races. And we can hear from Mirko Bortolotti of the leading car, because as Andrea Caldarelli leads the way, Mirko is in the pit lane with Dakota.
Mirko, talk us through your stint.
Well, started from 5th. Quite a good start. Managed to pass to gain 2 places. Obviously, there was the big crash at the beginning. I hope that everybody involved is okay, first of all. That's the main thing. I heard that my teammate Ezequiel was taken to the medical center, but looks like it should be everything okay. That's the main thing. And then obviously after the red flag, I started to pull away with the leading Ferrari and the Bentley. We had quite a good pace. We were running similar pace. So then, the Bentley got a penalty. I was second and started to catch the leading Ferrari. Managed to do so. We entered in the pits nose to tail, and we managed to jump the Ferrari in the pit stop. So currently we managed to leave the pits in the lead. So looking really good so far. I'm really happy.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
He answers everything and answers even the questions that weren't even asked. I mean, Mirko was brilliant to interview, and he's a super bright guy, great racing driver, and he's done a good job for the Grasser Racing Lamborghini team.
The team that won here 2 years ago could be on for another win here. So Andrea Caldarelli drives now, as you see, 55 James Collado onto the back of Matt Simmons. Matt, with all due deference, is nowhere near as experienced as James Collado, so he's doing his best to fend him off, but it's a bit inevitable, isn't it, this, that the Ferrari will find a way through?
Yes, I mean, you can see the hand in the cockpit coming up, and behind the Nissan. Look, it stretches its advantage, and I'm all over him like a rash when they get into a corner, close down, but once the Nissan stretches its legs, it's got the torque off the corner, and it's got a good straight line speed as well. Frustration for the Ferrari at this minute, and not an awful lot that it's going to be able to do. James Collado too far behind to think about lobbing it down the inside and trying to take it under brakes, so it's going to be a little bit of thoughtfulness from the Ferrari driver. Look how close he gets under brakes. Not that the Ferrari brakes any better, it's just that Caldarelli is a lot more experienced driver, and he knows where he can brake. He knows his car pretty well. He's been in the Ferrari now for the best part of 3 seasons.
Yeah. So James Collado hustles on, and there is a drive-through penalty for the number 12 Ombra Racing Lamborghini for causing a collision down at turn 1.
That might have been with the Jaguar.
Yeah, it might have been, actually, you're right.
The Jaguar was the one we saw off track, and then it had the puncture, so it might have been the Jaguar.
Got Michele Beretta at the wheel of it, and he's going to have to serve a drive-through. On board again with James Collado,
all over
right up in the corners.
Absolutely. Look, you can't go up the inside into Lesmo too, but what you can do is get alongside him. Try now, but again, once the Nissan gets its head, look at the way it just pulls away, and I can imagine what's going on in James Collado's mind. He's got an opportunity if he can sneak alongside up into Ascari. It's going to be a late cut, but again, he can't quite. He's just not got the legs that the Nissan appears to have.
So the Kaspersky Ferrari sprints for the 34th time along the straight down to the Parabolica. And the hand gestures are all out of the frustration of the Nissan pulling away, as we've been seeing. Down to the Parabolica he comes again, but it's part of the beauty of GT3 racing. Some cars are good in a straight line, some are good on the brakes, some are good through the corners.
A little bit closer maybe this time coming off Parabolica, but not really sufficiently close. He needs to be half that distance, and then he could maybe take the long drive down the inside and take away the track position, but at this situation nothing much he can do. The Nissan on the brakes, the Ferrari later on the brakes, gets right up to the back, almost getting to the point where he's having to wait for the Nissan to go before he can go. Best chance maybe if he wants to be courageous about it, but look at the way the Nissan just pulls away. I was going to say into the second chicane, but again, by putting 2 or 3 car lengths in that relatively short piece of track, precluding any chance as we go further up the field. Now the Orange Lazarus team looking on. That car 6th place
at the moment. Nicolas Pola, one of the drivers, and the Colombian Gustavo Yackerman, of course, will do a stint in that. The final stint, Gustavo Yackerman, who's been a real star back home and coming back into European racing. And if that car stays in the mix with Nicolas Pola at the wheel of it, should be on for a decent result, I would have thought.
Absolutely, yeah. So this little battle maxi book, or not the maxi book, the 84 Mercedes, as Jimmy Eriksson behind the wheel has broken away from this battling group, the tail of which is that battle going on with James Collado and Matthew Simmons in the Nissan. So wait to see the Nissan pop out. There it is, and the Ferrari following it. And again, the number 8 Bentley, which is in 11th place with Maxime Soulet.
Andy Suchek. What's happening up front is that Andrea Caldarelli is getting away, Victor Chaitar dropping back into the clutches of Philippe Salaquada. So 63 is starting to pull out a fairly convincing advantage, 10 seconds, but it's all concertinaing up behind.
Yeah, and that's very nice for Grasser Racing, because they're going to put Christian Engelhardt in for the last stint. So they did a good pit stop, did a good rotation. Down again, this little battle going on for the lower bits of the top 10. The Nissan still able to consolidate. The Bentley will close down. So that will be Andy Suchek. He'll catch up to the back of the Ferrari probably within the next 3 or so laps. So we look at the 44 McLaren as it makes its way through for Manelli behind the wheel.
So that's 44 going through. David Fumanelli 15th, and the car is taken over from Johnny Kane. There's 14. So Stefano Telli brought it in. That's now gone to Lawrence Fry, and it's still up though. It's in 12th place. Lawrence, I think it's fair to say, will be the slower of the three, not by much, but a little. And there, 97, Ahmad Al-Hafi did double stint and is leading Pro-Am, because now Jürgen Hering has dropped down and he's being caught, is he not, by 87 Mercedes, which has now got Jean-Luc Bobelic at the wheel.
Yeah, the reason the Porsche is dropping down is the last lap it recorded was almost 3 seconds slower than the Aston Martin. So that's difficult to manage. Just got to try and consolidate where you are and hope that when Johnny Adam gets into the Aston Martin, there's nobody in the Porsche who's going to be able to challenge, in my view.
Another car that's in Pro-Am creeping into the mix, you look at Ahmad Al-Hafi there, is 11. Matteo Cressoni at the wheel of the Bronizeski car that started out of the pit lane at the back of the queue on the restart. It's 19th overall and 4th in Pro-Am, and will gain more ground, I'm sure. There's number 4 Jelmer Berman's car, Lucas Stoltz, at the wheel of it. Give me 7th it is. Getting away now from Daniel Junqueira onto the back of Nicolas Pola as they come over the line.
So probably fairly evenly matched down this main straight. Wonderful, wonderful part of the Monza circuit. Looks to go down the inside, but the Lamborghini again, looks like there's some debris in the track there, maybe being flicked up. Can't get the job done this time. So the Mercedes has to fall back into line. Lucas Stoltz thinks the better of it. Gets a good run off the chicane, loses up to the back of Nicolas Pola coming into Curva Grande. Again, it's always a massive risk, a high risk move to think about making it pass down into the second chicane. He's having a look at it, he's giving it in the mirrors, trying to unsettle Nicolas Pola, but doesn't actually achieve it.
No, Nicky Pola, ex-Formula 3 racer, who never really starred in Formula 3, but he's going well in GT cars. Second year of being a Lamborghini driver and developing all the time. Lucas Stoltz, who's gone from brand to brand in recent years. He had a spell at Bentley, he's now at Mercedes and hustles on through the second of the Lesmo curves. Over the curve though, there goes Nicky Pola.
Opportunity.
Absolutely, so try and force a mistake. Lights on, distract the guy ahead, and Lucas Stoltz is right in the draft. It's a narrow part of the circuit this, and Nicky Pola defends the inside line as best he can. Here comes Stoltz, he's going to commit to the inside line. Done it, brave stuff.
Yeah, great move, but all aided by the fact that the Lamborghini dropped a wheel off the track coming out of the second Lesmo. That gave all the opportunity that the Mercedes needed. Lucas Stoltz, he didn't need to be asked a second time. Defended, and now coming under attack from Mercedes behind. So that one minor error costs one place, and potentially could see in the space of one lap 2 places going, because the 88 Mercedes has got a better run off the Parabolica. He's going to have to go maybe the long way round down the left-hand side of the track. I don't think Nicolas Pola is going to give up the inside line. He knows that he can defend from there more easily than he can on the outside.
Here comes Danny Junqueira to the inside, thinks better of it. part of Mercedes' DTM factory program for the last few years, but now moved across to the GT program. His father, very successful sports car racer in the 60s. He's the nephew of Luis Perez Sala, ex-Minardi Grand Prix racer. And Danny Juncadella then hunts on to try and take 7th place away from Nicky Pola as Lucas Stoltz drives away up the road into the distance.
Juncadella, he knows how competitive GT racing is. He's just come out of DTM, that's pretty competitive too. So nothing could be done as we see the McLaren under threat. Or has it just taken a position away? The 22 Nissan looking to see where it is in relation to these cars.
Should be up the road.
Should be up the road.
Should be ahead of this gang, yeah.
Slightly out of phase with what's on camera. Oh,
Matt Simmons 9th. Ahmad Al-Hathi going a little bit wide. The Omani driver, so if anyone's used to high temperatures, it'll be Ahmad. He's done a lot of his racing in Europe though. Came out of the Formula Renault Championship in the UK, Carrera Cup GB, and into Blancpain Endurance. He's been run for the last few years by David Bartram's Motorbase team, but this year it's Tom Ferrier's TF Sport squad that Johnny Adam mentioned on the grid running the car now. The car there, 87, is Jean-Luc Boboli. Just up the road ahead is McLaren 58 there, and that's Ben Barnicoat, new to Blancpain. He has become a McLaren factory driver this year, raced in the Bathurst 12 hours and now in a Blancpain programme. It's 19th, that car, that he took over from Rob Bell, but remember it was delayed in the incident that stopped the race and had to start at the very back from the pit lane when we got back underway. So Rob Bell, as ever, has got on with the job in the first stint and given Ben Barnicoat a decent chance there. They're in the top 20.
And Ben Barnicoat has made progress up to 19th place, so his lap time in the last lap was 1:53.3, but it is really being dictated to by the traffic that is ahead of him. So when he gets clear air, he can run quickly. When he gets into traffic, then he is sort of restricted to the speed of the traffic that he is running with. He can get past the Audi this time, gets the slipstream, looks to see which way is the Audi going to go, because I'm going to want to try and anticipate that. But he's got an opportunity down the inside on the right-hand side, and it's a pretty straightforward, to me, simple pass, but well thought out, well executed. Gets the car turned, doesn't run off track, and up to 18th position for the McLaren.
Just getting ahead there of Stuart Leonard. Ben, one of a number of British drivers who's benefited from the Racing Steps Foundation. If you look closely, you'll see the RSF initials on the side of the car. Another one that came through Racing Steps Foundation, James Collado, who we've been talking about in this stint. And there is Ben Barnicoat up now towards the second chicane. Great Formula 1 stock car fan, had a going one at the end of last year at Birmingham and was 4th in his first ever racing one, but when he's not racing, he'll go and stand trackside at Formula 1 stock car events. Inveterate fan. What's going on behind? Let's have a quick look. Jean-Luc Boboli goes through, and there is the Dennis Lind Lamborghini in Pro Am. We should have an Am leader somewhere, and 488 is the leading Am car right there, turning its way through, and that now the car of Rinaldi Racing has got Rino Mastronardi at the wheel of it.
In 25th place.
Yeah, and he's a long way ahead of Abby Eaton, who is second in Am, going well, racing at this level for the first time. Abby, who came from British GT and club level UK racing prior to that, but Rino Mastronardi seems to be racing forever and a day. Massively experienced competitor, and he leads the way in this car that he shares with Pierre Eret.
488, how appropriate a number.
Yeah, indeed. But go back to 1995, Rino Mastronardi was racing in Formula Renault, went off to the States, came back to Europe. He's raced in Carrera Cups in Italy and in France, and then now into Blancpain racing, second season. So number 50 Ferrari that was losing out with Passin Lathoris at the wheel, now has got Michele Rugolo and is right on the tail for 3rd place of Philip Salaquada.
Ooh, getting tasty, isn't it?
It is ever.
These little battles that are going on throughout the field. We're seeing a battle, well, not really seeing a battle at the front, because there's now a 13-second between first and second and a 7-second advantage second to third. But this battle for 4th place between the 84 and the 50, the 75 and the 50 is going to get interesting, because Philippe Salaquada doesn't concede easily. And Michele Rugolo would be quite keen to clear it pretty quickly, I would have thought.
Yeah, because if he can get past the Audi, then he can make progress up to Victor Shaitar for the next place. We've got more people being summoned to the race director now. Team manager of 86, which is the Scheme Gabbiani Faulkner Mercedes. so HTP Motorsport in other words. The lead gap is 15 seconds now. Calderelli to Victor Scheitar. This is the fight for third. Over the line goes Salaquada. Michele Rugolo is 3/10 back. He's not near enough, or is he, to think about a move at the first corner? Well, he might think, but he thinks better of it.
I know, there was never a chance, never a chance of getting that. There was too big a gap between the two cars, and if he did try and get it down the inside, he would never really got stopped, because he had to make the tighter turn, and he needed to brake fractionally earlier than the Audi, so it was never going to be on. The Audi had the advantage fractionally in a straight line.
At ISR, they study all the pictures, all the data, and their car third, 7 seconds back from Victor Scheitar. Frank Stippler has done. Philip Salaquada is in, and the last stint will be done by Clement Schmidt, who was quite impressive in the first practice session yesterday.
55 Ferrari makes one position up into 9th place ahead of the 22. So some of the frustration that we felt James Collado was suffering has now managed to overcome that, and he's on his way into the top 10.
As through goes Philip Salaquada, experienced driver, both in terms of GT cars these days, but he was a single-seater stalwart for a long, long time, and Michele Rugolo can't get past 67, so he's stuck behind the back marker.
Good use of the traffic by Salaquada. He put the Lamborghini between himself and the Ferrari, which is a frustration. So the Lamborghini tries to get out of the way and finds himself cutting across. The front of Collado addresses the situation. So it was a momentary relief for Salaquada, but the gap probably by double coming into Parabolica this time than on the previous lap. It'll close down again relatively quickly. But that's the way you use traffic, and that was a clever use of the Lamborghini by Salaquada, just to give himself a little bit of respite, even if it's only for half a lap.
The leading gap, though, Calderelli to Victor Scheitar, is now 16 seconds. Philip Salaquada still third, Michele Rugolo fourth. The car in the background is a lap down, of course, 67, which is the surviving Attempto Lamborghini. It is Clement Mathieu at the wheel of it, former team manager at Hexis Racing, if you cast your mind back to Hexis, that was so successful with McLarens and Aston Martins before that. That's the leader pressing on in the surviving Grasser Racing team car. Would be a bittersweet race, wouldn't it? One eliminated before the first corner, one potentially to win the race.
And in fairness, the lead car is pressing on. His last lap was a 1:50.0, which is pretty much by a margin the quickest of that last lap, lap 41. So that's not just a cruise in the middle stint. He's building a lead that leads up to 16 seconds between first and second. And if he can maintain that pace, we're just a little over halfway through the second stint. If he can get that advantage up to maybe over 20 seconds, that's going to be a very nice comfort zone when you come in for your final pit stop to hand over. And Mirko Bortolotti, who will be standing by watching, will be feeling that my team have done a pretty good job, and Christian Engelhardt will take over that car. Will be thanking his teammates for doing a great job and making his stint in relative terms easy. And that's assuming the pit stop goes to plan.
Now there is Nicky Pola still having to defend because now he's got Danny Juncadella up behind him. James Collado 9th, he'll be up with them pretty shortly. The gap's coming down and down and down as they accelerate their way down to the Parabolica once again.
Never saw the pass Collado made on the Nissan. Like to have seen that, because there was certainly for many laps Ferrari was stuck behind the Nissan. The speed on the straight Nissan was consolidating its position. Now it's the number 8 Bentley on the back of the young Australian. Tries to get up the inside, and more or less looks like he's going to get the job done. Andy Soucek, load of experience, very, very competent GT driver these days, again coming through the single-seater route. Probably the most un-Spanish-looking Spanish racing driver I've ever seen.
You might be right about
Except
that.
when he grew his moustache. And he could have been a matador then.
Very true. He was a real star in Formula 3, but I don't think he ever really had the right opportunity in the DTM. He was always a little bit further down the order than you anticipated, never perhaps with the top team, and now no longer part of it. We saw him in the Spa 24 Hours last year. Collado and Juncadella go toe-to-toe. Ferrari on the inside. This is for 8th. Does James Collado get the job done? Well, he's on the outside line for the chicane, so Juncadella tries to come back at him. Side by side, Collado does it.
Wow.
Great stuff.
Good job by both drivers. They managed not to touch. Juncadella held on and held on and held on and had the initial advantage in the first part of the chicane. But Collado braved it out and then got the advantage when they turned right, and then was in the position to accelerate off the corner a little bit earlier. Now once again focusing on the tail of Nicolas Pola in the Lamborghini. Good overtaking, good racing from two young professional race drivers who are now enjoying the joys of endurance racing, and in some cases also in sprint racing in the Blancpain Championships.
So James Collado pressing on. We've had a change, as we saw behind, Andy Soucek ahead of Matt Simmons. There is the Bentley, so that's almost up with the Junqueira Mercedes. And of course all the Bentley hopes now are pinned on number 8. So Andy Soucek creeping forward, and it will be Maxime Soulet, who was so impressive last year, that will take that car over for the last stint, which is about half an hour away, of course. Now let's catch up with the Pro-Am situation. Ahmed Al-Harthi doing his double stint. Johnny Adams got an easy life, but he's good for an interview.
Johnny, leading Pro-Am. Ahmed's been in the car for over an hour and a half now, and he's doing incredibly.
He's doing really well, yeah. His pace is really consistent and strong, and yeah, to keep him in for 2 hours is quite tough in this temperature, but he's doing a great job so far, leading the class at the moment.
Do you think you can keep the pace up?
Hopefully, yeah. The car is really good on the tyre, on this new Pirelli tyre. We seem to have good consistency right throughout the stint, so long way to go. Anything can happen. You saw that at the start, but just stay out of trouble, and yeah, we'll see you at the end of the race.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Johnny, Aston Martin factory driver, and does an awful lot of driver coaching, so if he's not somewhere around the globe driving for Aston Martin, you'll find him stood out on a corner with his woolly hat on, looking at one of his charges at a British circuit, and helping to develop young talent. Johnny's been there himself in one-make saloons, champion in Clio's, champion in Seats, double British GT champion last year and the year before, and part of the Aston Martin factory programme. He was given that contract by John Gore, against whom he used to race in Clio's well over a decade ago.
Yep, and he's got his hands full because Fulminelli in the McLaren 44 is only just half a second up the road. Now they're not in a battle in terms of classes, because Fulminelli is in the Pro category and Al-Harthi is in the Pro-Am category. But you know, it's a matter of pride. You know, if you want to be a racing driver, you're going to try and make a move. It'd be nice to finish in the top 10 if you're a Pro-Am, but it isn't required. All you've got to do is come first in your category.
Meanwhile, James Collado's view is of the back of Nicky Pola's Lamborghini coming down to the Parabolica, but he's not quite close enough to make the move there. But Pola again looking a little bit skittish, and the car's going to drift out wide, so now Collado makes the run, thinking about a pass at turn 1.
Absolutely, he's got to get himself a little bit closer to the back of the Lamborghini. He's had any plans to make a manoeuvre. And the Lamborghini again staying to the middle, right-hand side of the track on the run down into turn 1, so not much opportunity for James Collado. Well, he's decided that there is, but can he get it slowed down enough? Yes, he did. Good job. Well done on the brakes, James Collado. I don't think Nicolas Pola anticipated that the Ferrari was going to be able to slow down and turn in and take the corner, but it did.
So Collado up to 7th. In real terms, he's 45 seconds away from the race leaders. So that's a tall order, unless we're going to get another safety car, for example.
Well, anything is possible. We had an afternoon of drama at every level. And I wonder what the outcome has been of the drama that really was focusing on the number 7 Bentley. It's all gone a bit quiet. I don't know whether people in the Bentley team are pulled down the shutters and don't want to discuss it any further. We've not seen anything else on screen indicating there may be further penalties. Maybe they've decided the penalty of the black flag is sufficient.
But yes, it's worth, when we all convene at Silverstone for the next endurance round, talking to Bentley people, talking to Alain Adon as well.
I'll leave that one to you, David. You're good at the corporate stuff.
Oh, thanks so much. There's the orange One Team Lazarus pit box, watching Nicky Pola drop down the order a little bit, but the car's still in contention, and of course this is a long line of cars you're looking at, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, bit of debris there. The Junqueira goes over, and here comes Andy Soucek up the inside for 9th. Does he get the job done into the Parabolica? No. Does he get it done through the corner? Yeah, both run a little bit wide. Junqueira off the road and back on again. That's a little bit of a track limits question mark, I would have thought.
Yeah, but that's a racing situation.
Yeah.
Junqueira had the advantage in that he was on the outside, could brake a little bit later as we look down and see what is going on here with James Collado. That's one of the AM Ferraris he's passing. But look at the Bentley all over the back of the Mercedes. Again, defence from Junqueira. Bentley almost getting 2 wheels on the grass coming into turn 1. So Daniel Juncadella realises that the number 8 Bentley is on a mission, while Juncadella himself is battling with Nicholas Polar. So always fun for us sitting up on the bench seats to see how each of these 3 drivers work it out.
Well, James Collado's next target, Lucas Stoltz, 5 seconds up the road. Polar, Juncadella, Souček then, 8, 9, 10 as they work their way through the chicane. But the way that Nicky Polar is dropping places suggests that before the end of this stint he'll have lost 2 more. And
could be.
Andy Souček right there on the back of Juncadella.
So for Souček, he's just got to watch not the Mercedes, but he's got to watch the Lamborghini, because if something goes a little bit wayward with the Lamborghini, Juncadella's so close he's not going to be able to do very much to avoid, and that's where Souček can read further down the road and just put himself into a position to take advantage should the opportunities raise their heads. But into the Ascari chicane, no gain, no loss to these 3 cars. The Bentley was good on the exit of the chicane. The Lamborghini runs wide. Juncadella will think, well, that's an opportunity, pulls out to defend from the Bentley. Andy Souček goes to the right, then cuts back to the left as he sees it. Can he go the long way round? No, but he's in a better position to make the undercut, because the Mercedes is going to run out wide. The Bentley takes the tighter line, picks up the speed. Juncadella goes way, way wide and loses the position, but he will come back. He will come back as they run down into turn 1.
2 laps in a row he's done that. Vincent Abril looking on as he sees the Bentley up now into 9th place. So Andy Souček hustling on. The Spanish driver getting onto the back of Nicky Polar, who's getting onto the back of the Abbey Eaton Ferrari, 2nd in the AM category at the moment. Abbey Eaton racing at this level for the first time, doing a pretty good job, got to say. So the cars currently, the leading cars on lap 47, and there is the fight for 3rd. Salaquada keeping Michele Rugolo at bay, but only just. Rugolo is on his toes, desperate to get past, but this is a good defence by Salaquada.
Yes, it is. All he can do is what he's doing. Making use of the racetrack, doing it fairly, is the most important thing. The Ferrari will be quicker in certain parts. Looks like the Audi's got that little bit of an extra length and speed when it comes between Secondesimo all the way up into, but the Ferrari's been taking lumps of time over the last 3 laps, half a second and 46, 3/10, almost 4/10 and 45, smaller amount and 44. But there you see the Ferrari runs wide on the exit, hopes to try and pick up a little bit of momentum, try and pick up a little bit of the aerodynamics. Salaquada stays on the right as he sees it coming down. Debris on the track, cleverly moves at the last minute, hoping that the Ferrari will run over it and maybe damage the car, get a cut tire or something. Ferrari runs wide on the exit of Parabolica, the Audi slightly stronger on the exit.
Battle continues, wide goes Souček, but he's got the momentum. Juncadella tries to fight back, they're going to go either side of Polar, aren't they? They've got 2 back markers ahead now. So which way does the Bentley go? There's the debris still there. They have been warned about it. He's on the inside of the Mercedes. Andy Souček then stays ahead of Juncadella, but it's the orange Lamborghini he wants to get past. Nicky Polar is negotiating the lapped Lamborghini. Again, Juncadella using all of the road around the Parabolica. He's on the back of Souček as they come over the line. Andy trying to attack and defend at the same time. Polar puts a lap on the 67 Lamborghini there, with Clement Mathieu at the wheel of it. At the inside goes Souček. He's got to lap the blue Lamborghini. The orange one is the one he wants to get through for track position, but he can't do that. Juncadella stays on his tail.
Yep, all a little bit nip and tuck as they came out of Parabolica. Juncadella got a good run this time as we look inside the team garage, and happy days for everybody in the garage. Good battle going on between the Lamborghini, the Bentley and the Mercedes, and one of the Ferraris up ahead. That will come into play. Where will the Lamborghini, can it slip down the inside? No, it can't, so it's all going to be a matter of waiting. The Bentley right onto the rear wing of the Lamborghini. Souček, well, and truly onto the throttle just ahead of the Lamborghini now. Having to wait. The Ferrari ahead is going to dictate the pace. Polar looks to go down the inside, is sure the Ferrari driver has seen him. Souček gets delayed. The Mercedes should pick up the momentum, but he had the better run. And maybe Andy Souček's going to get hung out to dry as the Mercedes looks to go the long way around, gets past the Ferrari. I think his extra momentum has been checked because things didn't quite pan out as he'd maybe hoped.
So down they come, working their way through the Variante Ascari. 961 is the Abbey Eaton Ferrari, 2nd in the AM competition, 31st. And you've also got at the back of that shot, look, Matt Simmons running in 11th place, but keeping the car pretty much in contention. So he's got to work his way through the traffic. It's all smiles at Bentley at the moment as Andy Soucek creeps up the order in the surviving car, number 8.
I think that was Mrs. Soucek, if I'm not mistaken.
So
Andy Soucek again gets a good exit, slightly tighter. Looks like he's got a little bit more bite in the Bentley. No, he's got the draft. All he's got to do is decide where will Nicholas Poler plant the Lamborghini as they come down across the start-finish line. Looks to go down the inside. Ought to be a relatively straightforward pass. No, he thinks the better of it. Backs out of it. Bails out. Lamborghini slightly overruns. Soucek's got the benefit of the undercut, comes off. Look at Juncadella's watching all this, thinking I want a bit of this action, but I don't want to get too close. I don't want to get involved. So again, Soucek right on the back of the Lamborghini. They'll have a look down the inside, but Nicholas Poler will defend on the left-hand side of the track. But Soucek still thinks he's possible. Such a difficult part of the circuit to make it past. One of those places, either you shut your eyes and think of I'm going to go to heaven or whatever, or you get absolutely square alongside, because otherwise it ain't going to happen.
Another look on the inside by Soucek, but not there. Now what about a good run out of the next Lesmo and then down to the Variante Ascari? He's got the pace, he's being held up, certainly.
Yep, the trouble is he's losing his momentum. He doesn't need to run so close to the Lamborghini at some part. Juncadella, he can control him by his own pace, but he needs to get the speed off Lesmo 2, or coming into the Ascari chicane, not get too close to the back of the Lamborghini. Give it maybe a couple of car lengths, but nail your car here where you've got the advantage and come off the third of these 3 corners with a little bit extra speed. That might help you get close to coming into a passing position into Parabolica.
So, Soucek with a good run, thinks about the inside line. Nicky Poler tries to defend. Juncadella is there waiting to take advantage if he can. And Soucek's got a tighter line. Can he force it up the inside? He wants Poler to run out wide here, and he does. And the Lamborghini slides ever so slightly. Soucek conscious of how close Juncadella is behind him, but they come up towards the timing line now. 8th and 9th. Lamborghini ahead. Bentley right in the draft. Mercedes drops back in a straight line. Soucek goes through on the tail of the Lamborghini. Is he going to be able to dive up the inside? He thinks about it. He moves to the inside line, but he can't do it there. Nicky Poler hangs onto the place.
Well, one of the problems I suspect is that running so closely to the Lamborghini on the brakes, this is a big brake circuit. You're braking from over 150 miles an hour, maybe 160 miles an hour, 4 places. The brakes get really little chance to consolidate, cool down. So if you're using your brakes heavily, you're going to maybe suffer from a little bit of excessive brake wear. Maybe, I'm only trying to second guess, but Andy Soucek may be suffering. Thought maybe in a couple of occasions he might have taken the chance. The door was open, the opportunity was available to go down the inside. He wasn't confident enough to take that risk. He maybe didn't feel he could slow the car down sufficiently to take the corner and not overrun, and then maybe once again lose the position to the Lamborghini.
But it brings Juncadella back into the mix, so having dropped back in a straight line, he's right there with him again now as they head down to the Variante Ascari for the 50th time. Race leader way clear now with 2 hours and 4 minutes done, which is Andrea Caldarelli. So there, riding the curb, number 8, Andy Soucek. The leading gap is 23 seconds. It's still Victor Shaheitar second in the SMP racing car, but the gap widening all the while.
Yeah, we mentioned if the gap in first and second was 20 seconds, by the time we got to the second round of pit stops, you'd be pretty happy with that. Well, it's now 22, almost 23, and I suspect with probably the best part of another 15 minutes to go before the pit stops start to come around, that lead could actually extend to over 25 seconds.
I would go along with that as you look at the cars going through for still this 8th, 9th, 10th battle. Is Soucek close enough? Of course, it's that slippery shape of the Lamborghini ahead, but all the grunt of the Bentley bringing it back into line there behind. Soucek again tries the inside line down to the first chicane. Just can't do it. So frustrating for him.
Yep, that's hard work, and Juncadella's just sitting there waiting. He can't do very much more because the Bentley is on the right-hand side of the track, the Lamborghini's on the left, so there's no space for Juncadella to have a thought about maybe making a manoeuvre. So there we go back. And this is the leading AM 488, yes, in 21st position.
Rino Mastronardi is at the wheel of it, and that means that Pierre Arret is in the pit lane, watching his car leading the class, and Pierre is with Dakota.
Yeah, you've got a healthy lead in the AM Cup. What does it feel like to drive a fantastic car like the Ferrari on an Italian track?
Well, it's always very exhilarating, to be in Monza, number one, and then to drive in the Ferrari. So we're very happy with Ferrari and the track. So far it's looking good. And have an Italian driver in the car as well.
Do you think you can bring the win home?
I hope so. Yeah. If I keep it together in the last stint, I will.
Well, good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Pierre, a hugely experienced driver, part of the CR Scuderia team, Krasniakos' team a long time ago in the FIA GT3 European Championship. And they're bouncing over the curb in the background, Daniel Juncadella. So you've got this Spanish battle, haven't you, now, between Soucek and Juncadella, Bentley versus Mercedes. And Nicky Pola fending them off, 8th, 9th, 10th, down to the Parabolica. And in fairness to Pola, he is putting up a very good defence. He's soaking up the pressure as best he can, and he's not letting Soucek find a way by.
No, he's not, and he's doing it in a very clean and fair manner. There's been no weaving or blocking. He seems to have sufficient advantage here over Andy Soucek. Soucek closes down a little bit more as they get into the final third of the straight. Looks to go down the inside. That's about as close as he's had a look at over the last number of laps. She'll run. That's it all over, done and dusted, because both cars will find their way past the Lamborghini. That's just a little error from the Lamborghini. Mercedes gets up the inside as well. So Nicolas Pola, maybe he's suffering from a little bit of brake wear as well, but the benefit he has had is he's been running in clean, clear air, so it may not be a temperature related problem. Maybe just simply the pressure of this from the Bentley, and now from Juncadella and the Mercedes. He just crumbled under it. Don't know.
Well,
we'll find out.
Soaking up pressure for lap after lap, and finally he does crack. Now there's a pit stop infringement, drive-through penalty being offered to 32 Zach Speed's Mercedes. It's quite a long way down, that car, so it's not really going to affect what we've been watching up front. And 63 Andrea Caldarelli still leads the way. Now this is 3rd and 4th. It is still Salaquada ahead of Rugolo, and then Jimmy Eriksson is 5th, a further 10, nearly 11 seconds back. Rugolo goes wide, and Salaquada hangs on to the place then as they work their way up over the timing line.
So here they go. There's the Ferrari 55. Is that the 50? That's the 55, yeah. So it comes down into turn 1, 75 and 50. So they're catching up to. Just looking to see where they are. 1 hour 13 minutes remaining. So there we are. That's the second place Ferrari, the 72 car. Now it's 22.2 seconds. No advantage over the lead car on that last lap. So both cars lapping in the middle to low 1 minute 50 seconds.
But we might have a change 2nd, 3rd and 4th before the next round of pit stops, because Victor Shahitar's advantage is just 2 seconds now over this pack behind.
And sort of really not really seeing a lot of it. What's in 5th place? Mind you, it's 35 seconds behind the race leader.
Yeah. Is the Maxi Book Mercedes.
Absolutely, yeah, Jimmy Eriksson behind the wheel. 9 seconds behind Michele Rugolo in the 4th place Ferrari. That car again lapping in the low 1 minute 50s. Probably in clear air, not bothered too much by people around it. Able to do a good job. Frank Pereira will jump into that car, and he will undoubtedly make it talk when he gets behind the wheel.
Now there in traffic is Ahmed Al-Hafi working his way up past Abby Eaton, and number 11 Ferrari, which again was one of those delayed in the incident that stopped the race, came out of the pit lane, has now got Matteo Cressoni at the wheel and is 3.7 seconds back. So there's a battle developing quite nicely in Pro-Am. It's going to become Johnny Adam taking on Andrea Rizzoli in the last stint.
Who would you put your money with? You've got to go with a bit, haven't you?
Got to go with Johnny Adam, really.
Absolutely.
But Rizzoli does a good job in Ferraris, specialises in them, and the car clearly has the pace because it's working its way up the order. How much of this gap coming down now is the weariness of Ahmed Al-Hafi, who's been in it for a double stint?
Yeah, but his lap time in the last lap again, a 150.7, which is a very strong lap considering you've been in the car for 1 hour, nearly 15 minutes. So he's not wilting at all. Good job by the Cressoni. The Ferrari in 15th place, one behind the Aston Martin last lap, was 1 minute 51.2. So the gap between the lead of the Pro-Am category, so ebbing and flowing, is 2.6 seconds. You can see it on screen as the second of those two Ferrari's in the background. Let's look again and see.
53 up the inside with Machiels, going ahead of Jean-Luc Bobelic and exploring the limits of the Variante Roggi. He'll get a penalty for at least.
I would assume give that pace back. I would agree to say he gained an advantage, so he may have to give the pace up, even though he never actually lost it technically, but he was under pressure. So the second place Ferrari comes through as we see the gaggle of other cars close together, third and fourth and fifth.
There's 333 that's had quite a number of dramas, including drive-through penalties. Renat Salikov at the wheel, delayed early in the race. There is the second place Ferrari dropping into the clutches of Salaquada and Rugolo. So how long can they afford to keep Victor Schaitar out for? We've got an hour and 10 minutes. He's going to do 5 more, hasn't he? Because the stint maximum is 65, so they need 5 more minutes. What's that? 3 more laps out of Victor Schaitar. Can he hang on to second place?
He ought to be able to. He ought to be able to. Having said that, Philippe Salaquada has really, I think, upped his game. We saw him running competitively, albeit rather briefly in Lozano, but was quickest here in the first free practice session on Saturday morning by a reasonable amount, and that was a strong performance in my opinion.
And Victor Schaitar has been a class champion in the European Le Mans Series. He's raced in the WEC and has been a champion in that in his class. There's 44 David Fuminelli pressing on. Up, I think I'm right in saying now, to 12th place at the expense of Lorenz Frey. So he's got himself ahead of the Jaguar. Over the timing line they go. The gap between the Pro-Am leaders coming down because the Aston Martin is at the back of the shot, but look what's behind it. The Ferrari of Matteo Cressoni, 2.3 seconds. You're nearly there, Ahmad. Only another 4 minutes and change, then you can bail and put Johnny Adam in the car.
Of course, a big problem for the Aston Martin is he's got a couple of cars that are going to be lapped ahead of him, and that is something that the Ferrari isn't facing right now. So the pace of the Aston could be checked by the Jaguar and others ahead.
And 53 Ferrari.
The Jaguar is racing the Aston. The Aston's racing the Jaguar.
53 Ferrari must give back a position that we saw after it cut the corner there a lap ago, just to have that confirmed. Right, so 13th, Lorenz Frey dropping back, isn't he? He's lost out to Fuminelli. He might lose out again here to the Aston as they head up through the first of the Lesmo curves. These two right-handers.
And that's what he will want. He'll want to get ahead of the Jaguar to give himself again that little bit of breathing space and force the Ferrari to maintain its pace. So we're about 3 minutes away roughly from the point at which you might imagine the Aston would want to make its final pit stop. So all a bit nip and tuck. Jaguar looks good through the Ascari chicane. Aston didn't gain anything. The Ferrari will again be making that little bit of progress. The last time they came across the line, the gap between second and first in the Pro-Am category was 2.3 seconds. It looks like it's going to be probably second and a bit.
So Lorenz Frey
consolidating, isn't it?
Yeah, coming through the Parabonica. Effectively 2 minutes and 45 seconds to the next pit stop, with 65 minutes being the maximum you can do in a stint. 70 if the safety car is out, and it's going to be the Spanish driver Albert Costa to take over number 14. The gap in Pro-Am is down to 1 second, so Matteo Cressoni is closing onto the back of Ahmed Al-Hafi, who is doing a grand job in that car. I don't think we've ever seen it run this high, this long. I'll grant you that we have lost quite a few early on, but even so, it's a good effort by the Omani driver.
I mean, the big advantage that he scored was by getting through the turmoil, the accident on the opening lap. That's to his advantage, and nothing detrimental whatsoever. But being in the car for the best part of 55 minutes, in fact longer, because the race to get underway, then they were sitting around waiting nearly 40 minutes to get the race back underway. So he's been in his overalls and racing in a considerable length of time, and the Ferrari with a fresher driver behind the wheel pushing. But I just think the Ferrari is going to struggle to get away past the Aston, and I would imagine that the Aston will be one of the earlier pit stoppers to get Johnny Adam behind the wheel.
And what are they going to do with 11? Because Matteo Cressoni has certainly put in a good stint, but they will want, of course, to have Andrea Rizzoli in for as long as possible, so he'll probably come in roughly the same time, which will be at the end of the next lap. That said, they've also got the chance of gaining one more place because they're closing up onto the back of Lawrence Fry, but the gap between the two Pro-Am leaders coming down and down and down. TF Sport took a class win in ELMS at Silverstone a week ago. Could it be on as a team for a win here as well? As over the timing line goes Ahmed Al-Harthi. Matt Simmons has just brought 22 in to give way to Matt Parry. There it is, Nissan in.
Early stop. Now their first stop probably wasn't as good as those around them. And it's hard work to make up time lost in the pit stops of Matt Parry, the man who put that car onto the third row of the grid, an outstanding achievement in his first drive in the Nissan GTR, getting in behind the wheel, and he will want to get back out and try and get that Nissan. Well, where are they? They came in 20, well, they're 15th place. Yeah. So get top 10 finish, I think, for that Nissan would be a good result today.
Matt Parry, new to the car, new to GT racing, raced here in GP3 and in single-seaters, junior single-seaters before that, and a flash of the lights and a look to the inside by Matteo Cressoni, saying to Ahmed Al-Harthi, I'm quicker, let me by, and Ahmed Al-Harthi will say, oh no, you do not. So he's hanging on to that place, but because he's defending now, he's dropping back a little bit from Lawrence Fry, but they should both be able to come in this time. We're now within 65 minutes of the end, so Philip Salaquada comes in to hand over to Clement Schmidt, the former Porsche Super Cup racer. In comes Rugolo to give way to Alessandro Pierguidi.
Who's going to be quicker in the pit stops? Nissan's still there, still working on that left rear.
But remember, 90 seconds is the end of that delta time that you've got to be in for. So refueling, tyres for 75 you can anticipate. One out, one in.
Good job by Philippe Salaquada.
Yeah, Matt Parry on his way in the background.
So that was Clement Schmidt, a strong driver as well in the 75. So the Ferrari, the driver, the final driver, gets in. As the Bentley comes across, and the Bentley's still got the Mercedes directly behind it, but it's broken free. So
yeah, Nicky Pola thought, look at the gap now that's opened up. Once they finally got past him, he's fallen back a long, long way.
Unbelievable, unless I'm misreading it. But the Lamborghini leading the race on lap 58 has set the fastest sector time in Sector 1.
You're right. Now that it's on the vapours of that tank of fuel and it's in its lightest that it's been for an hour.
Yeah, but it's on a set of tyres that have been on for an hour as well.
Yeah.
But suddenly, wow, where did that come from?
Unless you've got a tow somewhere. Anyway, Andrea Caldarelli it is. They're 11 in the pits. Ahmed Al-Harthi stayed out for another lap. So, perhaps he's glued to the car, we can't unseat him. In has come Cressoni to give way to Andrea Rizzoli. And Andy Soucek being told to reduce by 2 seconds next lap. So, he's had an infringement somewhere. On the stopwatch is the engineer at ISR.
Now, dropping back 2 seconds means he's going to drop back behind the Mercedes because it's only 0.8 of a second behind. So what was the reason for that?
Unless that's a track limits issue, don't know. But we have the message, must reduce by 2 seconds. But where we are on the start line straight, all afternoon we've been watching recovery vehicles bring back cars damaged in the earlier accident, and still they're being returned to the teams as Ahmed Al-Harthi, leading Pro-Am, hustles on, and he's still on the back of Lawrence Fry. I think he wants to get past before he has to come into the pit lane, but he ought to be in this time, really.
So Matt Parry out in the Nissan for his first lap out as they challenger in the Pro-Am category makes their way out as well.
Matt Parry a lap down now after that stop, down in 26th place, but he'll get some of the time back, of course, when everybody else cycles through this last stop. Patrick Kuyler taking over 77.
There it is, Bentley. Oh, Bentley giving up its position, that 2 seconds it had to concede. So Juncadella, now whether it is 2 seconds in reality, but the fact is, by giving up the position, you might as well say that's the 2 seconds that he had to observe. I wonder maybe had the Mercedes had a little look on the brakes and Andy Soucek couldn't get it stopped and maybe had to run through around the second chicane. That's the sort of thing that could easily happen.
So it was a chicane cut that the penalty came, and so they've had the reversal of the places. There is number 14 in the pit lane, Lawrence Fray to get out. Albert Costa to get in, and that car has run well all afternoon. Ben Barnicoat, by the way, up into 11th place now in the 58 McLaren as more stops cycle through. And we've got just over an hour of the race, and they're absolutely nose to tail on pit out. Patrick Kuyler ahead of 87, the Mercedes of Nico Bastian. Through has just gone Alessandro Pierguidi in a moment. You'll see there the yellow Ferrari, but ahead Davide Rigon is staying ahead of him, so he was ahead when he came in, he's ahead when he goes out.
So there's going to be a race to the finish between these two Ferraris. You need to still see when the leading Lamborghini is going to come in. It's still only completed one pit stop, as has the second place Mercedes. Now Jimmy Eriksson up to second. Mercedes 84 has really worked hard to get track position. Of course, their pit stop will drop them back again.
Exactly. So there, 72, Davide Rigon is now at the wheel. I'm getting a bit worried about Ahmad Al-Harfi because he's still in, and I'm fearful that he's going to go over his driving time. Hopefully, TF will be on the case here, but he's not yet been in. The leader goes through for another lap. Andrea Caldarelli. There is 14 back on track. So the Lawrence Frey, Stefano Ortelli, Albert Costa Jaguar growls its way out of the first chicane. Jean Cadea is into the pits. Andy Soucek is into the pits. Please tell me Ahmad Al-Harfi is going to be in this time as well. I don't think he is. There's Johnny Adam waiting for a car, just walked across the shot.
I mean, he's essentially, how much fuel he got on board? It was a relatively early stop the first time around, if I'm correct. So how much further can they go? And Andy Soucek out, and Maxime Soulet will be in behind the wheel of the number 8 Bentley as they wait to get the fuel filled, and then they get the car up in the air and change the 4 wheels and tyres.
Leader in, so Andrea Caldarelli comes down the pit lane to give 63 then now over to the final driver, Christian Engelhardt, who made his name in Porsches, but now part of the Lamborghini Squadra Corsa Young Driver Programme, factory driver.
Yeah, struggling to get out. There's the seat filler he had. Sometimes some of the attachments, the radio attachment or anything else you might have, a drinks bottle, can be reluctant to detach. But there's plenty of time as the Bentley. Now with Maxime Soulet behind the wheel, makes his way down the pit lane. And this Bentley has had, in relative terms, a trouble-free event.
Started a bit further down the grid, didn't it? So it's been playing catch-up all afternoon. Nicky Pola coming under attack from Matt Parry. Now, has Pola pitted? Yes, he has. So it's Gustavo Jackerman versus Matt Parry, in fairness. Gustavo Jackerman, welcome to Blancpain, and straight into the thick of battle, isn't he? Matt Parry hustling on. So the two of them now working their way up towards the timing line. Lamborghini versus Nissan, two very different shapes, different sizes, different sounds. And Matt Parry is on the money, isn't he? Because he comes right up alongside. They were 32 thousandths apart. This is for 19th place, and Matt Parry goes through, picks up the place, but Gustavo Jackerman is not going to take this line down as they head down to the first chicane, but the Nissan is through and Matt Parry takes it.
Just like a seasoned professional.
Absolutely.
I mean, that first race, not quite first drive, first race, I mean, doing, that was a big commitment. No prisoner taken.
No. Right, the leader is back on track. Ahmad Al-Harfi has finally been tempted into the pit lane. And now it is going to be Christian Engelhardt to run to the end, just under 58 minutes of the race to go, looking very strong indeed.
Still waiting for second place, what now really would be the lead car. That's the 84 Mercedes for it to make its pit stop, still indicating it hasn't come in. And as the lead Pro-Am car, Johnny Adam takes over.
So we need to see where that blends back in against the class opposition. Of course, Andrea Rizzoli has pitted, and the other car in Pro-Am that's creeping into the picture now is Stefano Constantini, Andrea Amici, Dennis Lin's Lamborghini, which is going to have, for this final stint, Stefano Constantini behind the wheel. I wouldn't have thought he was as quick as Dennis Lin, so that might drop away again.
Well, there is our remaining Jaguar. Albert Costa coming round into Parabolica. The Aston now fuel in, 4 tyres changed, driver of course Johnny Adam in the car ready to go. So all this choreographed, right, is the Ferrari, so
going to take the class lead.
Going to take the class lead, and that's going to be difficult because Johnny Adam's going to have to make his way at 50 kilometres per hour, but he's at the far end of the pit lane, so it may not be quite as bad as it could have looked.
But he's going to be in traffic.
He's going to be in traffic. He's now able to accelerate, so he's going to be maybe 8 to 10 seconds behind, and he's got traffic coming through, and it's all just going one way, and that's the Nissan again. Absolutely stunning effort by Matt Parry. Can't quite get it done in the 88. That was the car driven by Daniel Juncadella.
So now Tristan Vautier.
Yeah, Tristan, well, he's not shabby either.
No. Well done, Armand Al-Harthi. That was a very, very good stint.
Looks fresh.
He does, yeah. It's probably quite chilly compared to Armand. That's Jimmy Eriksson in the pits.
What was the lead? Mercedes briefly, one lap.
And this puts James Collado into the lead, although he's yet to serve his second stop. So in Pro-Am, Andrea Rizzoli now is ahead of Johnny Adam, and there's quite a bit of traffic in between them. We'll see what the gap is at the end of the lap.
So Frank Pereira will be in the 84 Mercedes. Of course, it's sitting in the pit lane, tyres being changed, fuel's gone in, driver changed, so it will be back out on track. And that's for teams like HTP, and in the past, of course, WRT won so many events. They didn't necessarily win it just on out-and-out speed. They won it because they were winning the battle within the pit lane.
Can't help but think that the Aston should have come in a bit sooner and got fresher tyres on it, because the Ferrari, of course, came in sooner, so it's had a couple of laps with a faster driver and B, fresher tyres, which might have given it the advantage, because you can see the gap between them is quite a large one. Not taking anything away from Armand Al-Harthi, but that was a good 10 minutes into Johnny Adams' potential stint that he carried on for, so the best part of 10 minutes. So that might have cost them in the end. As through goes James Collado, who's yet to give way to Giancarlo Fisichella. This is the notional race leader, but they've got another pit stop to serve yet.
So last lap from James Collado, 1:50.5, matched by 58, which has gone back out. So that was the Striker Racing. Should be Kumludigar, so indicating that, but
Ben Barnicoat.
Yes,
he's in the pits now.
Yeah, that's why I was slightly confused there. This came up rather late.
Yeah, so 58 is in. Fisichella is ready to get into his Ferrari. And we've got, as you can see on the screen, 54 minutes to go. There is James Collado, who will give up the lead when he comes into the pit lane. So Engelhardt leading the way in 63. Matt Parry, elbows out, is trying to keep at bay Tristan Vautier. He's got past him.
Good stuff. Vautier coming back. Perry goes a bit wide on the exit, trying to get
elbows out and a half.
Absolutely, and that would get the attention of Matt. You've done a stunning job on the brief laps you've been behind the car. Be careful. The dirty part of the racetrack, the Mercedes definitely was on the lock stop momentarily as it got onto that dirty bit of track. Let's look again and see. The Mercedes clearly quicker off the second chicane. Suddenly an aggressive move, and that will...
Well, the stewards look at that.
They will look at it.
Yeah.
I would look at it and say, I would certainly give a warning to the team, or indicate to the team that, okay, don't do it again. No more of that. That's on the limit. What's acceptable?
Just check my diary. It was touring cars
There's a lot of
last
smoke
week.
coming from behind. Was that an engine smoke?
Could be. You're looking at the Ben Barnicoat now to be Kumludigar McLaren. McComb, who's been doing some Australian GT racing in the winter months, and up on the jacks in the background goes the Ferrari, which does have a problem.
It's boiling like a kettle.
And that's the AM leader. That's the leading AM. That's the Mastronardi Pierre-Eric car. So the leading AM car with a problem into the garage, and the incident between Matt Parry and Tristan Vautier is under investigation.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I mean, I don't mind racing drivers, being competitive, but that was just for me. If I have a limit, that was it. So, misfortunes for the lead AM Ferrari. Well, that's caused, maybe quite simply, the radiator fracture. We don't know, but there's the 55 Ferrari, still in the lead. Still, when are they going to come in?
Well, exactly. Soon it has to be, surely.
Absolutely right.
And maybe at the end of this lap. So Christian Engelhardt happily into his stint. Clement Schmidt then up into second place, as into the pit road has just come number 12, Michele Beretta. So Christian Engelhardt in the 63 Lamborghini leading the way into these final 52 minutes. There is James Collado ready to pit this time. He's on the tail of the Gilles Vanadé Lamborghini.
He's having to wait, even though he's coming in. He still tries to max out every bit of the racetrack and be flat out here, and then you realize I've got to get to slow down to 50 k's here. And one of the things that came out of the talking to one of the stewards is that on some cars, I don't know if it applies to all cars, the pit lane speed limit button works in first gear, but not on all cars in second gear.
Oh, right.
I didn't know that. So it may be that some cars, the pit lane speed limit button works in more than one gear.
Now, as you look at the pit stop cycling through for James Collado, seeing that he's got nothing better to do this afternoon, Ollie Jarvis has joined us in the booth. Ollie, welcome. We'd much rather see you out there. It's not been the day you wanted at all.
Yeah, we'd much rather be out there, to be honest. No, certainly not what we were expecting heading into the race. Really disappointing outcome, if I'm honest.
Drive-through penalty, car 22.
Hearing about a drive-through penalty for Matt Parry for causing the incident with Tristan Vautier, so that was the voice of Alain Ardon you were hearing. There's been a drive-through penalty, and it's Alain Ardon's voice that Bentley number 7 heard a lot of at the start of the race. Now, you were saying when you were interviewed early on that the team was up there arguing the case, so it was the team, was it, saying to Guy, stay out, just keep on driving, leave it to us?
I think firstly we don't agree with the penalty, so we went up there to discuss it with them, and we basically lodged an appeal. We were under the impression that whilst the appeal was lodged, that we didn't have to take the penalty.
Right.
Now, obviously there's been some miscommunication, and when we finally did take the penalty, they black flagged us. So from our side, Guy was doing exactly what he was told to do and what he was meant to do. So, personally, I feel really sorry for Guy. When he came in, he said, I just don't understand what I've done wrong. And he's absolutely devastated. Of all the drivers I've ever driven with, he's the most honest, and this is really hit him hard. But from our side, we lost the appeal. We were under the impression that we could continue driving while the appeal was being assessed, and then to get the black flag and excluded from the races, it's not just bad for us, it's bad for the championship and the whole race.
So we move to Silverstone, and fingers crossed for Bentley. Is that a good Bentley circuit, Silverstone?
I hope so, but obviously we're still disappointed about this one, but we've got to get focus for the next one now.
Ollie, thank you very much. We'll look back to what's going on track, and as the cars work their way up now into the Variante Ascari, you've got there 72, which is Davide Rigon, on the back of Clement Schmidt, so battle joined for what's going to become second place once the 55 Ferrari has cycled through its pit stop. And behind them, where's the next threat going to come from? Well, first of all, they've got to get themselves through the traffic, because they're out of harm's way is 53 Ferrari. That should be Andrea Bertolini for this last stint, should it not? But they lost ground early on. They're down in 24th place. So it is Christian Engelhardt already over the timing line, comfortably clear up front, and second and third run together. Davide Rigon on the back of Clement Schmidt, a fifth of a second being the margin between them, but they've got to make up 26 seconds against the race leader, and for as long as they're battling, they're going to delay each other.
Very much so, and I think for 63, the lead Lamborghini, all they have to do is just keep out of trouble, and if you are not sure, then be cautious. There's no need at this point to take unnecessary undue risks. They've got a 25.5 second advantage. Obviously the biggest trouble will be coming through some of the back markers. You might get a bunch of them like you've got here, 4 cars, and they're all absorbed in their own battle and not maybe fully aware of what's coming up behind them, such as the lead car.
Oh, look at that. That marker has to slot in and take the place, but that straight away opens up the gap between them.
Yep, indeed it does, and that's where you can begin to lose time. And also, if you lose your rhythm, it takes a few minutes to get it back again, because you get focused on what's happening with those cars that really you have nothing to do with, but they're on that part of racetrack that you want to be on.
So we work lap 66. Engelhardt looks as though he might have this in his back pocket with a margin of 26 seconds. Good little battle going on between the Mercedes coming up towards us, the blue Mercedes, and Andrea Bertolini, who goes ahead. So change of pace there. Number 16 drops back. That's the Morley Toriel Manuel Metzger car. Manuel Metzger, part of last year's Nürburgring 24 Hours winning squad. Bit of a Nürburgring Nordschleife specialist, but losing out to Andrea Bertolini, former FIA GT champion, FIA GT1 world champion, you name it, he has one in it. Andrea Bertolini, former factory Ferrari driver, he used to race or used to drive at demonstrations Formula 1 cars. We've got a yellow flag out somewhere, sector 1, and there wide goes Pierre Guidi, who is still in 4th place, hustling on now. He's 4.8 seconds back on second and third, and that's the reason for the yellow. The Jag, I'm afraid, has stopped coming out of turn 1. Albert Costa, and it looked a bit smoky, that, didn't it?
Yeah, a little bit strange to stop there. I mean, that's not the consequence of an incident. In my view, that's more of a technical matter. Hard to see what it is from here. you've got reset buttons within the cockpit. You'll be talking to the team and trying to get things sorted out. What has happened to me, which is very interesting, is the 50 Ferrari Alessandro Pierguidi has dropped into the 1 minute 49s, albeit the high 49s, in his charge. Really, the best he can look to do is get up to second place, because the lead that the Lamborghini's got is, I think, beyond Alessandro Pierguidi, but certainly second place for that number 50 Ferrari is eminently achievable.
Now, how's Pro-Am getting on? Because Johnny Adam is still hustling through the traffic, but quite a long way up the road now is Andrea Rizzoli. 53 Andrea Bertolini being warned about blue flags, but he's so busy having his own battles. Behind Johnny Adam, you've got Comme Redegar, so 13th and 14th they go through. The very striking McLaren, the orange, the proper Bruce McLaren orange, and the green roof. There's Johnny Adam on the tail now of Tristan Vautier. Ahead of them is Sam Tordoff running in 11th place. Sam having his Monza debut in the Straka McLaren after driving the Barwell Lamborghini, forgive me, at Alton Park a week ago in British GT. The same car that's in the race being driven by Patrick Cuellar, different panels on it, so it's a different livery, but it's in the race after an engine change in the week. So many of the teams have had a busy time with racing at Alton on Monday, needing to be here on Thursday.
Has Matt Parry, I missed during that interview with Ollie Jarvis, has Matt Parry made his drive-through yet?
No.
So he's going to have to do it pretty much now, otherwise he's going to get the wrath of the race director as well. Shame as a harsh penalty. Ooh, the McLaren way off racetrack in Lesmo 1. There was a harsh penalty, but it was a manoeuvre that could have ended in serious consequences for one, more likely the Mercedes.
And perhaps part of the thinking is do it now, and then you sort of get it out of people's system. They know what the limits are, and there's no further discussion about it. Now, Ahmad Al-Harfi watching this car with Johnny Adam at the wheel, and Ahmad is with Dakota.
Ahmed, what an incredible double stint you've just done.
Thank you. It was really tough, but I enjoyed every single minute of it.
Now, Johnny's an excellent driver. Do you think he can put this back into the win for you?
I think we've got a strong car. It's just a matter of not making any mistakes and staying away from trouble, to be honest, and that's what I was trying to focus on. It's great to give him a car in a strong position. Plus, the team did a great job in both the pits, and it's just the Ferrari is always going to be fast in Monza. But let's see, it's still a long race and it's still endurance racing.
Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Now, of course, with that very long stint from Ahmad Al-Harfi, it gave less time to Johnny Adam to do the hard yards, and it's also brought him back out in traffic. So, not entirely convinced. The team will probably post-race tell me it was all part of a great plan, but I'm not entirely sure that they should have kept Ahmad in it for quite so long, because, as I say, the car was dropping back on old tyres against a car on fresh tyres. And there, at the inside goes Johnny Adam. He's just got one job here, go flat out and gain every place back. He's on the outside of Tristan Vautier, and he'll have to drop back in behind him.
Yep, but the Aston was very quick. And look at the McLaren right behind now, and it's going to get a little sniff up the inside into Lesmo 1. Johnny's having to defend, not quite as aggressively as we saw a few laps ago from Matt Perry. But the reality is, I know what you're saying about Al-Harfi staying out for a long time, but in fairness, Johnny Adams' tyres will be fresher because they've done fewer laps, and that's going to be the strength that the Aston will have. And we're getting now into the last 40 plus minutes of this 3-hour race.
Yeah, so it should balance out, but the trouble is he's now losing time, isn't he, by being stuck in traffic and in this battle, and he's got to defend as well as attack. So you've got Sam Tordoff through, then Tristan Vautier, then Johnny Adam. Comme Redegar is on the tail of him, and way up the road is Andrea Rizzoli, because he's ahead of the Nissan, so he's way out of shot. So far up the road is he? We've got 42 minutes to go. There is Tristan Vautier, and there in the McLaren, Comme Redegar, part of last year's Endurance Championship winning team, along with Rob Bell and Shane van Gisbergen.
Shane. He's having a bad weekend on the other side of the world, I read.
So the leading car, 25.8 seconds to the good. Last time the gap went up. Not only is Engelhardt leading the way, but he's the fastest of all of those in the leading group. The only person that's doing laps under 1 minute 50 is Matt Parry, who's been able to lap in the 1:49 2 laps in a row.
Yeah, I mean, stunning drive. Great shame that he was over-aggressive in his defence coming out of the second chicane, but that really is an impressive debut from the young British driver. And maybe, is that an indication that there could be a change in the guard within the Nissan ranks, because for a very long time it's been the 23 car that's been the dominant car with Adonis and Blancpain and Chio. So that car didn't get to compete. It had its major issue in the opening lap into turn 1 taken out, too much damage to repair. Johnny Adam under real threat from Comme Ledegar. And the McLaren looks to be the quicker of the two cars. They're racing in different categories, different classes, but of course Johnny Adam doesn't want to concede track position, because he'll then drop further back from his quest to try and wrestle back the lead from the 11, which is the Ferrari of Castle Racing that's actually leading the Pro-Am category.
Matt Parry is being told he's got to do the drive-through this lap.
Yes.
So, like the Bentley earlier, he stayed out. Perhaps they're arguing about it.
I think that's what will be. Nissan will be saying, "Oh, it's a bit harsh. Come on, give the guy a break." And I suspect that's the process that's been going on. And eventually, the decision has been taken. There's no more appeals. The penalty needs to be served, and do it now. Otherwise, we'll be into almost a replica of what we saw with
it's in
the 7 Bentley. So he's coming through. Great shame. I mean, he's driven brilliantly in qualifying. Been doing stunning, stellar times in the race.
Now, we've had a change for second place. Davide Rigon there is up into second, and behind the Audi drops to third, Clement Schmidt. So 27.2 seconds is the margin. Can Davide Rigon do anything about the leading car with, as he runs wide and kicks up the dust, 39 minutes on the clock?
Don't think so, but what I do think, that yellow Ferrari, the third car in line, looks to have a bit of the second position of the red, white and blue Ferrari. That's just under 3 seconds up the road.
Andrea Bertolini goes through, sweeping around the outside of number 3 Audi. It's got Josh Cahill at the wheel of it. Josh, who's raced Audis in the one-mate TT Cup. He's racing the Volkswagen Racing Cup back home and came out of motorbike racing, the Yorkshireman. But stepping up to this level, and there, Johnny Adam and Comme Ledegar absolutely toe-to-toe. Ledegar up the inside line, he's prized open the door, but no! Johnny Adam fends him off. He knows that if he wants to try and get back into the lead of Pro-Am, he cannot afford to be giving away places.
No, and for Comme Ledegar, he was on the inside coming into Lesmo 2, not a great place to be. You've got to slow the car down. It's not a particularly quick corner, but Johnny Adam had the corner. He was always going to be in control in that situation, but clearly under great threat from the McLaren. As I say, not in the same race in terms of championships, but nonetheless going back to the track position and not conceding it, trying to keep yourself as close as possible to the lead of the Pro-Am category, and that's the 11 Ferrari. He needs to get clear of the Mercedes as well, and that's not going to be easy. Tristan Vautier, he's not going to want to concede least of all, and he does. The Aston's gone through. What's going on with the Mercedes?
Got a problem. Yeah, Vautier slows, and he's heading for the pits straight away. If you have to have a problem, better it happens at the last corner than the first, so Vautier crawls in.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere. There was no contact. Maybe all I can assume is has he cut a tyre. There's obviously been loads of bodywork and carbon fibre, so wait and see. The car comes in, put the jacks up. No, they're going to turn it around. It's going as something more terminal. It's going to be pushed into the garage, and that looks like it's the end of the day for the 88, aka ASP Mercedes. Looking round into the... Now, there's a brake issue. Is it a brake issue? They're looking at the discs. Is it whatever they're looking at? I don't know. Are they going to take the wheel off? What if there's a problem with the brakes? Take the wheel off and have a proper look.
So Johnny Adam gains a place back, hunting down the car ahead of Sam Tordoff.
And now that he's free of the Mercedes, he might be able to run at his more natural pace and keep Comme Ledegar behind. But they keep looking inside the right front wheels to see, what's the problem? Whatever it was, it appeared pretty quickly because Vautier didn't mess around, he came straight in.
I wonder if he felt it was a loose wheel all of a sudden. Anyway, we'll hopefully find out. Matt Parry served the drive-through, by the way, and has rejoined. Now that's 961, which is now Davide Rizzo, winner of the second race in the Blancpain GT Asia series that's new this year. And he has taken over from Abby Eaton, who took over from Alex Demirjian, and they are leading the AM Cup. So that car, admittedly it's inherited it because of the demise of 488. We saw its rather smoky demise in the pit lane, but a great effort this by all three of them. And as the car works its way into the Variante Ascari, it'll be a delighted Alex Demirjian looking at this from the pit lane, and he is with Dakota.
Alex, there's been some spectacular driving across the board, both you and Ami, and you're leading in AM.
We're leading right now. We have 30 seconds, I think 35 seconds, and we still have another 30 minutes to go. We're crossing fingers. Hope we're going to make B1, hopefully.
But it seems like you're in a good position now. Now, you said that they changed the gearbox only 15 minutes before starting. That was quite a risky move.
It was like 50 minutes before the start of the session, we had a gearbox issue, and the guys did an amazing job. We had like 10 cars, 10 mechanics on the car changing the gearbox. They did it in 40 minutes. Ferrari Amato team had done an amazing job doing that. We're very, very stressed, but we made it on time, and it was very stressful, but we made it. And we had to start last, but things are turning out to be okay, so we're crossing fingers.
Thank you, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, sometimes there are good stories in motor racing, and that looks to be one of them. The 961A, of course, a Ferrari. All the drama of having to change a gearbox, the last thing you need before you go into an endurance event. And Miguel Eaton, David Rizzo, and Alex Desjardins behind the wheel of that car. So they are looking very happy, and of course that is the Lebanon is calling sponsored car. All the supporters have either vanished back down to the team to support them from within the garage, or they're out having a nice meze lunch.
Yes, you're right, that grandstand's empty, hasn't it? It was pretty busy earlier on.
And a few bottles of Chateau Monsieur.
Now we've got more teams being summoned to see the race direct, including the Porsche squad of Herbert Motorsport. There is Alessandro Pierguidi on the back of Clement Schmidt, so the change for third place is imminent. The lead gap's coming down, by the way. It was 27 seconds, it's down to 25.
Yeah, that's sort of, if you like, calling. I mean, it could be traffic, we don't know.
Yeah.
You know, all he has to do, Christian Engelhardt, is run at the pace of the cars that are trying to pursue him. Last lap, David Rigon did a 149.7. That's a good lap. That's a quick lap at this phase of the event. Pierguidi has just taken over third place. His last lap, 150.1. So the three car there, you can see now. Well, in fact, the Audi is still ahead of the Ferrari. I thought that was a change of position. So second, third, and fourth all covered by just over 2.789 seconds.
Yeah. As there, Johnny Adam gets up the inside of Sam Tordoff, and Ben Barnicoat tries to get through. Those McLaren's different livery, but same team. I don't mean Ben Barnicoat, I mean Combe Ledegar, who launched himself over the curb and now has a look up the inside. Right, Sam, time to think touring cars here. Put your elbows out and keep Combe Ledegar at bay. Runner-up in the BTCC last year was Sam Tordoff, and Combe Ledegar giving his teammate a real workover, but Johnny Adam now released. Next target is about 11 seconds up the road, and it is the class opposition.
Yes, and 33 minutes remaining. It's doable if things work favourably for you, and that really means you catch cars at a part of the racetrack where you don't lose time. You get through, you move on, and you just keep doing that process. You can control that. I keep referring to it. Wow, I saw that big, massive oversteer moment for Tordoff as he came through the final chicane. And the car just suddenly went out of picture, and then we saw the head-on shot. So Combe Ledegar, he said, thank you, I'll have that every day and all day.
Yeah, Tordoff runs wide, Tordoff off, and Ledegar up one place. But Sam continues.
Hey up, Sam. That was a moment to remember.
First time he's raced here. His grandfather was a great rally driver, wasn't he?
Yes,
Jack
he
Tordoff,
was, yeah.
so he's got it in his genes. 75 through, Clement Schmidt, Alessandro Pierguidi on his tail, and AF Corsa, they look on and see how Pierguidi is hunting down the Audi, but 75, the ISR team, it's interesting, isn't it, the way that it's made progress, season on season on season, and it's now one of the competitive teams at the front, not in the midfield, and there it is, third, trying to fend off AF Corsa, and we know how good that car is, and the way it's fought back as well after Lafleur lost time in his first stint, pitted early, that was a good thing, did his driver time, got that stint out of the way, and now the car hunting for a podium place.
Yeah, and Alessandro Pierguidi, I would have thought, would have been able to find a way around Clement Schmidt. I would have assumed that the Ferrari would have been the quicker of the two cars. I'd have assumed that Alessandro Pierguidi of the two drivers would have been the fractionally quicker here at Monza. But Clement Schmidt is consolidating.
There is a drive-through penalty coming now for number 72, which is the second-placed car for overtaking under a yellow flag.
Oh, no.
Davide Rigon is getting a drive-through for overtaking under yellows.
So it's now going to be Schmidt and then Pierguidi second and third, because that drive-through penalty, 15 seconds. Oh no, what? There's going to be it's going to be the best part of 35, 40 seconds.
Penalty to car 72. Drive-through penalty, car 72. Overtaking under yellow flag. Overtaking under yellow flag procedure.
Whereabouts would that have happened? We weren't aware of yellow flags recently.
Jaguar?
Well, I don't know.
Maybe,
I'm talking about in the last 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
Well, the observer's report will go back to race control. The officials will look at it. They'll refer it to the stewards. The stewards will deliberate. So sometimes it will take a little time, won't it? But it was the Jaguar stopping, we're being told, just to confirm what I was thinking. So it was down at turn 1. Anyway, the outcome is that Davide Rigon will drop back. And so the Lamborghini kind of gets another free ride. Every time anybody gets into a threatening position, it's like snakes and ladders. You climb up and then back down the pole.
Yeah, but you know, in motorsport, as in life, you make your own luck. And Lamborghini have done a great job. They've had good pit stops, good strong driver lineup.
Yeah.
And they've just done all they needed. Christian Engelhardt behind the wheel. Caldarella did a good middle stint. Marco Bortolotti did obviously the usual good job in the opening stint. So it's been happy days really for the Gottfried Grasser Lamborghini team.
I was at a Lamborghini event yesterday evening at which there was great optimism from Lamborghini about the chances here, because it's always been a circuit that's good for them. They've had another enormous grid of cars taking part in the opening Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe events, and crowning all potentially a win in the Blancpain Endurance opener. What was it Alain Delamura from Blancpain said to you on the grid? He was tipping Lamborghini for a victory?
Well, his emotion was with Lamborghini. I did speak to him a little bit before we actually went on air, and I knew I was going to put him on the spot by doing that, which is always, if you're a vice president of a global company, you can handle that.
Well, he might have got it right, because with just under half an hour to go now, the race therefore due to finish at about 6:05 local time, the cars accelerate on, and they do so. It is Engelhardt leading by 22.8 seconds. I mean, the gap is coming down, make no mistake, but with Davide Rigon having to serve the drive-through, the best chance we've got now of anybody getting up there to threaten the leading car is if Alessandro Pierguidi can get past Clement Schmidt pronto.
Yeah, I mean, that's well, in reality, the Lamborghini, other than something unforeseen happening, it's this race. So all we're really talking about now, who's going to finish second and third on the podium. There is the Ferrari that was in second place, Davide Rigon, and he has yet to make that drive-through penalty, but undoubtedly will have to do it probably this lap, because he'll be running out of time to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
And the battle that we're seeing behind, which is currently third and fourth, will instantly become battle for second and third. Clement Schmidt doing a good job, and the Audi Ferrari doesn't seem to have any advantage anywhere around the racetrack that we've seen. So the Ferrari stays out, continues the 72 Ferrari, not, I assume once again, as this whole process of the command comes from the race director, teams then challenge it, maybe think about putting in an appeal, and in the meantime, keep your man on track.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone over the line certainly once, maybe twice. Matt Parry, by the way, after his penalty, falls to 15th place.
But he's gone up, it was in 22nd. Yeah. So he's doing, again, middle one, 50.6.5. You're doing a sterling job.
Can I get excited about Johnny Adam again, please? It's not difficult to do so.
Yeah, it's under 10 seconds.
Yeah, 9.3. He's closing on the Ferrari, and on this lap, he's quicker in sector 1 and he's quicker in sector 2. And on the last lap, Johnny did the car's best lap of the race. So the gap's coming down.
Absolutely. I did say, once he got clear of the McLaren, then he could, that 10 seconds, 33 minutes at that point to close down over 10 seconds. He's done it. Well, he's got 27 minutes now to close down 9.3 seconds. It's there, it's tight, it relies on other factors he can't control. There's the Jaguar coming back very, very slowly indeed. We saw that car put lots of rubbish up at the exit of what's going on up there. Somebody's been off, that's a tyre, is it?
Is that him?
That's probably the Jaguar.
It's a Jaguar that's on the road.
Yeah, there's is that carbon
the
fibre?
Other one? That's 114, isn't it?
That's the
sister car.
Front or rear.
It's the tyre.
There's the tyre.
Yeah.
But that's up at the exit of the Ascari chicane. So that loads of rubber lying in the middle of the racetrack. It's the first tyre we've seen. It can be, of course, the tyre starts to deflate. That's when it will overheat, and that's when it will then begin to fall apart. But we don't know the cause of that, so we'll wait and see. But battle for what is now, in effect, second place continues. The Ferrari that was in second, coming through to serve its penalty. Take it like a man.
Yeah. The drive-through loses less time than the stop-go.
Do you think if Abigail Eaton had a drive-through penalty and I said take it like a woman, it would be acceptable?
There's one way to find out. Davide Rigon down the pit lane, and let's see where that drops him to, because as the rest of the field accelerates over the timing line, through has just gone Giancarlo Fisichella, so Rigon, I reckon it's going to put him 6th. Let's see. Yeah, Davide Rigon falls into 6th place. Yes, behind Fisichella. So that now means it's Engelhardt to Schmidt, 26 seconds the margin. Barwell busy because they've got a problem for the Patrick Kujala car.
Yeah, I thought I'd seen some kind of either somebody been in the gravel or a residue of tar smoke coming out of Parabolica. Now, whether it was this car here coming in or whether it was the Lamborghini, I couldn't tell, but there was something I thought maybe an optical illusion on my part, but maybe there was something.
Jonathan Hershey walking away from the Jaguar. Really disappointing. Both the Emile Frey cars drop out in the last stint after a race that promised so much for them early on. Right, Alessandro Pierguidi is not normally shy when it comes to making a move, but he can't unsettle Clement Schmidt, can he?
No, and running behind the Audi, he's been having his pace dictated to by Clement Schmidt. Clement Schmidt's running strongly. He's not making any errors. He's putting his car precisely where the Ferrari wants to be. There you can see the gaps, how they've changed. You talk about thousands or hundreds of seconds. And again, the pace of the Ferrari being completely dictated by the pace of the Audi. All you can do, hope for traffic, maybe work for your favour, momentarily fall back a little bit. As we see, is this the Porsche coming? It is indeed.
It is. They've got a drive-through.
Drive-through as well. That's a disappointment.
And it's Alfred Renard, 3rd in Pro-Am. There's 2nd and 3rd overall. The lead gap is creeping up again because Schmidt is driving slower because he's got to defend. But it shows you the balance of performance working, how evenly matched these cars are, but the frustration then is they're so evenly matched that Pierguidi cannot find a way by.
I think what would be interesting to know is if he could find a way through, how much he would pull away, how quickly he would pull away. But unfortunately, that's motor racing. They've got two cars battling for the podium position, 2nd and 3rd. They're both doing precisely what they're being asked to do by their teams, and the gap almost it doesn't seem to change. Whether it's under acceleration off a corner or under braking into a corner, they just seem to keep that gap, which is 3/4 tenths of a second, pretty much all the way around a lap.
And Pierguidi is certainly trying, evinced by the fact that he's wide over the curb there, kicking up the dirt. 23 minutes on the change on the clock. And we've had now up into 4th place from Pereira, up into 5th, Fisichella, Davide Rigon down to 6th, as I was mentioning. The gap in Pro-Am, when I last told you, was 9.3. It's now 7.1 seconds. Johnny Adams done another personal best lap. So that gap is coming down and down and down.
23 minutes to go, so it is eminently doable. And getting up to the back of the number 11 Ferrari, getting past the number 11 Ferrari might be a different kettle of fish, but nonetheless he's doing the good work right now. Waved yellow flag for some reason.
Full course yellow now.
Full course yellow for some reason.
Is that the debris on the track, I wonder?
Full course yellow to remove debris on track between P9 and P10.
Yeah, it is a good spot, David.
I was about to say as well, while all that was going on, that Giancarlo Fisichella's Ferrari pit stop is under investigation as well, the car that's currently in 5th place.
Oh, don't like that. Wait until everybody is under control. Lots of bits of the tyre, and well, that's the inner carbon fibre shielding that has actually detached when the tyre let go. So brave Marshall running out on the track while cars were still coming down. He's a fit boy running through the gravel like that. He's got to be very careful. Only one Marshall.
You move the big bits, but are they going to sweep all the little shards off the road, or is that it?
I'm not sure how much of it was. It looked like, other than if a car had hit some of that and then shattered it, if it's in big lumps, it's pretty easy to see and pick up.
Okay.
So I think there were those 3 large lumps. There will be undoubtedly some shards. But brave man running out and doing that very quickly, enabling the race. It's gone green again, so here we go. Drivers need to be alert to these yellow flag situations, because you can sort of nod off momentarily and then realise, oh, I missed about 5 seconds of green flag restart.
So 75, Clement Schmidt presses on. Where's Pierre Guidi?
Exactly.
He's dropped right back.
Precisely.
It was 6/10, exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah.
There's the evidence.
Yeah, he's having a little prosciutto and melone or something in the car. In NASCAR in the old days, in the 50s and the 60s, some of the good old boys used to have chicken legs in the car for the yellow flag or the safety car, so they'd shoot a chicken leg and chuck it out the window.
Pace car, surely the good old US of A.
Yeah.
Anyway, Clement Schmidt gets a free ride for the next couple of laps. Alessandro Pierre Guidi has dropped back. They were nose to tail pretty much, and now that margin is a wider one. Pierre Guidi should be able to bring the gap down, but he really wants to be up and past him. Clement Schmidt second then, down to the Variante Ascari, all of this being watched by co-driver Philippe Salaquada, who is out of the car.
Philippe, you're up into second. Now there's some pressure coming from the Ferrari behind you. Do you think Clemens can hold on?
Yeah, the Ferrari was giving me a lot of pressure, but I tried to do my job and not to try to do a mistake because they were a little bit faster. And like that, we can stay in our position, I think.
I hope so too. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
So Pierre Guidi over the timing line, hunting down the second placed Audi. 0.6 has become 0.9. It's actually not quite as bad as it could have been.
Looks worse in terms of what it is on the road. But, again, as I pointed out, it was a very quick yellow and went back to green. And that's, you've got to be absolutely on your toes to be aware of what's going on here coming through Parabolica. So the Bentley getting past the Porsche.
And that's Maxime Soulet getting up to Davide Rigon. But the Bentley is under investigation for the full course yellow period, and so is Adam Christodoulou's white Mercedes further up the road.
Oh no!
So we might not be out of the woods yet in Bentley and drama, and Adam Christodoulou also being investigated in the number 4 at Mercedes.
It's been a busy old race for race director, lots of things going on. Lots of infringements, some of which might seem trivial or minor
Car 4
to the driver.
And car 8, full course yellow procedure under investigation. Full course yellow procedure for car 4 and car 8 under investigation.
Merci Alain Adomba, race director, brings the news, and we talk about the drivers having to be on their toes to go back to racing, but they've got to be on their toes to slow at the right time.
Yes, and they've got to run between 70 and 90 kilometres per hour. There's a bit of a window. But sometimes the driver backs off and thinks, "Oh yeah, that's easy." But it's sport today, motorsport amongst it, is you think you've slowed down enough, but you've got to have mechanisms on board the car. The Lamborghini left rear tire.
That was the Polar car, wasn't it? It's now got Gustavo Jackerman at the wheel, 15th into the pit lane, and it's the car's not slowing in time and sufficiently that's being investigated, so more news on that full course yellow potential infringement when we have it. Is a tyre change required for 27. Great shame, because that car ran so strongly for the first 2/3 of the race.
Yeah, I did. I mean, Nicholas Polar in particular, there's mirrors full of people around him, so one tyre off, one tyre on. As we go back to the lead car, making its merry way, nearly 30 seconds now ahead of the second place Audi, and the Ferrari is still 0.2 of a second or so. And really all you've got to do is Christian Engelhardt is just caress the Lamborghini Huracan for the remaining 17 minutes plus seconds.
Whereas in Pro-Am, in the remaining 17 minutes plus, that Ferrari is Andrea Rizzoli hustling on with Johnny Adam bearing down on him. It was 9.3 a little while back. We're down to 6.5. Through goes Rizzoli. Johnny Adam is in the background then in the Aston Martin heading up over the line.
And it's going to be 6.2 seconds.
Yeah, it's come down a little. Not quite as much on that lap. Maybe Rizzoli's responding.
And then you've got the Prom Ledegar behind Johnny Adam. Oh, close coming out of the second Lesmo. Opportunity to see a pass. Can the Ferrari get alongside the Audi?
Not quite. Ooh. Outside line was always going to be brave, but...
First time it's in a real...
Yeah. First sign of intent there.
Yes, I mean, that was certainly... We have not seen something as close, potentially change position. Again, the Ferrari close to the rear of the Audi coming down into Parabolica. So maybe it's the final gasp for Pier Alessandro Guidi to get ahead of the second place Audi. Nearly got it done, but nearly wasn't good enough.
And again, he runs wide, but maintaining the momentum all the way through the Parabolica, up towards the timing line. Last time he was only 0.298 of a second back. This time he's 0.3 back. Leader, of course, getting away while these two are squabbling. It's now up to half a minute, the lead gap.
Yeah, the pace being dictated by the Audi running, well, a second approximately slower than the race leader. And that, of course, passes all the way down the chain, well, short distance down the chain to the third place Ferrari. That's the difficulty that Pierguidi has had really since he's been behind the wheel. He can't run at his own pace. The natural momentum of the Ferrari, I would say, is probably up to a second a lap quicker than the Audi. You can't blame Clement Schmidt for defending and doing a good job at doing it.
In Pro-Am, Johnny Adam 3/10 quicker in Sector 1, 3/10 quicker in Sector 2, and a personal best in Sector 2 of the whole car's race, which is now 2 hours and 45 minutes, give or take. And what's he going to do at the end of the lap as you look at second and third, with again Pierguidi inching up onto the back of the Audi, and then he gets stuck. He can't find a way through. They're coming up to lap 9.61. Davide Rizzo in his Ferrari, which is leading the AM class, remember, from 7.77. Gilles Vanelay at the wheel of the Lamborghini, second and third together. Now, it was at this part of the circuit a lap ago that Pierguidi got to the outside line, but I don't think he's close enough on this lap. That back marker, though, could have a part to play.
Oh, yes. This is going to be the opportunity that Pierguidi will look for, because the speed of the Ferrari in a straight line is not going to be a lot different to that of the Audi pursuing it, and Pierguidi will want to be the beneficiary of these two cars. One, of course, totally different class. It's the Audi that his focus is upon, but now it's going to be who's going to make the brave move, the dive into turn one. Will it be the Audi to try and put a car in? Oh, Pierguidi runs way, way wide, swings through, the Ferrari gets out of the way. So marginal advantage, I think, to Pierguidi this occasion, but essentially nothing to change. Is he going to look down the outside? Can he get down the outside to get it stopped? Will the Audi stop and not overrun? Pierguidi, go!
That's brave! No, can't do it. Over the curb.
No, fall behind.
Yeah.
Done the right thing. He didn't gain anything, didn't really lose very much, but it was never going to be a great move. Difficult to get past a competitive car fighting for the second place in the podium.
But another sign of intent as the battle continues. 5.1 seconds, by the way, in Pro-Am now. And Johnny Adam quicker in Sector 1, and he's 4/10 quicker in Sector 2. And there, Davide Rigon and Adam Christodoulou lead on each other. Changed for 6th place. Christodoulou ahead of Rigon, who tried to fight back. And now Maxime Soulet is right up behind them as well. So the car that was leading the first stint, second in the second stint, now with its drive-through, falling back in the pack. And Davide Rigon losing place after place now, sad to say. Adam Christodoulou in 6th. He won the Nürburgring 24 Hours last year, back in European racing after a spell in America in Star Mazda a few years back. And there Maxime Soulet riding the curb as Andy Soucek looks on in the headset. Vincent Abril with him. And the Bentley upholding the crew manufacturer's hopes in this race now in 8th place, but could yet gain one before the end.
So Maxime Soulet on a charge. Oh, somebody's kicked up a load of dust. Was it, must be the Ferrari, yes, it was the Ferrari. Dropped a wheel off, that will lose a little bit of momentum. Give Soulet the opportunity to think about moving up the inside. The Bentley's so big, it almost blocks out anything that's ahead of it.
And behind all of this, Pro-Am, Johnny Adams got the gap down to 4.5 seconds and has taken half a second out in the first sector alone. So the cars come onto the straight down to the Parabolica. There's no further action, we understand, on that full course yellow investigation. And this is the replay of Rigon and Christodoulou. Christodoulou was ahead. Davide Rigon came back at him. They leant on each other a little bit under braking, and Christodoulou then went deep into the corner. Rigon up the outside, and Adam Christo ahead.
Well, there was a little bit of return of the favour, a little bit of touch in the bodywork. You can see the white on the front guard of the Ferrari. Both cars right on the limit as we look again at this battle. Second place through the Curva Grande. Now, can Pierguidi do something on this little run down into, looks to go down the inside again? You've got to have that position resolved on the exit of the Curva Grande, not coming into the second chicane.
Johnny Adam, having taken half a second out in Pro-Am in Sector 1, has taken 6/10 out in Sector 2. So they're going to be together in the next couple of laps, probably as close as these two are, second and third overall. Clement Schmidt doing a very good job, though, of keeping that car hanging onto the pace. Christodoulou fending off Rigon, and then behind you've got Maxime Soulet. And a long way back then, the Pro-Am lead battle. So there are great little scraps going on. all the way through the order, as there Rigon has another look to the inside line, can't do it, and Maxime Soulet in the Bentley rumbles on behind them.
So those two, Christodoulou and David Rigon, they did get very close coming into the chicane. They did touch.
Oh, Adam gone wide.
Well, the Ferrari's come alongside and the Bentley's going to follow through. That's going to be the idea. Tight, at one of the tightest parts of the racetrack. 3 cars, 3 large cars, defence from Rigon. Mercedes on the inside. Bentley has got past. So the Bentley's got past Adam Christodoulou. He's been the loser. And that little contretemps all starting on the exit, coming out of Les Motus, and now being joined by the, I mean, it's just the 80, no, it's not the 84, it's further down the field.
Yeah, it's 85 a lap down, isn't it, the Baumann car? Right, so 7th, 8th, 9th all shuffle around, and while all that's going on, the lead gap in Pro-Am is down to 2.9 seconds. Johnny Adam hacking away at this deficit against Andrea Rizzoli. Wide goes Adam Christodoulou. Or his tyres going off. He ran wide, didn't he, at the Lesmos, and that's what's caused him to lose the 2 places.
What he had when he took the place from the Ferrari down into turn 1 a couple of laps ago, he had a shed load of understeer turning in. Now that was maybe because he was fractionally offline, but it may be indicative of what he might be suffering around the rest of the circuit.
Right, that's Andrea Rizzoli leading Pro-Am, and he's stuck in traffic. That's Adam Christodoulou, who is now 8th and working his way through the first chicane with 85 Mercedes chasing on behind him. That was delayed early on in the race. Sorry, 86 Mercedes, I should say, that was delayed early on in the race. It's now Gabbiani at the wheel, as the Pro-Am top 2 are covered by 2.3 seconds. Johnny Adam is closing. So it's Ferrari from Aston Martin, and Johnny Adam is almost there, but he's only got 10 minutes and counting in which to do it. So is he going to get there in time? He's got a back marker to get past as well.
Yeah. It's going to be tight,
because
that's what's going to come into play. Johnny's had a pretty clear run, or if he hasn't, he's been able to get through.
Breathe on that.
Yeah,
nervous times.
Yeah, he should be very happy with what's going on right now. They've got a chance to take this Pro-Am Cup position. It's difficult. The Lamborghini in between is not going to be a walk in the park for Johnny Adam. He's going to need maybe a little bit of assistance.
But you can see the way he's closing. I mean,
he's closing,
isn't he?
But again, that's the momentum factor, which will always dominate when you get close to another car which is out of order in terms of those that you're focusing on racing with.
Well, he's taken 4 tenths out in the first sector. Johnny Adam against Andrea Rizzoli. They're about to get to the end of the second sector, and Johnny Adam loses time in the second sector, so the gap will just creep up a little bit. So Amara Harthy looks on. Clock ticks on down. 8 3/4 minutes of the race still to go.
Back to this battle. Second and third. Clement Schmidt just resisted everything being thrown at him by the Ferrari driver.
It's been a great defence. It really has.
But it's been a clean defence. That's the most important thing. You know, both drivers have driven a clean race, fought hard. You know, they've used every trick they know in the book to try and either defend or make progress. Still not over 8 minutes and a few seconds. Just takes one back marker to upset the rhythm as we go back to the Aston Martin closing down now within probably just under 2 seconds going into the first chicane.
Yeah, you're right, 1.8, and he's got past the back marker as well. So now it's game on, isn't it? Johnny Adam can see the class rival ahead, and we know that he's been lapping so rapidly to bring down this gap from 9 seconds to just under 2. And nothing spurs you on more, they say, than being able to see the man you're chasing. So Johnny Adam will wait for that Ferrari to get bigger and bigger and bigger as he gets closer and closer and closer down towards the second chicane. He's just done the absolute best of anybody in the race in the first sector. So Johnny Adam now does the absolute best, not in class, but of everybody in the race in sector 1 with 7.5 minutes to go.
Always said that was a great chassis.
So as the car gets lighter because it's burning all the fuel, Johnny Adam pushes, another half a second pull back in sector 1 alone.
Debris on the racetrack again, that's coming on the exit, just beyond the exit of Les Motus. Not really a problem, not interfering with anybody off the line. So into the Ascari, there is the Ferrari, where is the Audi?
So Clement Schmidt's gone wide, I think, down at turn 1. Is he going to be up the escape route? Yes,
no.
There he is, and he's got damage.
Left rear.
Damage as well. Left rear damage. So Alessandro Pierguidi gets up into second place, and is that the end for 75? It limps to a halt with 6 3/4 minutes to go, and this is what happened Was there contact? Let's see.
No, I think the tyre...
Could be, couldn't it?
No, the tyre's beginning to delaminate.
Yeah.
It came down. Could have been a puncture again. It's the same story with all the debris that we've seen on the racetrack. The tyre just began to delaminate, and nothing that Clement Schmidt could do. A sad way. I mean, it was a great drive by the 75. All three drivers doing an outstanding job. So there is the sad tale of the ISR Audi, which was almost guaranteed. I know what you're going to say. Don't say it. Let me say it.
Go on.
Fastest race lap, Johnny Adam, Aston Martin, 149.375 on lap 87. Stunning effort altogether.
Fantastic. Absolutely stunning. Johnny Adam is the fastest man on track and in the race in this catch-up. He did the absolute best in sector 1, but then he's done the fastest lap of the race. Brilliant stuff. And he's now second away. This is it for Pro-Am. It's an easy ride for the overall leader in the Lamborghini, but Pro-Am now covered by just a second. 5.5 minutes to go. Johnny Adam turns his way up towards the Lesmo curves with Andrea Rizzoli just up the road ahead of him. Johnny Adam then having done the fastest lap of the race. And an excellent effort this is. Through they turn. 5 minutes on the clock still. Behind them, you've got Coen Redegar, who's actually dropped away. Even though he was giving Johnny a tough time at the start of this stint, he's now working his way through traffic, but has dropped back. Down they come into the Variante Ascari. 5 more minutes is going to be 2, possibly 3 laps, depending on where the race leader is relative to the clock. And the gap coming down sector by sector. In the first sector of this lap, it was down by 4/10. In the second sector, 1/10. But catching is one thing and all that, and passing is another. So, assuming Johnny Adam gets onto the tail coming out of the Parabolica, where can he make the move? Ahmad Al-Harthi glued to the screen. That's the shot he wants to see where his car is relative to the class leader. Through they come. Yellow flag, of course, down at turn 1 with the Audi off the road. So that takes away one of the overtaking opportunities. And Johnny Adam will be told about that, no doubt, on the radio. He's getting closer. He's getting closer. The gap is half a second now between the two of them. Into the braking zone they come. Nose to tail. 4 minutes on the clock, and the Aston Martin factory driver, Johnny Adam, the Scotsman, based in Camberley these days, right on the back of Andrea Rizzoli as the speed builds through the Curva Grande. The Pro-Am lead battle with 4 minutes to go is going to go down to the wire. Ferrari versus Aston Martin, and Johnny Adam closing up under braking again. He was 3/10 quicker in the first sector of this lap alone, and a little mistake coming out of the Ferrari. Johnny Adam gets up the inside. Side by side they run up towards the first of the Lesmos. This for the leading Pro-Am. Johnny Adam is alongside, but Rizzoli stands his ground on the outside line. Adam goes through. Fantastic stuff. Johnny Adam has done it. There's delight in the TF Sports Oman Racing Team pit bunker, and Johnny Adam, with 3.5 minutes to spare, goes through, takes over the lead in Pro-Am. He's not done yet. He's got to pull away. The last thing he needs is for that pesky Ferrari to come back at him. So Johnny Adam into the lead of the class, and now will try and build up a bit of an advantage as they come down to the Variante Ascari. Whoa, what a race it has been in Pro-Am. Whereas this car, overall leading Lamborghini, has had a relatively easy time of it. Marco Bortolotti, Andrea Caldarelli await the end of 3 more minutes for Christian Engelhardt. It was a car that won on the road 2 years ago. It was then excluded, put back in on appeal, and it could be another Monza win for the now very distinctive green Lamborghini. Through the traffic, putting a lap there on Josh Cahill. The WRT Audi drops down 1 place, the car that he shares with John Venter and Nicky Melnhoff. But the WRT Audis, different drivers this year, different liveries, and they've been a little bit quiet compared to normal. Maurizio Reggiani bouncing up and down in the shades. The board member for research and development from Automobili Lamborghini, and he's going to be, as they say in these parts, well chuffed if this car can hang on for another 2.5 minutes. So there in super slow-mo is a great Italian car at a great Italian circuit, and some great camera shots as well as Christian Engelhardt hustles on towards the checkered flag. He comes over the line. He'll get this lap and 1 more out of it. Through they come. Audi's battling behind them, including Jake Dennis, who is 12th, putting a lap on his WRT teammate Josh Cahill, who is 24th after earlier delays. Except that, no, it's one of the Lamborghinis, isn't it, with an investigation, and it's number 12, so that is the Andrea Piccini car that's being investigated. Apologies. Right, 55, Giancarlo Fisichella 4th. A car that's not quite delivered what we anticipated of it today, but Fisichella pushing on, 6 seconds back from Franck Pereira, up into third place now, rather unnoticed. The 84 Mercedes has rumbled its way up into the top three. So it's Engelhardt leading Pierre Guidi, and then Franck Pereira third. Fourth is Fisichella. Fifth is Davide Rigon after the drive-through, and Maxime Soulet sixth in the Bentley. Adam Christodoulou seventh in the Mercedes. Johnny Adam eighth, leading Pro-Am. Ninth, Andrea Rizzoli, and Comme Ledegaard 10th, having done the restart from the pit lane, or what Bell did in that car. Then Alderje Gilles Vanellet's car, 777, going through the shot. The Am Cup Lamborghini is going to be second in class. There it is, 777. Gilles Vanellet at the wheel of it, another experienced GT racer. And with 47 seconds to go, it's going to be one more lap. He could afford to back right off here, Christian Engelhardt, and almost coast it to the line, but he'll get another lap out of the race as his co-drivers, Andrea Caldarelli and Mirko Bortolotti, watch on. Half a minute to go, and one more lap is going to be done by the leading car as through now comes 63. So Christian Engelhardt goes by onto his last lap of a strange endurance race in terms of having that red flag and the interruption. But when it got going, it's been well worth watching, and nervous faces, but with only a lap to go, surely a car that has gone like clockwork all afternoon is not going to have a problem now. So Christian Engelhardt onto his last lap. The rest of the field still pounding on. Now the lead gap 28 seconds over Alessandro Pierguidi. Again, that yellow Ferrari so near and yet so far, a bit like Paul Ricard last year. A win will come surely, but the time lost by Passin Lathoris in that early stint when the car dropped down the order ultimately has been one of the contributing factors. From Pereira through to start the last lap third, Giancarlo Fisichella fourth, Davide Rigon has gone through in fifth place. There'll be Maxime Soulet sixth in the Bentley, and half a lap to go for Christian Engelhardt, a man that made his name initially in Porsches, but started off in single-seater racing from karts. He went into Formula BMW, then into Carrera Cup, and more recently into GT racing. So, having been recognised by Lamborghini Squadra Corsa, put into the Young Driver programme, and given this full seat this year in Blancpain Endurance, Christian Engelhardt, along with the rather nervous-looking Andrea Caldarelli and Mirko Bortolotti, will be through for a race win. It'll be the biggest win, I think, that Andrea Caldarelli has had. Former single-seater racer, GP2 Asia, GP3, Formula Renault Euro Cup. He's done some racing in Japan in Super GT and Formula Nippon. But the first Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup race of the year is going to be won by Lamborghini. Christian Engelhardt, Andrea Caldarelli and Mirko Bortolotti win at Monza. The Lamborghini comes through a dominant victory in the end with all the squabbling going on behind. This is the car that will be second, Alessandro Pierguidi, to bring home the AF Corsa Ferrari, turning his way now into the Parabolica. He'll sprint his way up towards the timing line, and an excellent drive by Michele Rugolo in the second stint, Alessandro Pierguidi in the final stint, and Passin Lathoris, who started for Pereira, along with Maxi Buch, and Jimmy Eriksson comes through for third place. And in the background, Giancarlo Fisichella coming through for fourth, look in the AF Corsa Kaspersky Racing Ferrari. Fifth will be the SMP Racing Ferrari, Davide Rigon, and but for that drive-through, it could have been a different story. Then sixth is going to be Maxime Soulet, but Pro-Am winner and the man with the fastest lap of the race to his name, Johnny Adam, comes then down, the number flashing as a class leader, into the Parabolica. TF Sport, new full-time to the championship. And what a way to have its first race as the Oman Racing Team. Ahmad Al-Harthi, Johnny Adam, TF Sport, the Oman Racing Team wins. Pro-Am, a delighted Ahmad Al-Harthi. Cheers Johnny Adam home. Ahmad himself did that excellent double stint. And with, what was it, 3 minutes and a bit on the clock, the class win goes the way of the Aston Martin. Mirko Bortolotti being embraced by all in the GRT Grasser Racing Team garage, Gottfried Grasser's team. And there is the car. Christian Engelhardt bringing it home as, in the end, a very comfortable race winner. The winning gap being just under half a minute. And a superb job done by the GRT squad. The drivers will complete this in-lap, then make their way up to the podium. The top three, of course, all in the Pro category. Pro-Am, Aston Martin from Ferrari, Andrea Bertolini, Louis Mejiels and Nick Homerson second. And the AMs, in the end, it was the 961, Alex Demergian, Abbey Eaton, Davide Rizzo, Ferrari from 777, Gilles Vanelay and Bernard Delhay, and they were the only two finishers. So it'll be a slightly smaller podium ceremony, just by dint of sheer numbers in the AM Cup. The AM drivers, in a few cases these days, electing to go and race in the shorter but perhaps less pressured environment of the GT Sports Club, and you can see that in the UK at Silverstone, which will be in support of the next Endurance Cup race. The weekend of May the 13th and 14th is the next endurance race in the Blancpain GT series, and Silverstone always delivers some good racing for GT cars, more of the same in a few weeks' time. So we've got some of the cars stopping on the grid in Parc Fermé conditions. We've got the leaders, the winners, going wide at Parabonica, picking up the rubber just to increase the weight of the car. And everybody else, instead of blocking up the pit lane, stops on the track. But the winning drivers we hopefully will have quickly up to the podium. As Christian Engelhardt is the race winner. Giancarlo Fisichella for fourth place heads towards the Parc Fermé area, and it's the top three in class, top two if you're in the AMs, just two finished, that will be brought into the holding area. And there for 63, Christian Engelhardt arrives to the delight of Andrea Caldarelli and Mirko Bortolotti. We dispatched John Watson down to Parc Fermé to go and grab a word with the drivers, and once all the celebrations are done, we can no doubt hear from the top team. So they huddle together for the photos. There, Michele Rugolo embraces Alessandro Pierguidi at the end of another excellent job. 29.3 seconds was the margin in the end. And then for third place, Franck Pereira, Maxi Buch and Jimmy Eriksson. Right, let's hear from our winning drivers. John Watson is down in the Parc Fermé area, and we'll try and round up as many of the GRT drivers as we can. Pro-Am winner Johnny Adam arrives in the background, and the winning drivers all smiles in Parc Fermé. Let's go and join John.
Very happy Lamborghini team. Mirko Bortolotti, you started it, got a clean start. Really, once you got the lead, nothing was going to change.
No, absolutely. Well, first of all, I'm happy that everybody that was involved in the crash at the beginning is fine. This looks like this is the main thing, and obviously really happy about this victory. A big win for us. We've worked so hard for this over the whole winter, and just thank you to everybody. We have a really strong team. I want to say thanks to my teammates Andrea Caldarelli and Christian Engelhardt, Grasser Racing Team, Lamborghini, everybody working so hard for us in Sant'Agata, and we can be proud today.
Good man. Aldo, you were given the car after Marco brought it in. Always difficult when a guy is leading the race to take over. You'd have a great stint as well.
Yeah, after yesterday we knew that we had a great package, and so we knew that we could win this race. So I was just focused after the pit stop, just to go forward and try to give the car back to Christian in the best place. The car was great. The guys of Grasser Racing and Squadra Corsa did an amazing job, and they all deserve this result. Absolutely.
Well done. Christian, you had a sort of a lonely race. No one to battle with, just maintain your lead, 26 seconds. Nice day.
Yeah, it was a great day for me out there in Monza. Last time I was here at the Nürburgring, we could win the race. I was a private Lamborghini driver, and now I'm proud to be here as representing the factory, and to start the season out like this in the Endurance Cup is amazing. I'm really happy for the whole team. I'm really happy for the company, and yeah, it's awesome.
Perfect day. Well done.
Thank you.
So the winning drivers make their way to the podium. There's the Pro-Am winning team, just the two of them, of course. Ahmed Al-Harfi and Johnny Adams splitting driving duties between them. Well done both, but a tremendous stint done by Johnny Adam at the very end, and they'll be whisked up as soon as we can to the podium. There's one podium per class, of course, to recognise the efforts of everybody that takes part in the Blancpain GT series, and to give everybody something to fight for. There is Passin Lathouras, the Thai driver, and Ahmad and Johnny pose for the photos with the number one board as Pro-Am victors. Great scenes. Johnny having, like quite a few teams and drivers, hot-footing it from activity last week. He was in WEC mode at Silverstone, then British GT on the Monday at Alton Park, and then here. And now for a class win. We've still got cars being investigated. We've got one of the Lamborghini's Max van Splinteren's car being investigated for a yellow flag infringement. Tom Ferrier there in the white shirt, the man that runs TF Sport, former racer himself, and Tom overseeing this team that has certainly had a great start to its season. Class win at Silverstone a week ago in European Le Mans, class win here in Blancpain Endurance, and tremendous effort by all involved. Taking over, running the Oman Racing Team entry from Motorbase, and a win first time out, some achievement. Well done, Tom Ferrier. So the drivers in a few moments will head upstairs. All smiles and a great win for Ahmed Al-Harfi. The SRO officials making sure they know to go to the podium. Let's just confirm the results then. 92 laps of racing we got in a race that was effectively 3 hours and 24 minutes because of the stoppage. So Christian Engelhardt, Andrea Caldarelli and Mirko Bortolotti, the winners from Passin Lathouras, Michele Rugolo and Alessandro Pierguidi. Jimmy Eriksson, Franck Pereira, Maxi Boot third, Marco Ciocci, James Collado and Giancarlo Fisichella taking fourth ahead of Victor Shaitar, then Miguel Molina and Davide Rigon as his co-drivers, and sixth Vincent Abril, Andy Suchek and Maxime Souley. Let's hear from our Pro-Am winners, Johnny Adam and Ahmed Al-Harfi.
Ahmed, you must be some kind of Iron Man to do 2 hours unbroken behind the wheel of the Aston.
Oh, it was a pleasure to drive, to be honest. I was just enjoying every minute out there. I love this circuit, and we've been working so hard to get back to this championship, this beautiful championship, and to finally say that we've won it is amazing, to be honest, and all that pain has just disappeared.
Well, I mean, a great effort, and Johnny, fastest race lap, couldn't believe it. I mean, David in the commentary booth was going nuts.
I mean, this guy is the flying Scotsman, you know, we know him, and he's been amazing, and it's all about the teamwork, it's about Johnny, it's about the TF, it's about Oman Racing, it's about everybody working together to get this. You saw how tight it was, 3 minutes to go, and the lead was changing, so it's an amazing championship, but at the same time, credit to everybody deserves this one, and especially back home.
Well done, congratulations. Johnny, at one point you were 30 or 27 seconds behind with, I forget, I mean it was half an hour to go, and you just ran it down remorselessly.
Yeah, it was qualifying laps really for my stint, and the car gave me that feel, and the guys, we worked hard on the setup all weekend. It felt good in qualifying. I made a few more changes for the race and it was perfect, so we had great pace. The guys have done an amazing job. Ahmed's 2 stints were perfect, and it's a collective effort, and it's a great feeling to win.
I suspect there's going to be a big celebration tonight. Well done, congratulations.
So they will make their way up to the podium, to the frustration, of course, of the Ferrari team that was vanquished in the end. Andrea Rizzoli doing that last stint, but he just couldn't stave off the attack coming from Johnny Adam. So the drivers being rounded up. Pit lane, you can see how busy it is, and that's without the cars, which have all, the survivors at least, have all stopped on the grid, and eases some of the congestion in the pit lane. Big crowd here at Monza we've had today. Many of them I can see walking back from having been enjoying the racing out in the woods at one of the great old school circuits, and there's another one next as well, of course, in Silverstone, where we had for the second endurance round. Then it's Paul Ricard, and then of course the Spa 24 Hours, key to the calendar as ever, with the extra points on offer. In the background, the old Monza banking there, still part of the great heritage of this circuit, and the circuit remains as busy as ever, home of the Italian Grand Prix, home of key events in Italy, World Touring Cars, Formula 3, the FIA Championship, for example, here in a week's time. And the podium is being made ready. The Pirelli flags are there. The Blancpain dignitaries, you can see Hugo de Silva, the events manager of Blancpain, and Alain de la Muraz ready for the presentations. So it shouldn't be too long before we get the winning drivers up there and are good to go. So let's just, as the drivers make their way, just have another full look at the results. We've got, I think, as far as 6th last time, but we broke away to hear from the Pro-Am winners, and so to confirm the win for Christian Engelhardt, Andrea Caldarelli and Mirko Bortolotti as the victors. Scroll further down and you find the 22 Nissan 13th after the drive-through for Matt Parry, and the winning AM car in the end 27th, which was the Alex Demergian David Urizzo Abbey Eaton car. 77 Patrick Cuellar's Lamborghini after a sorted pit stop down in 23rd place. Barwell having two pretty damaged cars in that race, one wiped out at the very start. And so from 52 that came, 50 that started, it was 28 cars in total that took the checkered flag. But the Audi 75, I think, might still be classified on distance because it was 5 laps away from the end when it stopped with a punctured tyre. But it's been a pretty bruising affair here at Monza, all things considered. So that's the way the classification looks. And great shame that we lost so many in that drama right at the very start of the race. And a number of teams with quite a lot of work to do before the next sprint race, Brands Hatch, but the next endurance race, of course, at Silverstone, May 13-14 weekend. And now you look at that, you start to see how many we lost on that opening lap of the race, including the BMW, the sole BMW. So that concludes the results, and the drivers make their way to the podium. I think everybody's just about there. More cars being retrieved. There is the BMW M6, you can just see being brought back under the podium, the Valkenhorst Motorsport car. Down to one of its 2 entries because the other car was having to do the Nürburgring 24 qualifying race. Right, drivers are there. So hopefully in a moment they'll be ushered forward. You can see the 3rd place Mercedes drivers, and so out are called Franck Pereira, Jimmy Eriksson and Maxi Buch for 3rd place overall and 3rd place in the Pro Cup. For 2nd place, it will be Alessandro Pierguidi, Michele Rugolo and Passin Lathouras. A great cheer for the Ferrari drivers, led out by Alessandro. Michele Rugolo between him and Passin Lathouras at the back. And then the race winners, Ferrari beaten, but if it's by another Italian brand, does that make the pain any less? Possibly not. Perhaps it hurts even more that it was Lamborghini that wins the opening race in Blancpain Endurance from the Grasser Racing team. The representative to the podium, Gottfried Grasser's squad, having run one car to victory, the other wiped out even before the first corner. But the race winners of the first endurance race of the year for GRT Grasser Racing team, Christian Engelhardt, Andrea Caldarelli and Mirko Bortolotti. Handshakes all round. They will make their way to the top step of the podium. So the drivers receive the trophies. And just to clarify, going back to the very start of the race, the whole Bentley number 7 situation, the team, there was a miscommunication, I think, really, on the situation, and the team feeling that it had the ability to appeal, but it wasn't being unsporting. It was just a slight misunderstanding, miscommunication. But the incident certainly was a talking point of the first part of the race, but the rest of it gave us plenty of great racing. And as the trophies are presented by both Blancpain and Pirelli, we've had third, we've had second, and now to the race winners. Alain Delay-Muraz, the Blancpain vice president, hands over the trophies to the top 3 drivers, and they will hold them in the air in a moment, ready for the photographs. Stefan Rattel hands the checks over to our winning drivers. So the drivers with the trophies in the air. Champagne is sprayed, and the drivers then celebrate a great race in the Pro Cup here at Monza. Now the Pro Cup podium is complete. We've got a win at Monza for Andrea Caldarelli, Mirko Bortolotti and Christian Engelhardt in the first endurance race of the year. There you can see the cars on the grid, and the scrutineers will go and have a look if they need to. But it keeps the congestion down in the pit lane, that's why they're all being held there for the moment. So there are the celebrations down in the pit lane, and there we have the drivers making their way from the podium, and Pro-Am will be next. So the next podium is going to be Pro-Am, and the drivers will be shouted forward in a moment, with third in Pro-Am being Andrea Bertolini, Louis Machiels and Nick Homerson, the double Pro-Am champions, Nick and Louis, and a good return with a podium finish. Second in Pro-Am is going to go the way of Andrea Rizzoli, Michael Broniszewski, and to Matteo Cressoni, Andrea Rizzoli, Michael Broniszewski. There they are. Tom Ferrier of TF Sport comes to represent the winning team. The winners of Pro-Am, Ahmad Al-Hafi and Johnny Adam. So there to the top step go Johnny and Ahmad, and they will have the flags raised and the national anthem of the winning team. So the presentation's about to be made to the drivers as they're the third placed team of Andrea Bertolini. Louis Machiels, Nick Homerson received the trophies from Mario Isola from Pirelli. Then for the second place drivers, Alain de Lemura steps forward. So Andrea Rizzoli, Matteo Cressoni and Michael Bronizeski get the trophies. Hugo de Silva from Blancpain there as well. And the top step will go the way of Johnny Adam and Ahmad Al-Hafi. Tom Ferrier gets the Blancpain clock and the trophy. And the winners now receive the biggest trophies of all. Ahmad Al-Hafi and Johnny Adam, winners in Pro-Am.
And two very happy people they are. A great drive, two drivers sharing a 3-hour race. And the run down, I mean, Johnny Adam, what he did was pretty special. Look at that one single fastest lap, outstanding drive in a car, essentially, when you consider the pace of it and all the other equipment around. Where did Johnny find the time? Unbelievable.
So impressive, wasn't it? So impressive indeed. And he will celebrate with Ahmad Al-Hafi. First time they've had a class win, the Oman racing team. And if you like a change of management, it's a different team operating the car for this year, as we were saying during the course of the race. Ahmad absolutely sprints away. So 2 hours plus in the car, and he's still fit enough to run. Johnny Adam drenches everybody. And we've got one more podium to go, which is just for the two crews in the AM Cup. So after some great racing in Pro-Am, drivers make their way now back to the press conference, which is in the building where the podium is adjoining, and then we'll have the winning AM Cup drivers. And I think I'm right in saying it will be the first time we've ever had certainly a female class winner, but possibly any female representation on the podium. I'm hesitating because we had Claudia Hurtgen in the Spa 24 Hours one year who did very well, but certainly is a class winner. And Abby Eaton is, of course, part of that winning crew with Alex de Mergian and Davide Rizzo from 777, the Bernard Delhay Gilles Vanelay car. Just those two finished in AM.
Yeah, so certainly the 961, the Lebanon. I mean, such a vibrant effort. I mean, all the way through the race fans that they brought with them, and the effort just, in a way, it sort of epitomises the AM section of GT racing. It was just a joy to watch.
And the car had its moments. This is how the AM Championship looks. Davide Rizzo, Alex de Mergian and Abby Eaton with the class lead over Gilles Vanelay and Bernard Delhay. Remember, you get points for position in the Endurance Cup and in the sprint, and then there's an overall as well. Gilles Vanelay and Bernard Delhay out onto the podium. The winning team is, of course, AF Corsa. The winners of the AM Cup, Alex de Mergian, Abby Eaton and Davide Rizzo. Davide had a win outright in Blancpain GT Series Asia a few weeks ago, and now a class win in the Endurance Cup here in Europe. So, the national anthem to the winning team, AF Corsa played, so it's a home win in terms of the team. The second place trophies go to Bernard Delhay and Gilles Vanelay, and I think it's the first time Bernard has been on the podium. He's been an occasional Blancpain competitor, but he's never had much joy, I'm afraid. And so keen is AF Corsa to get on with the champagne that they haven't even waited for the trophies. So, celebrations in the AM Cup for Alex de Mergian, Abby Eaton and Davide Rizzo. Let's look back at what has been an eventful 3 hours here at Monza. It began with this incident. Guy Smith brushing off the side of Ezequiel Perez Compact's Lamborghini. He got onto the grass, the Lamborghini spun, and with 40 plus cars bearing down on him, all manner broke out with cars in each other, cars in the barrier. The safety car was deployed, not surprisingly, but the net result was that with debris on the road, the race director elected to red flag the race, clear everything up, and we went racing again with the leading car being the Ferrari of Miguel Molina and Guy Smith tucked up behind him. Bernard Delhay second in the end in the AM Cup clash with the 77 Lamborghini. Adrian Amstutz down at the Parabolica as Robert Renauer battled with the number 8 Bentley of Vincent Abril early in the race. There was some great squabbling going on all the way up and down the order. One or two cars with a fair amount of damage as well, including the number 90 Mercedes, the car of Michael Meadows that had had a clash early on. Number 7 Bentley eventually was given a penalty for the incident that caused the red flag, and the car was brought into the pit lane and into retirement as the battles raged on in Pro-Am. The Porsche was up there to begin with fighting, but it fell down the order. Miguel Molina came in to give way to Victor Scheitar, and the squabbles in the Pro-Am category took up attention. 488 Pierre Eret and Bruno Mastronardi was a comfortable AM class leader, but eventually would retire with engine dramas, and that promoted the AF Corsa racing for Lebanon, the Lebanonese calling car, to a class lead. James Collado was wriggling his way through traffic. Andy Soucek got himself up past Danny Juncadella. And then when Nicky Pola had a drama down at the first chicane and ran over the curb, that gave Soucek the chance to power past his fellow countryman, trying to follow suit. In the final stint, Johnny Adam was hustling down the class-leading Ferrari, eventually being able to work away into contention and then into the class lead as off the road went the AF Corsa 53 Ferrari. Last pit stop cycled through for 63 to put Christian Engelhardt behind the wheel. Matt Parry got a drive-through penalty for that move, but Johnny Adam was hustling on as he tried to get himself into the lead of Pro-Am. He had to fend off Colm Ledegar for a time. 75 Audi was looking as though it was on target for second spot, but a late race puncture put that out of the race. But there was still some great action going on all the way through to the end of the race. Alessandro Pierguidi got himself up past the 75 Audi, which had a tyre issue. This was Johnny Adams' move into the lead of Pro-Am. And not only did he win the class, Johnny also took the fastest lap of the race as well. It was a mighty effort. But a race win for Lamborghini. Christian Engelhardt, Andrea Caldarelli and Mirko Bortolotti, the winners here at Monza. We'll see you at Silverstone, May 13-14 from David Addison and John Watson. Bye-bye.